سلام علیکم یا چت، حالتون چطوره؟ جیگران، مشتی‌ها، داشتی‌ها، آبجی‌ها، خوش اومدید به گرند فاینال تورنمنت PGL مسترز بخارست 2025. آرورا ترکا جم تیوی در برابر لگسی برزیلیا بچهای آبادان بابا دبلیو. حس میکنم که بالاخره آرورا یه دونه گرند فاینال میزنه تو گوشش و یه جایزه مشتی میخواد ببره خونه. پیشبینی بنده آلردی رو آروراست. بازی هم بست آف 5، 5 تا مپ و پشت سر هم ما داریم، هر کی 3 تاشو بزنه برنده است. خوش اومدید، شنبهتون بخیر باشه، ظهر شنبهتون. چه خبر چت؟ میساق صبحان، مجتبی، ارمیا، یاس، دایوان اگه درست خونده باشم، امو ایلیا، سوئکس، مهدی، ابمی، حاجمی رو وزو. خوش اومدید همگی، خوش اومدید. چه خبر بره سوهکس؟ حسین چطوری؟ چاکلزم. حسین جیدی چطوری؟ امیر حسینی چطوری؟ الدورین سلام. شابدالله سلام، خوش اومد بچه ها. مراغه هلو، صبحان هلو، پین هلو، پارسا، علی ربانی سلام به روی ما تک تک. تو میجر که یه تقریبا یک ماه دیگه، یه ذره کمتر، 3 هفته دیگه، یه ذره این برون بر. بابا دبلیو، بابا چاکلزم، عشق فدا بشم، مجتبی جیگری، الو پویزن، تو چه خبر؟ سلامتی، خدا رو شکر، امن و امان. آرورا فکر نکنی ببره، ببینیم و تعریف کنیم. پیشبینیه دیگه به حال کانتره و الان ولی ساب بردید. ساب فکر میکردم من ساب ببازه ولی برد. هم مپ 1 رو عقب بود، هم مپ 2 رو عقب افتاد، دوباره برگردون مپ 3 رو خوب بازی کرد. والورانت خیلی وقت پلی ندادم. سلام. کلاچای واکسی کلا خوب اسنایپ میزنه ولی لول بازی که میره بالا یه ذره گیر میکنه. اسنایپرای سنگین تر از واکسیک زیاد داریم.
Spend some util on crossing to a bomb site is stupid. I know it's like nostalgic and a lot of people love the map, but I never really liked it. Another one I would remove.
سلام عظیم بش.
I don't necessarily want to remove anything. I think just train needs a bit of
سلام مخلصیم، چاکریم، همگی خوش اومدید. فینال نه تنوز شروع نشد دیگه، بخواد تموم شه.
Oh, I would love to see Tuscan.
Okay.
Yes, that was my favorite.
هلو یا رو میاین. سلام یا سلام دانک. ایشالله 3 روز دیگه توی تورنمنت آیم چنگدو دانک و امثال هم رو داریم که گفتم میشه از ساعت 5:30 صبح شروع میشه، چون مسابقه توی چینه از ساعت 5:30 صبح شروع میشه. هلو تایتانین، خوش اومد. صبح برو تو مارکت بزن ایکی رو لیست کن، ببین با $10 چی میپسند. نمیدونم الان قیمت حفظ نیستم.
Any change, only one bench on their window that is not difference.
اینو بس حرف بزن، سخن بگشایید چت، سخن بگشایید فدا مداتون برم من. بنظرم مسابقه والورانت هم داشته باشیم فراد. ببین همین جوریش یه ذره زیاده تورنمنت ها. حالا باید ببینیم سال دیگه چی میطلبه. نه نمیدونم بازخورده به اصطلاح کامیونیتی چی جوریه. خیلی اومدن از والورانت سمت CS. قرص مولتی ویتامینه. سمت کیک نمیره. کیک ببین تورنمنت هایی که گزارش داریم مثل ESL و PGL و غلام بهمان اینا رو نه، چون باید اکسس بگیریم. بعد حالا این تورنمنت که تموم شه، البته 3 روز بعدش سریع اون یکی شروع میشه. کیکو باید یه مدت کلا مثلا اونلی کیک استریم کنیم یه ذره بیاد بالا تا بتونیم حالا مثلا توییچ رو با کیک جایگزین کنیم یا یوتیوب باید تا جایگزین کنیم اونوز. anyway مارکت دیدم یه خورده رفته بالا. پول مشکیه نمیدونم، من مشکل اینجاست که به دلار نگرفته بودم اونو، به چی هند گرفته بودم ولی زیاد گرون نیست. هلو موین وایو ویکادیا پلیر خوبیه. من توی این ترکیب به اصطلاح برعکس جی ام تی وی ویکادیا رو از همهشون بیشتر ترجیح میدم. به نظرم خیلی جذاب تر بازی میکنه ویکادیا. ویکادیا that is your idea. رو ایمت کار کن سوهکس. اول ایم آنتی چیت هیچ کس همچین خبری نداره متاسف. لینکش همین kick.com/FarhadRapTOR. البته جو کیک کار میکنه. توی تویچ کار کرد، توی یوتیوب اینا کار نکرد. کار کرد. چرا اینا kick.com/FarhadRapTOR. سلام گادنس محمد، چطوری؟ ویکادیا اصلا سبک بازیش با زانتارس فرق داره. بچه پلیرایی که با هم دیگه مقایسه میکنیم اینجا درست نیستن. این ویکادیا اصلا یه سبک دیگه‌ای داره بازی میکنه. زانتارس یه سبک دیگه است. شبیه هم دیگه نیستن. حاج ابلیس عالیه این ترکیب. فقط با خنکش کنی. چند کار هنوز نرفتیم تو بازی، استارت نشده. سیمپل تو بی سی گیم. ناموسن که یه ساعت استریمای تویچ فارسی رو به کل صدا و سیما صدا و سیما ایران نمیدم. آفر حلال رسول جان هرچمت بالا باشه مشتی باشه. بنازم سر و فرزای سر و محسن خوش اومد. با چند سالی دیلی استریم میکنه کلا دیلی ما دیلی نمیدیم. یوتیوب خودش یه ذره دیلی میگیره، تویچ کمتر دیلی میگیره، ما ولی دیلی نمیدیم در اصل. سیمپل تو فیز آقا این خبری که داریم مال خرداد ماهه. بازی ها از 3 نوامبر، امروز 1 فردا 2 پس فردادی. یا اول پس من نمیدونم چجوری بیدار شم. این ساعت 5:30 صبح باشه مثلا من با 3:30 صبح از خونه پاشم بیام استودیو، یعنی مثلا حوالی ساعت 8 شب من باید بخوابم. الو سیامک. حالا حسین باید ببینیم چجوری پیش میره، چون خیلی دیگه اون آن مچه با زندگی ما. قهوه آره قهوه که میارم، قهوه دارم البته، باید فرنچ ها بیارم. فرنچ رو بیارم قهوه بچوقیم. مشکل در از بیداریه نیست، مشکل خوابه است. هلو هونو چطوری؟ مثلا الان من تقریبا شبا 1-2 شب میخوابم، بعد موقعی که برعکسه از 1-2 شب یهو میاد مثلا رو 8 شب. اون خیلی سخت تره، این که بتونی مثلا ساعت 8 شب بری بخوابی خیلی سخته. نه با چین کجاست؟ هم اینجا چایی که هست واسه همین الان آماده است. چایی بهترین نوع پیک چه پیکیه؟ بهترین نداره، بسته موقعیت داره. سوینگ داریم، وایت پیک داریم، چه میدونم شولدر پیک داریم، زانتارس پیک داریم، کراوچ پیک داریم. قربونت دارم اکسپرت حسین. رنگا کویران فیسیت قلقش چیه؟ سعی کن سولو نری. هلو هکسون. همون دیگه سعی کنین سولو نرید. بچه‌ها کلا موقعی که میخواین فیسیت میسیت نمیدین یا میخواین گرایند کنین رنگ آپ کنید داره هر جا سعی کنین سولو نرین. این سولو از همه چی بدتره اصلا. واو سولو خیلی وحشتناکه. 2 تا روس میندازه بهتون فاتحتون خونده. دانک خیلی جذاب بازی میکنه. با کادر CS یعنی منظور سازنده های CS. هلو پرام چطوری؟ کرامبیت دیفالت منظور کرامبیت وانیلاست نمیدونم. بچه‌ها یه سری سوالایی که میپرسین تو گوگل جوابش خیلی راحت تر و سریع تر پیدا میشه. مثلا قیمت هایی که میگین فلان اسکین چنده تا مثلا فلان قد چه اسکین، توی گوگل یه دقیقه بزن آقا AK مثلا تو $10 سایت برات میاد باز کن برو توش نگاه کن ببین مثلا چی گیرت میاد. تو استیم هم که الان سرچش عوض شده خیلی سرچ قوی داره، از استیم هم میتونین استفاده بکنین. همه چی اونجا واسه تو ماشه میزنی AK لیست میکنی انتخاب میکنی با پولت مثلا چی بخری، یا مثلا قیمت یه اسکین میخوای همون تو گوگل بزن آقا کرامبیت وانیلا پرایس اینتر تق میاره واسه بالا. لش کردیم. آخه جواب اینا رو من نمیدونم آخه که یعنی بی خودی دارین تو این چت اصلا این سوالا رو میپرسی من جواب رو نمیدونم. باید یکی باشی رو مارکت خوابیده باشه حفظ باشه. سلام موشو چطوری؟ چرا صبحان؟ سوال بهونه از هم مقصد هم صحبتی. how cute is that. قیمت تومنیش هم که اگه میخواین تسکو اسکین داتای آر. السلام علیکم به رحمت الله و برکاته. 7 دقیقه دیگه بازی شروع شد. موسم چقدر حساس. سازنده ها نه والا مینهلیو مثلا چه فایده داره حالا گیریم که مثلا من سازنده هاش بهش فایده ای نداره. نوکرتم اپمی جونم بره یه بار دیگه بپرد چت رفته بالا. چرا بقیه تیم داخل تورنمنت نبودن؟ به خاطر اینکه تورنمنت بعد 3 روز بعد اینه خیلی فشرده میشه دیگه اونو انتخاب کردن. بعدش هم که بلست دوباره فشرده تر میشه، بعدش هم که میجر بازم فشرده تر میشه. صدات کمتر از همیشه است. این حرف 100% صحیحه برای همه صدق میکنه. بعدات بشم اپمی جیگر منی. فدای سر تنگ من خیلی تنها، فدای سر تنگ گریون متأهلی. چند سال متأهلی؟ اصلا متأهل نیستم که به سالش بخواد برسه. نمیشه. اسکین سیورت داره پویزن داره. کاوه ما تو اینستاگرام بزن کاوه میل برو توی پستاش یکی از پستاش قشنگ یاد داده یه اسکینیو میخوای چیز کنی تو بازی اینسپکت کنی حتی میتونی استیکر کرافت هم روش بزنی. هر اسکینی که دلت بخواد به کد بهت میده میزنی میری تو اسکینر رو تو بازی میبینی. سیمپل تو تیم بی سی گیمه سالی تقریبا 2 بار تقریبا. آره ولی پویزن همچین سایتی ما داریم. شما میتونی بری و بزنی، حتی استیکر هم اگه بخوای ببینی مثلا یه استیکر خاصی یا استیکر کرافت خاصی روی گان خاصی چه شکلی میشه، توی اون سایت کاراشو انجام میدی، میزنی میای تو بازی اینسپکت میکنی ببینی چطوره. اگه دلت خواست میتونی مثلا بخریش. انشالله موجو جذاب باشه، جذاب. حتی اگه 3 تا مپ میره، 3 تا مپ جذاب باشه حال میده نسبت به اینکه مثلا 3 تا 13 2 3 بشه فلان. زانتارس چرا نسبت به CSO کمتر زانتارس پیک میده؟ سن و سالش رفته بالا دیگه حاج آقا. من با جکس به عنوان تنها تیم ایرانی بودیم که توی تورنمنت تیر A شرکت کردیم. هیچ تیمی تا الان نتونسته برسه به تیر A. فقط ما فعلا تا الان حداقل رسیدیم. زانتارس پیک یک پیک خیلی فسته، توضیحشو اینجوری لفظی نمیشه داد. باید بزن توی یوتیوب زانتارس پیک. چند سالت؟ 30. لایکو بزنید. اما فرهاد اشکنه ماشاءالله. چت جونم کامیار فدات بشم. بچه یوتیوب لایک فراموش نشه، یه لایک بزنید اما انرژی بگیره. مشه باشید. سلام شیراز روباتیکس، خوش اومدی. این یوزر تو خوندم یاد چیز افتادم، برنامه چی بود خدا، روبوت وارز چی؟ ربات ها رو میندازن به جون هم دیگه تیکه پاره میکنن. خیلی با عشق چت، خیلی با عشقه. تو ایران هم دیدم برگزار شده بود مسابقش، ولی خارجیش اصلا میزنن میترکونن هم دیگه رو. خیلی خفنه، کستر داره، یه چیز با عشقی حاجی. من هر سری میشینم چیزای جدیدش رو تماشا میکنم، میندازن هم دیگه رو به جونم. اصلا خیلی خفنه، خیلی من دوست دارم. ربات‌های شیراز همه دستور من نوکر. چطوری به همه کارتون میرسین؟ یه برنامه نویسی، یه برنامه ریزی برنامه نویسیم و یه برنامه ریزی ساده میخواد. ایرانی شو دیدم درون هم داشت. من توی خارجیش درون ندیده بودم، توی ایرانیش درون هم دیدم. جالب بود، این یه دونه متفاوت بود. حالا شاید خارجیش هم درون داشته باشه ولی من روبو وارز با درون ندیده بودم. هرچی بود رو زمین بود، رو هوا نبودن هیچ کدوم. سلام علیکم. محمد کیو چطوری؟ کجایی هستی؟ ایالات متحده گرمسار. چت بازی یواش یواش داره شروع میشه. مکان زندگی سامور این ایران. خب آقا دو تا بند بیشتر نداریم. انشنت شد بند اول. اوورپس شد بند دوم. خب بقیه مپا همه هست دیگه، بند نداریم، همین دو تا بند میشه. در حال بستاف وای به دیگه. داستو مپ اول پیک آرورا لگسی سیتی سایدش رو انتخاب کرد. میراژ مپ دوم پیک لگسی آرورا سیتی سایدش رو انتخاب کرد. ترین مپ سوم پیک آرورا اکسپکتد لگسی سیتی رو انتخاب کرد. اینفرنو مپ چهارم پیک لگسی آرورا بازم سیتی رو انتخاب کرد. مپ آخرم که اون نوک دیسایدر. مپا که جذابه حقیقت. داستو میراژ ترین اینفرنو نوک.
I think they're still really trying to flesh out what their strongest map is. You know, for instance, the Inferno.
مپا یه خورده سمت آرورا هم سوق میده. این داستو و میراژشون که بد نیست، خوبه. ترین هم جزو مپا اصلیشونن. داستو ترین فکر کنم توی مپ پول و مپ پیکو بن هم برد آرورا. حتی هر کاری کنید دیگه بسا 5 بدی، ولی ترتیب مپا رو یه خورده میتونستن عوض کنن. مپ مورد علاقت اوورپس پیش بینی چیه؟ آرورا احتمالاً پیش بینیه دیگه 100% نمیشه بگی سلام فرهاد گلستانه نمیخوای تیم بزنی نه
for his team on that map.
Wow,
And he's been struggling. And I don't know, maybe it's position to its connector, maybe teams have adapted to the way he plays over there, but I feel like that is being kind of the key.
امسال قهرمان میشه میجر رو میگی نمیدونم والا میجر خیلی غیر قابل پیش بینی الان تیمام همه غیر قابل پیش بینی بازی میکنن ولی این فکر میکنم سیچ آرورا بشه این بازی اگر لگسی میراژ رو نزنه سیچ میشه
I mean, both of them maps aren't great for them, so I guess they were just
سلام
like
سلام
maybe they feel a little
تیم
bit better on train and maybe they feel like they
این
match up
سوال
well
خیلی
against
کلیشه‌ایه
Aurora.
بگذارید ازش خدا وکیلی خیلی کلیشه‌ایه
Before we jump into the final, it is of course Scrawny and Launders. Hello. What do you think, chaps?
این سه همشهری علی سورنایی به فیلم همشهری
What I love about this the most, what I love about Legacy is that there's a Furia CEO saying that coming.
Let him stand alone, Connor. Let him cancel himself. It's been long overdue.
The Furia CEO saying a Brazilian team, a Brazilian five, could not win a major, and here's
Major
Legacy with 4 players
سختی.
no one's ever thought of adding to a Brazilian powerhouse or super team, winning an event already. So being a tournament favorite
مونگولز که
as sort of
حالا باید ببینیم پلیر
underdogs
جدید چیکار
altogether,
میکنه
that's my favorite
ترکیبشون یهو
part.
خیلی
All right,
عجیب
guys. I'm glad
برمی‌ریخت.
we've got the two passionate fan bases watching as well for the sake of PGL. The final is underway. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Richard. That's
Chat.
right. We kick it off
بریم.
here on
از
Dust 2,
سوالاتون با
folks.
اجازهتون
As for my
فاصله
thoughts,
میگیریم
though, I'm just thinking if
میریم
Legacy, a
برای
team who just
گرند
learned
فاینال
they
به
can
نام
win
خدا در خدمت
last
شما
week,
عزیزان
the Deft
هستیم
did a
با
good
گرند
job
فاینال
going down
بست
that
آف
long
5
list.
رقابت
Aurora
بین دو
second
تیم
places.
آرورا بر
You know,
عکس جی ام
10
تی وی
years
در
for
برابر
some of these players
لگسی
and never touching a
برزیلیا
land trophy.
بچه
You can't
آبادان
help but think of the scar tissue
مپ
that's got
اول
in the back of your mind.
داستوق
And, you
ببینیم
know, we
که
talked
چه
about
اتفاقاتی
Counter-Strike being a
رقم
mental game. That is
خواهد
what
خورد
Magic
این
even
مپی
brought
که
forward
آرورا
in
است و
that
لگسی
interview
سیتی رو
yesterday,
برای
that
شروع
it's about
انتخاب
confidence.
کرده
And you can roll with momentum, and that's why they were able to just kind of dismantle their opposition with those 13-1 stacks. But man, momentum in terms of
سه
winning
بازیکن
grand
داخل
finals,
التی
that momentum belongs to
اسموک ایکس باکس هم
Legacy.
پرتاب شده اسموک سیتی رو
We'll kick this off
جاشنکان
with Door
قرار
challenge.
میدن خط باسوده به سمت وسط زانتارس موفق است تو گرفتن فرست بلاد لاتو ترید میکنه 4-4 زانتارس سعی داره باز هم فرگ بزنه فشار بیشتر میکنن روی بام سایت بی بقیه بازیکنان سعی دارن کمک برسونن به بی پلیرشون دوما موفق بود واکسیک و زانتارس جواب میدن لاتو دوما دوتا شهید زندن با این اچ پی هایی که دارن این هم از لاتو و دوما تنها باقی مونده تک بسته با اچ پی 13 تصمیم میگیره که برگرده عقب فرار رو برقرار ترجیح میده چه ستی هم داره علی مددی علی مدد PGL من نشیدم اسپکترال حقیقت هستم
There is a point where too much experience and
چیز دیگه نبود فکر کنم اشتباه گفتی
seeing too many losses can definitely count against you.
صدای کسر خیلی کم کنم صدای گیم هم خیلی کم میشه
Like they've lost actually easier grand finals than this. Aurora played
لینک دونیت
amazing
خرابه
yesterday.
ای بابا
It
اینم
feels like
شانس
it's gonna be
مایه
destiny that Xantares picks up his first land. But it's entirely possible
یکیچ
that the mental
نتیجه
side of
بازی
this
به
makes the
سود
difference, even if
آرورا
they should be favored in the best of 5. They've been favored in best of 5s.
Sure.
میریم برای راند
They've held on to it.
دوم
They were meant to be champions in events past. Is it really going to happen today? Because we talk about this year being such a great one for Aurora in terms of their kickoff, but we are at the final 2 events of the year
Zantares,
for Aurora.
مسلح
It's
به
this and then
AK.
the Budapest Major. A taste of
در حال
victory going
حرکت
into
به
that
سوی
event would lead
لانگ
themselves to
4
believe that
بازیکن
anything is
آرورا
possible.
در حال حمله ویکادیا تنها سعی دارن فشار رو بیشتر بکنن که سعی‌تر شکارش بکنن ویکادیا نسبتا خوب عمل کرد یک دابل کیل و یک رد اچ پی تحویل جامعه تی سایدت داد زانتارس سعی داره فرگ روی بام ساید دوما با 5-7 زانتارس ایکی رو زد جوتا در پی گرفتن ترید موفق هم هست سنتین شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه به جامپ شات نتیجه به همراه نداره برمیگرده عقب. هنوز C4 هم پلنت نکردن. بازیکن آرا منتظرن تا اسموک روی بام ساید فید بشه و ویژن بیشتری داشته باشن تا راحت‌تر بتونن این کار رو انجام بدن. در همین حین آبادانیا رفتن برای سیف. وحید فرزانه عزیز خیلی مخلصیم. مشید شاکرتم. ایشالا دستت پربرکت، تنت سلامت، خنده رو لبات باشه. مرسی برای 600,000 تومان دونیت و انرژیت. قربونت برم. سپاس جهت ارتقای کامیونیتی کانتر استرایک در ایران. خیلی مخلصیم. جیگرتو برم. قلب فراوان بر شما آقای مشی باشی و پرطرفدار. چه انرژی میزانی آمد. چه انرژی میزانی آمد در ابتدای این بست آف 5. متشکرم از آقایید فرزانه عزیز. خیلی چاکریم. این هم از امتیاز دوم که در اختیار اورورا قرار گرفت. دو بازیکن هم رفتن برای سیو کردن. رانده بعدی رو احتمالا ایکو بکنن و با همین دوتا گان بازی بکنن. بازیکن لگسی.
We obviously had that crazy day where I don't know if that's ever happened. Where 2 Brazilian teams win in the same day. That's insane. That was the same day, right? That was CAC and Thunderpick at the exact same.
There might have been some time zone overlap,
maybe,
but
same 24 hours.
Let's call it the same weekend at the very
least.
So it's pretty unreal.
باکسیک حتی وسط رو نگه داشته. اسکات در برابر اسکات. سدزین شب پرفورمنس خوبی رو ازش دیده بودیم. نیستیم با 5-7 خودش موفق بشه اوپنینگ فرگ بزنه برای لگسی. دو بازیکن دیگه در نزدیکی. شورت زانتارس انجام شد. مجر دابل کیل برای بازیکن. سدزین موفق توی ادامه کار. نیستیم کلوز رنج فایت. مجر تنها باقی مونده. کارشو تموم میکنن. ایکو عجب راندی رو از دست داد.
Nissim ends up coming
Aurora.
up with 2 huge 5-7 frags and all of that.
چی؟ یعنی میگید برزیلیا قراره قهرمان بشن؟
Unlikely round of the 3 we've played so far.
It's not often you get talked about a veto in a best of 5 where it actually might matter. And the fact that they banned overpass, I feel like is the best thing they could have done, right? Legacy, because we saw Aurora, they look specifically amazing on overpass.
باکسیک باز هم روی اسکات خط وسط رو نگه داشته بود. فیلیک آخرش خورد به لاکس. اسپی 46.
Just like yesterday versus Gamer Legion, mood is going to be a big factor. And Legacy with the
فورس هم هستن.
bringing it to Dust 2.
برعکس GMTV، گلیل، مکتن، اسکات، P250 AK. چقدر تنوع داره با ایشون.
But there are no real punishes in this series. And again, Aurora, even though they get second place all the time.
لاکس هم فعلا تنها بازیکنیه که هنوز موفق به گرفتن فرگ نشده در طول این 4 راند. مجر با فلش شورت.
Feels like we're going to start with a real sequence of fisticuffs, kind of beat each other up a little, and then let the dust settle as we get into those more lopsided CT halves. You know, Train waiting in the wings in the middle of the series.
اسموک سیتی سپان پایینش هم اسموک کردن که هیچ ویژنی وجود نداشته باشه. لتو بیرون ویندو میره توی فایت. موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. نیسیم هم میاد برای کمک بهش. یک دابل کیل هم برای نیسیم. ویکادیا خودشو تنها میبینه. چقدر سریع این اتفاق افتاد. ویکادیا برمیگرده داخل تانل. سعی داره فرار بکنه از این مخمسه. دوما از راه رسیده. دوما چکش میکنه یا خیر؟ بله موفق. کلین ران در اختیار برزیلیا. امتیاز دوم در رسانه این تیم. 2-2 نتیجه بازی برابر. Hello.
You know, saving it for that kind of back half of the third map. That's when Dumao nowadays is starting to let his
چطوری همین نوری؟ دیر نسیم مپ اوله.
In their win, it went 5 maps. It was a long series. I mean, Legacy the team yesterday that, I mean, they were 1 kill away from losing. And then had to come back.
راند پنجم بازی. سنسین آپگرید کرده به EVP. جالبه 3 AK و یک گلیل در اختیار بازیکن لگسی هستش که تمام گانها برای تروراست. گان سیتی نداره.
Aurora starting off pistol with conversion now down to Glocks in the 5th round of play.
اون طرف هم آرورا فول ایکو 5 تا گلاک. طرف فرنگی هم بای نکرده. Legacy
can look across the server, think about the
ناموفق.
ceilings
لتو اوپنینگ فرگ رو
of
از آنه،
Aurora, but just remember that they
برعکس
are
آبادان میکنه.
the hottest prospect in Counter-Strike
سطحی
at the
تو ادامه
moment.
کار لتو فشار رو بیشتر میکنن. 3 بازیکن لگسی متمرکز شدن برای فایت با تاپ مید. دمج خوبی هم میزنن. حالا لرکر هم از راه میرسه. دوما کارو تموم میکنه.
We're not there yet.
امتیاز
And by
سوم و
nature of the
ادوانتیج
teams
در
at this
اختیاره
event, you know, kind of missing 1
بچه
through 8.
برزیل.
They still have to prove themselves at the major, but what a perfect springboard this event could be for them. Cementing that CAC was no fluke.
رین که رفت یا 100 فیلد
this
زاده
grand
با
final is the most legitimate best of 5 they could have played at this event.
They go up against the highest ranked team at this event.
هلو پیارم خوش اومدی.
And we'll see if the nature of
آنش
the win
شام
really
زانتارس اگرسیو موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. خیلی قشنگ هم این کار رو انجام میده. موسی زانتارس
victories on map 1. It's the best of 5 affair.
4-5 واکسیک. کماکان روی اسکات. به جز پیستوران همه راندا اسکات دستش بوده
Gonna be a
مردی.
mountainous journey this evening. Ups and downs, no doubt.
اسکات
While
خطرناکی هم
both teams have
میزنه
had some
واکسیک.
blowout results, they've also
مهارت
shown,
عجیبی
you know,
توی
mistakes at times. And we're not looking at either
پریدن
Aurora
با
or Legacy as
اسکات
playing
داره ویکادیا
perfect
داخل
CS this week.
LT.
Entertaining? Absolutely.
مال داره یک فلش هم چاشنه کار قرار داده
Lux holds on the long
بشه.
corner with
لاکس
Santaros.
زانتارس کارش تموم میکنه. در نزدیکی کراس ایستاده بود. یک گپ، سه سموک. ایکادیا حرکت خودش رو آغاز کرده. اگه بتونه فایتو بگیره تونست این کار رو انجام بده. فلش های پیاپی. یک بریک از سنتزین. آرورا هنوز نتونسته خط رو باز کنه به سمت بام ساید. آیتم های پیاپی یعنی بازیکن لگسی این کار داره لحظه سخت‌تر رو سخت‌تر میکنه. چه نیدی چه دمیجی زدین. 40 ثانیه زمان. بازیکن آرورا برگشتن عقب.
This is actually insane.
Interesting.
They don't have time to do anything else, right? Are they going to be
این
able to
کال
make it all the
عجیبی
way to
بود.
B?
این کال عجیبی بود. واکسیک رو گذاشتن و دارن برمیگردن عقب. واکسیک یه لحظه خطرناک. همگی دارن میرن به سمت بام سایت بی. زانتارس هنوز همینجا پشت ایکس باکس. خط وسط رو نگه داشته. نزدیک بود سطحی رو هم شکار بکنه. اتفاق نیفته. خط بی رو نگه داشته. زانتارس شاتش لند شد. 5 4 3 2 1 و تمام. راندو سیف شدن. پیش بینی میشد البته با اون روتیتی که کردن و برگشتن عقب. لگسی موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز 4م. چه راند ظریفی رو دیدیم از جیم تیوی. درخواست تاکتیکال تایم اوت گرفتید. اوضاع خیلی خرابه. اوضاع خیلی خرابه. نمیشه. تایم داشتن در صورتی که رد می شدن. اسنایپرشون رسید. سدزین زنده مون. زانتارس نتونست بکشتش. زنده مون رد کرد. زد نفر کلا همه چی به هم ریخت.
The reason that happened is because Legacy threw out all their utility.
به نظرم خیلی ترسیدن. همون ایو میتونستن برن. فقط یه نفر رو بام سایت بود. بقیه پایین بودن. ایو میرفتن خیلی راحت میتونستن راندو بگیرن. شهر عجیبیه چت. شهر فرنگه از همه رنگه. بیا تماشا کن.
That's where there's actually 3 of the players from our Legacy and their material advantage doesn't matter as much.
اینستا اسموک لانگ. یک بار دیگه پوش اگریسیو خواهیم داشت. این دیگه پرتاب میشه. دمجه هیچ دمیجی به همراه نداره. لاکس اگریسیو به سوی تاپ مید.
Low utility and a confident opening move here from Lux.
چه اینفوی الان میتونه بده اگر ما زنده بمونه که این اتفاق هم افتاد. سطحین روی بامسا جداله. اسکات و اسنایپ روی لحظه شاهد بودید. دوما سریع تغییر پوزیشن میده به سمت بام سایت. سنتزین کماکان خط نگه داشتن. دیگه رو زدن هر دو بازیکن، اما موفق به گرفتن فرگ نبودن. سنتزین خیلی ریسکی داره بازی میکنن روی بام سایت. اسموک کراس دوباره رفرش شد. دوما روی بام سایت این بار میتونن خط رو رد بکنن. ترکا یا خیر نیستیم تو اسموک شانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه. اسموک بنک های پیاپی لختو از راه رسیده برای کمک. اسموک روی بامسات کارو میتونه سخت کنه برای ترکا. 40 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده در پی اینن که اسموک فیل میشه. زانتارس خط شوش رو نگه داشته. دوما روی بام سایت نفر اول رو اثبات کرده. ویکادیا موفق‌تر عمل میکنه. نیستیم دابل کیل برای مازیکور سرسه میکنه روند کار رو. 33 ثانیه هم زمان باقی مونده. هالولاکس فرانکو تکمیل میکنه از راه میرسه. مجه موفق‌تر توی ترید دو میشه روند کار. سعی در گرفتن فرانک داره. لاکس نتونست این کارو انجام بده. از این خودش استفاده میکنه. نفر اول رو شکار کرد. کوبی 19 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. گلوم گرفت. اما نفر آخر داره از لانگ میرسه. زدزی عجب راندی بود. چقدر ترکا چقدر ترسیدن.
They love taking that shot off cat and leaving. That was such a fast rotation.
کال کوچ نمیتونه کال بده وسط بازی.
They almost win the rounds, right? They almost get the trades, but to be honest, I don't see them advantage at any point in that round until those, that became a 1v1. And even then, there was that rotation that came through. Aurora, they were pretty low on money to try to go for that same utility exchange.
جای کوچشون بودم یه تکل دیگه میگرفتن. رد نمیکنن کراسو.
The only thing I'd like to see different is just, if it's going to be like a 4-1 to keep options open.
Legacy برزیلی آرورا ترک.
Round previous where they went B. Some kind of lurk in the mid doors to catch them and coming out of CT spawn, but something to give you the edge because you're riding with a MAC-10, low grenades, and not much map control.
راند 8 بازی 5-2 نتیجه بازی به سود لگسی. اولی وسط یک بریک اولی. عجب بریکی. درگ های پیاپی لختو دابل کیل تنظیم موفق. لاکس هم بی نصیب نمیمونه. زانتارس تنهاست تک به 5 بدون C4.
Their willingness to get in your faces, to poke and prod at your ideas.
ایسیم که ملق و زد. 3 تا بازیکن تو سیتی اسپان خط دارن. یا خدا. Vamos Caralho. Vamos Caralho.
And with those MAC-10s not being able to get towards that B site, it's a rock solid defense.
درخواست تکتیکال تایموت بعدی. بله حس می‌ذارم که تکتیکال تایموت بگیرن. اوضاعشون خیلی خرابه. بازیکن آرورا اصلا درست بازی نمی‌کنن. خیلی ترسیدن. بزرگترین مشکلشون الان اینه که ترسیدن.
You don't know who you're going to expect. If we got Aurora yesterday, they probably win this series easily.
Sure.
But that was a kind of peak condition. That was peak form. It sort of came out of nowhere as well. I did expect it to be close still, like in terms of that form to today.
We've got time. I mean, we've seen very slow starts from Aurora, specifically versus Saw in that best of 3 during the group stage of this event. We watched Aurora probably look as flat as I have ever seen them, specifically on Nuke versus Saw.
برای راند نهم 6-2 بوست وسط.
Playing with their eyes open.
با یک نید.
Within that series, they still had fight. So,
کرد خط به سمت بام سایت بی. اسموک میدل.
We saw yesterday as well when you give
پرتاب شده. دو بلوب ستاپ. سدزین و نیسیم هر دو مسلح به EVP.
Yeah, they need like a 2K to feel confident, like in one round on exits.
It's
like, they just get fired up at anything.
So hard to put the brakes.
گلتی نتونست از این شاتشو لند بکنه.
Start slowly.
Oh, the 2 ops. Nissim hasn't shot yet. They could shoulder this. If Nissim pushed in, it would be a good opportunity if they're going to set up.
4 بازیکن دارن میان در مقابل. چقدر پوزیشنش ریسکیه. خدای من داره میاد جلو. عجب خطشو نگه داشته اما نیستی موفق‌تر توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. آرورا ادوانتیج رو از دست داد. اسموک جلوی تانل پرتاب شده. کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان. این خطی که فلش میشه بیشتر. اوه خطرناکه. استراتژیشون ویکادیا. خود ویکادیا جوتا. 2 فرگ پیاپی بسیار مهم که کنترل بام سایت بی رو در اختیار بازیکن آرورا قرار میده. بالاخره اون آرورا رو که منتظرش بودیم دیدیم. آرورایی که اگریسیو بازی میکنه. نمیترسه از باز کردن خطا. زانتارس کماکان داخل التی در نزدیکی ایکس باکس. خط وسط رو نگه داشته. دوما پشت بی.
Right now, Legacy are just gearing up to try to punish exits. Double entry gets Aurora this round.
بچه یوتیوب لایک یادتون نره مشیا.
Off the back of a 4 versus 5
180
disadvantage.
نفری 50 تا لایک. بچه خدا وکیلی دست
He
میشه.
had to know what they were signing up for when they threw out that frag.
آخه زانتارس چه با صبر و حوصله بازی کرد.
A route for Joda, but that's Sadzen from
و این هم از امتیاز سومی که در اختیار آرورا قرار گرفت.
And even if it's not a perfect round, like they get caught on
هرچند که
that
راند
push
خیلی
and
گرون
it
تموم
takes a
شد.
while to get back and
خیلی
they just
گرون
continue
تموم
with
شد.
their, you know, simple idea to get in a B.
4
I
نفر
wanna
رو
see
از
Aurora
دست
winning off
دادند.
of rounds like that, getting 2 entries at once. Like they should be standing tall over basically every team when it comes to their entry potential or just overall individual skill. With Legacy as individuals, it's mostly a win by committee.
باکسیک باز هم روی اسکات. باکسیک تو داستو اکثر اسکات دستشه. الان بریم سیتی هم مجر هی لانگو پوش میره. خدا لاتو اسموک منگ های پیاپی. زانتارس از آیتم خودش استفاده میکنه.
Sadzen now with a chance to shave a player off of
حالا
this
داره
mid
پیک
setup.
میکنه. دو بازیکن پشت ایکس
Limiting factor in this head-to-head,
باکس. ای خدا سادزین وسط اسموکا وایستاد. سادزین واقعی وسط اسموکا وایستاد. حالا فرار میکنه برمیگرده عقب. زانتارس به موقع از راه نرسید. سادزین اومد برای اوورپیک. زانتارس موفق‌تر توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. چه پانیشی میکنه. سادزین رو اسنایپرشون هست شد. یک نیده خوب به سمت شورت. یک نیده دیگه. خدای من چه دمیجی میزنه این نیدا. لاکس با یک دابل که جواب میده. از منشون برمیگردن. دومام دارن از راه میرسه. ویکادی خط نگه داشته اما دوما موفق‌تر عمل میکنه. ویکادی لو اچ پی بود. 2 به 4 40 ثانیه زمان. زانتارس رد اچ پی. واکسیک تنها امید آرورا توی این راند هست. خیلی سریع هم نیستیم داره میره به سمت بام سایت. بی خود واکسیک یک دیگه از فرگا رو برمیگردونه. نیستیم از راه روی بام سایت خط نگه داشته. زانتارس که داره از راه میرسه به راحتی احتمالاً میتونه براشو تموم بکنه. بله حالا کارسازی میکنه. نیسیم C4 در اختیار واکسیک. 10 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. پا فرار میگذاره. لگسی موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز هفتم. اون دوتا نیدی که دادن علی مددی. وای 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 وای. اون دوتا نیده نابودشون کرد. جیگر منی مهدی فراد بشم. خوش اومدی جیگر طلا.
He basically assists himself. 2 HEs to get a player into the red, 1 bullet when he's dropping down on the CT, a second kill off that spray.
And then Doom out feeling inspired by what he's seeing as he
سلام
rotates
آجرکا.
down
What's
long,
up? سلام
eats the
عمو تاج.
flashbang,
What's up?
and
خوش
still is
اومدید.
content to fight. I mean, you just look at the
آجرکا چه خبر؟
willingness.
کیف میکنی با سیستم جدید یا نه؟
What Legacy are always up to. Sadzen going into that Xantares challenge in middle. Like, okay, he tries to set himself up with a flash, but again, he's setting himself up. Same with those two frag grenades that come up from Lux. They have to set themselves up.
که بار دیگه اسمی که وسط به پرواز در
Why
میاد.
wouldn't it be at their career
درست هم
high?
پرتاب نشد. آخ آخ آخ.
Legacy winning more than ever right now.
There's a 2 nades get juggled to the ramp. In good hands with Lux once again.
یوما باشه لاین. این پوزیشن یه ذره ریسکیه چرا که خیلی نسبت به فلش وانربله. آسیب پذیره. زانتارس موفق بود تو گرفتن ترید. ویکادیا خط پوش بیرون نگه داشته. نیستیم در مقابل او مستقیم. نیستیم اومد توی فایت. کنترل تانل در اختیار نیستیم قرار داره. هرچند که بازیکن آرورا حرکت کردن. چیسپان به بی.
To be, they keep trying to create this timing over on this side of the map. And to be fair,
حال جالبیه اگر مخصوصا بتونن نیسیم رو رد بکنن. داره این اتفاق هم میافته. نیستیم. سلام علیکم به رحمت الله و برکاته داداش. چه سورپرایزی. 3 به 3 اسموک بیدور زیاد جالب نبود. RApTOR داره میاد به سمت بومسو. چه جوابی دادن. چه جوابی دادن. قشنگ دستشون رو خوندن. آرورا موفق بشه امتیاز رو برگردونه.
window then running through it just to get their crosshairs off of it. And maybe that molly.
جداً ول
Maybe that molly was off the mark.
Good on Xantares to recover this round.
I mean, Aurora's game plan looks so simple here on Dust 2, and obviously it's working way better for Legacy fighting against it, but these plays, like going late to B in different timings, this one a little bit earlier than the last, I mean, they're getting what they're looking for out of it.
چه جایی هم پوزیشن گرفت غیر الموحدین.
Keep getting racked up versus Aurora.
کوچشون چقدر چیله.
Feels like any hope of momentum currently exists on a knife's edge.
انگار حقوقشون ندادن، همینجوری اومده نشسته اونجا برای خودش.
It's also felt like in the last 24 hours in their previous two series, Aurora have just kind of been a little more vocal. You know, a little more fired up. Weaponizing some energy, get it out of your system, even if sometimes it's frustrations, right? This is a team that we've seen actually start kind of yelling at each other as the pressure gets high.
جوتا قتلاگو نگه داشته بود
These grand
نتونست
final losses continue to stack against them.
کارسازی بکنه.
But you got to ride the good times while they're happening. Or else the lows can just be so stacked against you. Right now,
باکسی کیک نید هم چاشنه کار قرار بده. دوما بالاخره کشتنش با نید صدزین. چه نید دیپیس امتیازی. آنتارس پشت ایکس باکس تایمینگ به سود او. در پی شکار اسنایپر هم بود. باز هم دادراب ستا هستن برزیل. راند آخر نیمه اوله مپ اول به شاهد هستید. 4 به 4 زانتارس بریک اسموک شورت. هرچی به همراه نداره دوباره داره میرم سمت بام سایت بی. نیسیم خارج بام سایت پوزیشن گرفته. توی بام سایت فعلا خالی اصلا کلن. نیسیم حالا از اسم خودش استفاده میکنه. خیلی راحت میتونن دیسریسپکت بکنه. اتفاق هم داره میفته. منجه داره خط رو رد کنه به سمت بام سایت. چه پوزیشن هایی گرفتن. نیسیم خیلی دیر بود واسه اینکه بیایی برای چک کردن بام سایت. لاکس نگران وسط هم هست جایی که زانتارس داره نزدیک شورت بازی میکنه. از پلنت سیفور زانتارس آف گارد اسم نایف شده بود داشت میومد جلو. 3-3 میشه روند کار. هرچند که دوتاشون اسنایپرن خیلی سخته گرفتن این ران با دوتا اسنایپ. یه داونگرید داریم به M4. آیتم های پیاپی به سمت بام ساید و وایپ اوتی که میشن و امتیازی که در اختیار بازیکن آرورا قرار میگیره. 7-5 نتیجه بازی توی نیمه اول مپ اول بازی به استاف 5 به سود برای وکس آبادان.
Especially those being comeback rounds, still really well done for Aurora. And again, I like that their game plan just kept paying off in the end. I mean, they're putting lots of pressure on Nissim to like push to get his kills early inside of Upper B, but most of the time Aurora had a free site to walk into. So really good game planning by them, even if the map was pretty well locked down by Legacy.
چایی بین مچ. آقا بزن لایک رو بچهای یوتیوب 200 خورده نفرید بزنید اون لایک رو بابا جان.
Looks like Xantares isn't going to waste this opportunity to shine.
کاری نداره ماوسو ببرید یه لایک بدید بالا.
Looking for impact in a grand finals. As the dream of touching a trophy lives on as a key part of the recovery within those last two rounds. And we've seen Dust 2 games where Nissim's over towards that B site letting rounds go because he doesn't have many frags to talk about. But this is still a stellar first half from him. Highest rated player in the best of 5 series versus 3D Max for the CAC Grand Finals. He will play a role in the victory if Legacy have intentions to win tonight. Their first T side of the best of 5 begins with Xantares down in the lower tunnels, ready to meet the Lux and Dumao duo. Fired his feet.
اوه چه فایری مجبور میشه زانتارس برگرده عقب. ایکادیا تبر لنز میکنه موفق است روی گرفتن فرست بلاد. دوما و نیسیم جواب میدن سعی دارن فشار بیشتر بکنن. لاکس یکی بگیره جوتا زانتارس موفق تر تو ادامه کار. باز هم زانتارس فرکار پیپی برای بازیکن. دوما جواب میده تک به دو میکنه روند کار رو. نفر بعدی رو اثبات کرده حالا تک به تک 3 گلوله در خشاب. مجر دیدیمتون گفتم مجر لانگو پوش میده.
But now with bomb turn the corner, Major, there's an outside chance he doesn't see this at all.
Dumao also, small note, still hasn't reloaded. 3 bullets in this Glock. 3 kills in the round.
He's so sure about this, but he's wrong. Dumao,
Dumao
he's turning
reload
around once in
نکرد.
a while, but will it be now? No, Major comes in
من
front.
ترسیدم آج.
That is great here for Aurora.
من ترسیدم.
That one smoke break in mid just yielded them so much. The kill
سر
off the
گل در
top
حال
of
اتو زدن
Xbox,
لذت ببر از
one
که
on
سال
cat as
قربون
well.
برم
They had
مشه
no
خدا
ideas
قوتت
Antares was
بشه.
there.
Dumao was just entranced with the thought that the last player was in CT spawn.
I've never believed in the read so hard.
Easy for Major.
Sadzin
scout damage through the mid doors on the cross.
مسلح به اسکات تگ اولو زد. برزیلیا فول فورس.
Certainly could help. But it still requires a lot of work from
دانتارس.
Legacy.
دمج خوبی زد به
I got the hiccups of getting nervous.
لاتو.
Game's getting close.
سرعت بازی رو بردن پایین.
Let's see if they can spoil
جالبی
this
که
lead.
3 بازیکن آرورا روی بامسود
Position to do
ای
so.
متمرکز شدن وسط خالی
Five coming
گذاشتن.
back from Legacy. It's going to be the B split. Actually, there's no one inside of middle. Looked like it might have been not coming this way,
اسموک
but
دیپ سیتی پرتاب شد. زانتارس موفق تو اسموک کارسازی میکنه. باکسیک آمده جلو در پی کمک. لاکسیک سرگا رو برمیگرده رو کافی نیست. 4 به 4 کمتر از 40 ثانیه زمان. باکسیک کماکان خط خوش رو نگه داشته. حالا اسموک از راه رسید. ویکادیام اومده یه فرک هم زد. باکسیک میره بیرون یا خیر اومد جوتا رو شکار کرد. نیستیم باکسیک نتونست کاری اصلش بیاره. مجر تک به 3 گفتن روی بام سایت. آمار مجر رو هم دارن توی سیتی سپان. لاکس یه ذره امیدها رو زنده کرد برای مجر. آپگرید میکنه به AK5 گوله. میره برای ریلود در نزدیکی دابل دور. داره فلنک میکنه. نیسیم داره فلنک میکنه. تایمینگ بسیار مهم است برای بازیکن. مجر الان میره روی بام سایت. رفت یا خدا مجر خودش رسونده به بام سایت. که زمانیه که داره رفته کمتر و کمتر میشه. تگ و زد. نیسیم از راه رسید.
That was their chance to tie up, man. They had a pretty big advantage in that situation. Voxic, if he's a second sooner, he could have gone for the
اول
push.
نیست از همه استریمر با اشتری چکرتم. یعنی بین این همه استریمر تو محتوای کانتنت من فقط با تو حال میکنم. واقعا قربونت برم. خیلی مخلصیم. دمت گرم.
MP9 and Scout is what took it for Legacy in the first half on their CT side. That force works. Scout damage both directions. It's actually Wicadia to come out better off.
اسکاتا سمت وسط.
Aurora making this harder
این
on
بار
themselves.
بازیکنان آرورا هستن که فول فورس کردن.
For everything it's worth. Good spam damage comes through from Lotto.
Hit them both.
دانتارس توی اسمو که وسط چانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه. چی به همراه نداره. دوما با یک پاپ فلش در کنار لاکس. کنترل شورت در اختیار این دو بازیکن قرار میگه. 4 بازیکن آرورا روی بام سایت ای خودوی من نفر اول اسپات کرده. حالا سورپرایز میشه. با سریعتر برگرد عقب. برزیلیا از نید خودش استفاده میکنه. در همین نسبت خوبی به همراه داره نیسیم. خط وسط رو نگه داشته. باید میتونه کنترل وسط رو بگیره. نیسیم موفق هم هست. جوتا تنهاست روی بام سایت ای. رفت توی تانل مستقیم پوش داده. کنترل بام سایت رو از دست خواهند داد بازیکنان آرورا.
They saw two people, maybe heard that scout in the background as well.
ما رو
They said, okay, let's just
تنها گذاشتن کلوز رنج فایل ویکادیا.
4v3 with damage.
شات داون میکنه دوما رو. 3-4 ادوانتج در اختیار بازیکن آرورا قرار داره. C4 پلن شده نیستیم در پی پوشش جوتا. کلوز رنج فایت جوتا چقدر قشنگ کار میکنه. 4-2 لتو سعی داره کارسازی بکنه. موفق در واکسیک و میکادیا. چه راند قشنگی دیدیم از آرورا. استک ترسناکی زده بودن روی ای. سلامت شما.
Awesome. They got that kill in CT. I think it was Dumao right in front of a flash. That could have just been a 3K spray down on the CT. Instead, it's such an unlikely position converted. Low on util, not great guns. HP bars down low.
Man, it feels like they really needed that. You can't
Right
just
here.
be on the receiving end of these sorts of buys. You've got to pull them off yourself. Getting one right here, an immediate response to the force buy win of Legacy.
See, emotionally, you know, it's like you basically barely invested and you won. So the reaction shows how much hope that brings them.
یک بار دیگه فورس برزیلیا. اصلا سیو نداشتیم، فقط یه دونه ران سیو داشتیم کلا توی این بازی تا الان.
Just another cute T-side idea.
اسم واسط این بار کمی سریع‌تر پرتاب شده. 4 بازیکن توی کتس واک.
That one missed.
یک اسکای فلش واکسیک مجبور شد خودش رو جابجا کنه. هم تیمیش هم از راه رسیده برای کمک. لتو واکسیک کباب شد. زانتارس سکیل مهمی رو بر دوش داره توی هدشات انگل باید بتونه کارسازی بکنه. وان زانتارس خدای من دوما جواب داد. 3-2 ویکادیا روی باکس.
He missed it. He can't recommit to that.
So Dumao's going to keep his head tucked. Nissim
جوتا هم نتونست کار دستش ببره. این هم از ویکادیا. امتیاز 9 در اختیار لگسی. همه تیم‌ها دارن فورس رانداشون رو میگیرن کلا. گان ران نمیگیرن.
Every time, no matter what. Did he get clipped on the box? That might have been bad.
Vamos, caralho.
Either way, it was bad.
You don't
Not to say he wouldn't have died anyway.
بازم فورس آرورا.
You don't want to start a chirping challenge
هیچکی
versus
سیو
Legacy.
نمیکنه چت. همه فورسن.
Yeah, they got some birds.
MP957 M4 و اسکات. باکسیک جز بازیکنایی که بچه‌ها سنسش بسیار بالا هم هست. خیلی سنسش بالاه. نیستیم. زانتارس رو میبینه سمت وسط برمیگرده عقب. نگران پوش بی هم هست. منجر ویکادیا موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. تو ادامه کار سعی داره باز هم جواب بده. منجر کلوز رنج امپینان خطرناکتر هست از ایکی. اما 3-3 میکنن دوباره برزیلیا روند کار رو. 3 بازیکن جودو از هم. نیستیم نتونست بره به سمت بام سایت. از موی خودش استفاده میکنه. برمیگردن عقب. کامیت به سمت بام سایت ای. منجر مسلح به ایکی باش بیا 72 روی بام سایت. دوما یواش داره میاد جلو. منجر کی چک میخواد بکنه. حالا چک میکنه. منجر موفق تر دقیق تر و سریع تر با یک تایمینگ عالی. تنهاست روی بام سایت. نیاز به کمک هم تیمیاش هم داره. سرعت بازی رو میارم پایین. ادوانتج رو از دست دادن برزیلی ها. حالا به تایمینگ خوب لاکس موفق میشه 2-2 بکنه روند ران رو. نیستیم رد اچ پی واکسیک با اسکات خط نگه داشته. این فلش که همه رو فلش کردیم. فلش مشی. زانتارس روی بام سایت میتونه کار رو تموم بکنه. زانتارس همه چیزی جوری به زانتارس بستگی داره. زانتارس موفق هم هست. نیستیم رد اچ پی خیلی کارش سختی و بشه رو داره. زانتارس چه کرد برای آرورا. اختلاف میرسه به 1 امتیاز. یک کار دیگه یک پرسراند دیگه. الان برزیلیا دوباره فورس میکنن. فورس کنید خراب نکنید کارو. فورس کنید.
They're going to be buying to broke because they only had 2 saved. They at least they get the op here for Woxic. But you play this back and forth with a T side, they're always going to have more chances to embarrass here. So 5 rounds at the beginning of this half, none consecutive.
درخواست اینترستینگ جالبه. درخواست اولین تکتیکال تایمات خودشون گرفتن تازه برزیلیا. سادزین که رفت بای.
Oh, wait, I got the awkward money actually. Nissim, oh, did he drop that scout? He's $0 with a deagle and the armor. They all forced up a little bit. Just so imbalanced. Okay.
Sells the Deagle, gets some more utility instead.
فورس
It's funny to see
Force.
Lux with the AK, but to be honest, in situations
دوباره
like this,
فورس
like,
هیرو
he's
ایکی
kind
در
of
استان
guy who
لاکس
will end up winning you the round. He's
زانتارس
consistently
اگریسیو
done so.
توی التی
Fast one for
موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک زانتارس واکسیک جوتا همگی اگریسیو فشار بسیار زیاد میکنن بازیکنان آرورا در پی گرفتن ترید نیستیم موفق نیست
And a smoke primed here by Jota. He'll throw that forward with Kadia. Oh, gets
وای من گرفتن فاکتو 3 شد هرچند دوتا رد اچ پی واکسیک ای وی پی سر کار سخت رو پیش رو از نید خوش استفاده میکنه برای بریک دوباره اسمک برمیگرده بالا زانتارس بسیار کارش مهمه لتو اجازه کارو بهش نداد 3-2 هنوز ریتیک بره چرا که دو تا رد اچ پی دارن هرچند که اسلای میتونه زره کارو سخت بکنه میاد داخل واکسیک یا خیر سرتین رفت برای پلنت سیفور نتونست تو اسکوپو لنز بکنه خدای من گوله از بیخ گوشه بازیکن لگسی رد شد مجر داره از راه میرسه مجر او کسیست که میتونه این راند رو معکوس بکنه آمارش رو دارن فشار بیشتر میکنن بازیکن آرا سعی دارن میان به سمت بام ساد یک فلش دیگه مجر فول فلش سعی دارن کارشو تموم بکنن لتو این کارو به خوبی انجام میده واکسیک در حال فرار باز هم لتو یک بار دیگه یک فورس راند دیگه دائم فورس وین باورم نمیشه اصلا گانران نمیرسه بازی نمیره تو گانران درخواست دومی تکتر خودشون رو برزیلیا گرفتن عجیبه شهر عجیب فیناله بله بهترین گزارش فارسی با اختلاف نوکر تمنا فلش آجی تو اسم اون فلش میرسین گذاشتن فلش رپتور فلش که تو اینستا یاد دادم اسمشو بچه گذاشتن فلش رپتور فورس دوباره فورس دیگل 5-7 اسکات
I'd kill for live translations. But that's that steam that I'm telling you Aurora kind of have to blow off. Hopefully it just doesn't start to come inwards. No point in playing a blaming game while the BO5 still live.
نتونست کاری از پیش ببره.
Aurora proved to us that they can win rounds similar to those of Legacy.
دمیجی خورد سانتارس موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرک خدای من چی داری میشه توی این بازی چطور ممکن هستن این اتفاقات اسکات چه دمیجی هم زد هنوز زانتارس توی سیتی اسپان حضور داره آیتم های پرپی جوتا از راه رسید توی فلنگ جوتا میتونه سورپرایز آرا باشه توی این ران میکاد یا رو از دست دادن جوتا اسپات شد فرک هم زد 3 به تک زانتارس پا به فرار میذاره این اولین فورس راندیه که شکست خورد چت توی این بازی این اولین فورس راندی بود که شکست خورد
All of these rounds going back and forth and being too costly for Aurora.
ویکادیا رو زود کشتن ویکادیا زود مرد داشت میرسید جوتا
Unfortunately for Aurora it wasn't them.
And yet another instance here as well where we look across the board for Legacy. You know, you said at the start of this event, sometimes it's hard to kind of pull Legacy apart and evaluate each of the pieces.
چه 5-7 داغانی دستش
where they are seizing the opportunity across the board. No weak links.
It's crazy.
Just X factor from top to bottom.
I think it's what you picture when you think of a good CS team, and it just never what actually happens. It ends up being much more top heavy, but it's a game where everyone starts. There's no like you have in, you know, Valorant, Overwatch, or something like that. Like everybody has the opportunity to do the same stuff. All the roles are sort of made up and they change on the fly. But it really goes to show how much range each player has at different portions of the round. Whether it be the clutching, the rifling, and popping in that first half.
Like ویکادیا و واکسیک در کنار سه امکینان یه ذره تقویت شده زدین شاتو زد به ویکادیا و نتونست کارش رو تموم بکنه واکسیک چه فرصتی از دست داد میتونست هد شات کنه سرزین رو ولی از اسکوپش در اومد نو اسکوپ یعنی زد اصلا
Santares presses against the door.
چی بزنتارس پشت اسمو که وسط مجر کمی اومده بود جلو. جالبه که مجر تو لانگ نیست. چت واقعا عجیبه که مجر تو لانگ نیست. ولی میس رفت واکسیک همونجا خطو نگه داشته. آنتارس هم داره از راه میرسه. نمهای پیاپی نتونه شد تول لند بکنه. زانتارس وای خدای من این MP9 چه میکنه در دستان این بازیکن. 4 به 5 وانتیج در اختیار آرورا در پی گرفتن فورس راند بعدی.
They're both protecting a gun and readying a split. They want to keep it
اصلا
simple.
نمیدونم برزیلی الان با چی کار کنن. هنوز کال دقیقی نیامده. جوتا کلوز رنج MP9 خط وسط رو نگه داشته. باید برن A. باید برن A. A هم همچین سخته. 20 ثانیه بیش از همون باقی نمونده. باید سریعتر تصمیمشون رو بگیرن. مجیر رفت برای پوش لانگ. جوتا موفق توی گرفتن فرنگ. ادوانتیج همینجوری در اختیار بازیکن آرورا قرار داره. اسکات کارسازی میکنه. باز هم فشار بیشتر و بیشتر میشه. مجیر از راه رسید. سطح موفق از توی ترید میره برای پلنت C4. سطحی میتونه C4 پلنت بکنه یا خیر. وای من این اتفاق افتاد. C4 پلنت شد اما باز هم فورس راندی که در اختیار آرورا قرار گرفت. باز هم فورس راند و باز هم امتیاز.
Can't get that 2 in a row. Working here the hard way. Both teams know they could have won this game already. That's sort of where we're at this point. So the gap gets smaller. The buy comes back well. Aurora again. MP9's getting the opening kill many times in these last few rounds.
برزیلی یاد برم فورسال. اسنایپ بایی که کرد. بایی که 100% هست. 3 تاشون ولی زیاد پول نداشتن. بله. دوری که دو گلی AVP آرا از سومین و آخرین تکتیکال تایمات خودش توی بازی استفاده کرد. سلام به همه بچه‌ای که تازه اومدین. همگی خوش اومدین.
Still this CT side for Aurora has not won 2 rounds in a row. That's got to change right here. Or it's another bottomed out economy for Aurora to have to stomach another half buy that'll need to hit the scoreboard.
این ران با شباهت بیشتری به گان رانز داره. همه رایفل دستشون حداقل. این اولین گان رانده. تبریک میگم چت.
It's going to be Dumao working with the AWP taking the spawn
اولین گان راند نیمه دوم رو توی راند 21 شاهدید. فلش به سمت لانگ واکسیک.
Gets to post on the angle, but we've got a
blind
flash for Waxic to deal with it, and the smoke's going to cool
جواب هم دادن و دوباره کنترل لانگ رو در اختیار گرفتن.
3 long setup. They're walking out mid. This is a classic Dust 2 move. They have a timing where a late CT crawl is coming, but Zantares doesn't know about it just yet. He's not at the
برگشت سمت وسط. 3 تا نید دراپ اونجا. جوتا تابل کیل برای این بازیکن. چه پرفورمنسی. 3 تا نید تو سیتی سپان هست. دوما چارج میکنه میاد داخل با سمبیکادیا. موفق تو گرفتن فرگ. سدید و نیسیم. هیچ تریدی انجام نشد. پا به فرار میگذارم برای سیو کردن AVP و گلیل. آرورا موفق خواهد بود تو گرفتن امتیاز 10. اما حدود 60 ثانیه باقی مونده تا بتونن این گانها رو سیو بکنن. خبری از هانت داریم. جوتا ویکادیا وقتی جوتا میتونه پوش بده بیاد جلو.
Perfect support for the B players.
Funny enough, it's just Jota through the doors, the most B player of all to hold back the mid kills.
Interesting chat.
There's no denying that Legacy's vision of that play definitely made sense. They did find that pocket of timing.
That is something that in CSGO, it was way more powerful. If you weren't already watching into middle, you were kind of screwed if that smoke came out because you had no counterplay. But now it's something that teams have to think about. You you can opt from the A ramp if you have a good timed nade in CT spawn and stop that mid B split. Play with one or maybe 2 players there.
لگسی کانس تاکتیکال تایمون داره ولی پول دیگه الان ندارن.
All right, well, it feels like this game's about to get tied up, but you have to call me gullible if I called that. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in any round this match.
بالاخره ایکو کردم بازیکن لگسی. این اسنایپرگری هم از راند قبل براشون مونده. چه عجب. اینم اولین ایکورانده. دومین مثلا این دومین ایکورانده. 22 تا راند این دومین ایکورانده.
Done more with less.
همه بازیکن در کنار هم.
Feature of this legacy roster to remain competitive in rounds like these. But down to double flashbangs on
اسنایپرشون جالب جدا شد ازشون.
That's looking to walk out middle. And nobody close enough to hear that scope.
There's no one scaling into mid.
He's looking for the bottom ramp kill.
It's kind of a big gap in the timing, but there's an op on the line. He's got to watch
اصلا حواسشون به سمت وسطم نیست.
Looks like even looking down here.
Yes.
No, he's watching cat.
اوه باکسی کم خطه.
Sadzin.
حتفا کنه نگه داشته. وای سدزین چه پوزیشن عجیبی داره.
Like where are they? He has to ask himself. There we
واکسی جابجا کرد خطشو موفق تو شکار اسنایپر. حالا کار برزیلیا سخت شد. 4-5 همگی سمت شورت خطا رو باز میکنن با جام. باز هم واکسی دابل کیل برای بازیکن زانترس روی بام ساید. دفاع سنگین ترکو از بام سایت ای فرک‌های پیاپی رو برای این تیم به همراه داره. ادامه روند بازی رپتورسی روی بام ساید موفق شد با گلاک خودش فرک هم بزنه. چه نیدی اومد روی بام ساید و اینجا کارشو تموم میکنن. 11 نتیجه بازی برابر.
It's already a banger series and it hasn't even started yet.
And still though a sketchy amount of money for Nissim and Sadzin. Direct duels won here between Zanteras and
اگر یه ذره ذات خیلی ترسناکه جدی وسط رو بخوای باز کنی با اسنایپونم. خیلی ترسناکه.
All to claw them back into this match.
راند 23 11 نتیجه برابر. سدزین خداهای من.
He couldn't afford an op, but who needs it when you've got that aim.
والبنگ شاتی لند میکنه. اونم تو چه راندی. مجر نزدیک بود ترید بکنه اتفاق نیفتاد.
Finds good damage on Lotto. Zanteras and Woxic trying to join
forces. چطوری؟ سلام فرجاد چطوری؟ خوش اومدید. چه خبر؟
Damage on Lux as well. He's keeping his head down. If he jumps up, Woxic
در پی شکار.
Kind of missed that chance.
Trajectory of the nade tells him somebody's behind that. There we go. Huge shot for Woxic.
چه انتقامی گرفت. یک بالبنگ هدشات. جوابی بود کوبنده.
Him and Zanteras still floating around here on the
4-4 لتو جانبازه برزیلیست تو این راند. HP 13.
It's no longer an op holding middle, but it's going to be Zanteras soon enough.
There's a very heavy
50 ثانیه زمان هنوز اصلا معلوم نیست برزیلیا میخوان کدوم بام ساید برن. حالا برزیلیان که سردرگم شدن. آرا 2-2 ستاپ کرده. باکسی گذاشتن روی خط کت. درست هم از تصمیم بسیار عاقلانه ای که اسنایپر خط کت رو نگه داره. فقط کافیه شاتش رو لند بکنه. آیتم های پیاپی نمیان داخل. ویکادیا پرواکتیو به دنبال گرفتن فرک. 20 ثانیه بیش از زمان باقی نمونده. ویکادیا دوبل کیل تریپل کیل برای ویکادیا. چه اسم کنترل جذابی دیدیم. نیستیم تک و تنها غمگین و رسوا عاشق این چپ ها نیستیم. آری نمیتونه بکنه. ویکادیا چه راندی. کلینگ اسپیری زد توی وسط داستان. Ayaman.
Frustrations on full display. Zanteras just shouting.
و حالا راند 24 یک امتیاز تا پایان و یک امتیاز تا اوورتایم.
chance to shut this down and that the money hasn't been good for Legacy in these last couple of rounds and it won't be any better here in the 24th round of regulation.
Surviving that shot in a round like this after this game is incredible. And here's that Wakadia 3K. We finally get it.
سطرین این بار نتونست شاتشو لند بکنه با چند جالبی هم ندارن. اسکات، گلیل، AK دو تا تک 9.
Legacy would probably feel flatter right now if they hadn't won multiple rounds with buys like these. Every round a possibility. And this time there is no contest through that mid doors.
مولی دیپ شورت باز هم آراسته بازیکن رو گذاشته روی بام سایت A.
Saw Sadson get out and try to take that op pick when he was working with the op 2 rounds ago. This time again you're going to find that free
چه میخواید
space.
بکنید بچه آبادان؟
But do they truly go looking for it? They're drawing Wicadia down from the B site. Joda still anchoring B, drops his smoke
کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان بریک از ویکادیا. دانسا شما امتحان میکنه کمتر از 50 ثانیه.
Emphasizing long. Major with a chance to shine.
تیک تاک تیک تاک. مجر چه پوزیشنی گرفته؟ ترید انجام میشه. واکسیک از راه میرسه برای کمک تو ادامه کار. واکسیک سریع تغییر پوزیشن میده. پشت کار نمیتونه شات بعدی رو لند بکنه. سه میشه رهانه کار. لاک خط وسط نگه داشته بود جوتا در مقابل زانتارس روی بوم سوید. ابو زانتارس کار رو تموم میکنه. 13-11 نتیجه بازی توی مپ اول از این بست آف 5 به سود آرورا بالاخره به پایان میرسه. دبلیو فینال چت بابا. دبلیو بابا دبلیو. مپ دوم میراژ.
And they were able to come back and win it, Aurora. We haven't said that often, but I'll tell you what, if that's going to be what we get for the rest of this best of 5, this final's going to absolutely bang.
I thought it was watching a tennis game with guns.
باتری از ما کشید. میریم برای استراحت کوتاه. همون چای رو بچوقه. برمیگردیم به خدمتتون برای شروع مپ دوم از بازی بست آف 5.
I'm just so happy that I have the Turkish Terminator in my team because he was a difference maker here. But yeah, what a hectic game.
Yeah, I mean, hectic is the word. It's not just Xantares, obviously Wicadia as well had some huge impact rounds. And that's kind of been the tale for Aurora, I think. It's like they get themselves into trouble, and when they've been in trouble, what's dug them out is those two players popping off, really.
Well, and someone who can do a worse job at choking than them.
Yeah, well, yeah, also.
I'll just say, let's just hope it was nerves for both teams in this first map, because that was terrible counter-strike from both of them.
Sure.
You know, like they both
fundamentally poor.
They both had plenty of opportunities to run away with this game earlier, and just when you thought like Legacy was able to break them, they throw a key round and don't win a single round until the end of the game. I think for Aurora though, if they lost this map, they would have lost the final. Like that would have been it for them. I know it's only map 1 of a best of 5, but the manner in which they were losing round, the frustration that was visible on their players already, right? Like they're just so brittle at the moment where I really believe that would have been enough for them to just spiral out of control.
I mean, 13-11 scoreline in which Legacy won, what, four half-buy rounds? That shouldn't be happening. That really shouldn't be happening. It was mistakes replete. But yeah, like we said, if Xantares wasn't playing the way he was here, Legacy would have run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think to Yanko's point, there was definitely a lot of rounds where it was like, it ended up being that proverbial tennis match because they weren't able to string 2 rounds together because Aurora kept losing to these like half-buy situations early on. And then, as you said,
so
Legacy...
many 5v3s that they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, 5v3s against a force buy. Like that's just atrocious, right? The amount of times it has happened, and you could tell on Xantares' face and his reactions, you know, like he was starting to tilt. And there was even a tilt buy from Aurora, where I'm like, what are they doing? What are they forcing again? Of course, that's the round they win, and
they
starts off the 5-round win streak to win them the game. But I don't think that was a good call. It just happened to work out.
Yeah, I mean, can we find anything positive to say about Legacy in the sense that, you know, obviously they did sort of lose that lead, but they got into that lead?
I mean, there are some of these half-buy rounds which were kind of gifted, I guess, by the side of Aurora. I still feel like they played it as best as they could, right? Given a scenario where they shouldn't be winning, they were hitting, everyone was hitting some really cool shots. I think Nissan was also very impactful. There are a couple of rounds we can maybe talk about later on.
Let's do it. Let's get into round 11.
Yeah, let's get around. This is obviously, yeah, this is the first half actually. It's actually a pretty cool round from Aurora. One of the nicer rounds actually. We're going to have an early fight coming out towards long here. Xantares is going to get a trade, Joda being the bait here. And now we have a two-man push coming in from Legacy, trying to get a bit of space back. They take down Vicadia. The T's were initially deciding to fall back towards B tunnels, but they're like, you know what? Because they've got tunnels clear, they're probably going to be over-rotating towards A, and that's exactly what happens over there. The CTs will actually be stacking towards lower tunnel, towards mid and A, just leaving this B bomb side. I feel this was one of the better calls coming up from Maja in the mid round over here. And then, of course, after this, the second half happened, Richard, and that was just bonkers.
And the key moment there was Vicadia dying. It actually works perfectly because he's the B lurker right on that T side. So once they kill, oh, we killed the lurker, let's all focus towards long. Aurora was already making their way back to B and just really outmaneuvered them in that round.
We can talk about another round. We've got round 20, I believe.
Yeah, this is the extra force buy, right? Like, and it's not even a good buy. Legacy isn't in reset territory. Luckily, they do a poor job of defaulting. I mean, they throw a molly flash. Dumo peeks by himself. Lux was there, just didn't peek together to get that trade. Now, you know, in a 5v4, you don't really have a lot of control. You're scrambling around. Jota does a timing peek, finds Nissim as well. And look at the time. This is them just waiting around short, trying to organize themselves. Major push long, got behind them. I mean, just a really, really poor round at a key moment from Legacy, and they didn't win a round since.
Yeah, I mean, we thought about kind of like Legacy's mentality, because I think out of all of the teams we've seen at the tournament, I think they've shown the most tenacity when they're in these situations. Usually they're able to be competitive for large stretches of the game. And I wonder how it's going to affect them having had a game in the palm of the hand like that.
Well, the reason why I said it would have been over for Aurora if they lost this map, I'm not saying the same for Legacy, is because you feel like they are more resistant to losses like this than Aurora is, right? Like, because they're also new to this level of play and actually being in a fight for a trophy. And just last week at CAC, you know, in that best of 5, they lost both of their map picks, right? And took their opponent's map picks in the best of 5. And they've been in that situation just so recently where they will be able to pick themselves up and say, okay, guys, you know, we messed up a ton of rounds in this game. Like, we just need to clean up a little bit, and we have this in the bag.
And good news, as we've highlighted,
Yes.
Mirage theoretically should be a good map for Aurora, and yet that is proving not to be the case because of the CT side.
The funny thing is that I think the T side has improved quite substantially. They've had some really good rounds, some good mid-rounding coming out, and they seem to know what they have to do on a T side. And just a CT side where Xantares, like I pointed out, I just looked at the numbers, it didn't make any sense. Of the 5 Mirages played here thus far, look at his position. That's a star rifle position towards cons, right? He is the lowest rated player across 5 Mirages played at this event right now, which is something which just doesn't make any sense as an anomaly, because you look at him at the other maps, he's still popping up. We saw him in Dust 2, we look at see him in Train as well. So that is 100%. If I'm Legacy, you're looking at how he's been struggling, especially towards a Khan's position, towards jungle, and abuse that time and time and time again. Also, one thing where it feels a little weird for Aurora, I feel like the CD side kind of, it's very similar to their confidence level. It's so placid. It's so passive. I don't see any of the flair we see from the players, the individuals they have, for example, going for some apps pushes, extremity pushes, and trying to disrupt the Ts. And that's how a lot of the teams have taken them down. The only map win they've had on this was against Astralis, who was playing with Rugga.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair in terms of the tail of the tape. I don't know if I would necessarily want to put all of my chips on trying to abuse Xantares, because we've seen he's got a hot hand at the moment.
Yeah, especially considering that first map. I mean, some of the games, it's been a bit unfortunate, the manners in which he was dying, right? A couple of other times it's been the meta at the moment, teams want to pressure connector and window at the same time, right? Because usually the AWPer starts off window or wherever, goes back to ticket, the anchor moves to shadow, and then you have the connector player left to sort of look out for both that window boost and connector at the same time, which is obviously really hard to do. And that's why teams have been doing more 4A setups, where one of the B players is taking care of windows, so the connector player can only focus on that part. So we'll see if that's the approach from Legacy. We'll see if Aurora makes some sort of adjustments, maybe goes on the offensive a bit more on that CT side and just lets Antares take aim.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Obviously, you know, I'm pretty sure Madja Biden now in the grand final is going to be aware of these issues on Mirage, and they've had enough time to think about some adjustments, and so I guess I wonder what those adjustments.
I feel you'll see many of the rounds that they do wind up winning on the CT side, where you can see Xantares popping off, is when they set him up to go for this aggro mid fights. Right, we have maybe 2-man, have some few flashes and whatnot, and that's when you activate him. You let him kind of dictate the pace of how he wants to take those fights. Many a time it's when he's kind of caught in this no man's land, kind of just holding an angle. I've seen him just getting dry swung, a multitude of ways in which teams have been kind of abusing that spot. So what I'd like to see him just, try to set him up for more fights, try to, even move him away from cons, try to go, try to play double towards con with Wycadia, for example. Yet, like Anko pointed out, have 4 heavier towards A. Just mix and match. Don't be too static, because I feel that's the issue. It's kind of easy to read what his setups are as the round transpires.
And meanwhile, over on Legacy, we've seen them, like you say, pick up these maps that they're theoretically not supposed to do and go long in these kind of finals. What's their kind of key to victory here, and who do you expect to stand out?
I think for them, they're at their best when they play with a bit more pace. When the game slows down and they take it step by step and have to go for these late round finishes, it's usually where things start going wrong for them, right? There's a lack of coordination, perhaps a lack of patience at certain moments in times. Things get very stressful when the clock starts running down, which is what usually Brazilian teams are comfortable with, but Legacy a bit different in that regard. So yeah, I think if they are able to play with pace and find success like that, I think they'll be able to take this.
It's also the one takeaway from, sure, it was a messy back and forth affair in that second half right there on Dust 2, but one thing is when they say go, they go. They're very, very decisive in some of these half-buy rounds and whatnot, so that is something which it definitely could try and abuse. For example, the B bomb side with Mirage playing over there. I mean, just hit go, all these 5 aimers that's dropping out. It's very convincing when you go for these sort of side hits.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Time for a break. A confident Aurora comeback might feel like an illusion, but we'll see if it can happen again on Mirage.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
سلام علی، خوش اومدید. مپ سنوکه.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live, joined by the legend himself, Nerds from Team Liquid, Museris from Saw, Alex from Gentlemates, LNZ from Heroic, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid. Which 2 maps would you get rid of, and which 2 maps would you
Aurora ترین. الان میراج بعدش ترینه.
Go on.
Sia, go on. Nobody wants to see him. I feel like I like Train in CSGO in 1.6. It was really good map. I feel like they have a lot of change to do on Train. Inferno, diabolical map in my opinion. But if I ban both of these maps, I would go with, I will add Cache.
Okay.
Goated map, like Mirage and Dust 2. And I really want to see a map.
سلام سلام. بازی ولی مپ اول تموم شد الان مپ دوم.
I liked it a lot. So both of them I will bring to the map pool. It will look really good.
Anubis is the one I want back. It was my favorite before.
تیم من از تورنمنت بعدی.
Minus Inferno plus Anubis. But I did really like the old Inferno, like from Go. So if that would be a thing, then I would want that still. But I would remove Inferno and pick like Anubis. And then I would probably right now minus Train.
Okay.
And maybe add Cache or something.
Yeah.
Like there's no other map that I feel like I really want this one, you know. Others I have like Cobble and Cache, but I don't really feel those maps the same way.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. I'm taking out Train for sure. I think Train sucks. I think CSGO was pretty good, but this one's kind of boring. Like I'm playing like the Ivy player on T side. I'm like, I don't know how to take this. Like it just seems impossible. It's super hard with the angles when you get all the way up into like the area there. So I don't know. So I'll get rid of Train. Maybe just like a personal map that I probably always hated. I'll probably get rid of Dust 2. Never really liked Dust 2, even though it's a CS classic. I'll probably get rid of both of those.
Matt, yeah,
I'd bring back Cache and I'd bring back Cobble. It's like a no-brainer. Back in the day, I loved playing those maps. Those were like NA home ground maps. You'd play in like every pug. You know, Mirage is like the face-it map, but like for NA, that Cache was like that map as well for us, you know, so. And also back in the day, Liquid was also really good on those maps, so. If they brought them back, maybe we can get a little bit of that fire back that we once had before, so. But yeah, no, I love Cobble, I love Cache.
All right. The maps that I think that they need something to change, I think it's Inferno. And Ancient, it's kinda, I don't know if they don't gonna change something there. So I would say Inferno and Ancient. And coming in, maybe Cache.
Okay.
That's good. I mean, Anubis with some changes, it can be a good map, I think.
سلام احسان.
Yeah, I'd like 2 orders of 4 more maps of whatever the hell that was. If Dust 2 is a sign of what's to come, then this grand finals is just going to deliver. But I mean, can it be that close again? Are we going to get a back and forth affair for 6 rounds in a row just for Aurora to close in round 24, 13-11? I mean, that is magic, baby.
Yeah, it's not going to happen every Aurora match, but it happens in every Legacy match here. So after what we saw in Dust 2, that was just par for the course. They basically always do this versus everybody. They're not a team that goes consistently close and then loses. That was very impressive that Aurora brought them back, especially considering they had to do that, losing every other round on CT side. That's very damning. But they stayed clutch, and they kept the spirits high. They looked super good by the end. They kept getting better and better. To be honest, even me watching their the T-side approaches, I wasn't seeing the gaps from Aurora. There was these, you know, sort of
خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم. مپ دوم رقابت بست آف 5 گرند فاینال تورنمنت PGL Masters بخارست. آرورا در برابر لگسی میراژ مپی که توسط لگسی انتخاب شده. آرورا سایت رو برای شروع انتخاب کرده. ببینیم که چه اتفاقاتی رقم خواهد خورد. آیا لگسی میتونه مپ خودش رو به سود خودش به پایان برسونه؟ آخر مپ بعدی ترین مپیه که آرورا قدرت وحشتناکی داره داخلش. سموک استرز، مالی آندرس بازیکن داخل پرس با یک فعلیت خط رو باز کنن. ویکادیا دوبل کیل به همراه فرست بلاد. باکسیک هم موفق نیست، فقط یک از ترک رو برمیگردن. شات خوبی هم میزنه به باکسیک، اما نمیتونه کارش رو تمام بکنه. تنزیل روی بامسا هنوز موفق به پلنت سیفور نشدن. بازیکن Legacy, یک fake plants and stands in.
5 seconds ago. Tries to get back around, but there goes the smoke. So now he's exposed to
چندین بار پوزیشنش رو عوض کرد تا بالاخره موفق شد C4 رو بذاره زمین، اما در نهایت بازیکنان آرورا موفق تو گرفتن پیستول راوند.
I think they were sad to see Overpass get banned since it was possible that it came through, but since they've survived Dust 2, this is if you missed it yesterday, the energy they had playing on Overpass yesterday, they've kind of unlocked it. Legacy have let them have it, especially after a comeback victory within regulation. That just seemed impossible.
5 rounds in a row to close that as well.
Wow.
You know, felt like any one of those rounds from
کی لایو
Legacy
شده
could
بوده
have broken
وسط
Aurora on a different day.
ال کلاسیکو؟ هریکین لایو شده بوده؟
Yeah, the fact that anyone won 5 rounds in a row in that second half. Stellar.
ران
Don't get me
دوم
wrong, I don't expect
آخ
Legacy
دوباره
to give
چت
up
شروع شد.
anytime soon. But it's more so the confidence that kind of Aurora can
Force
work
round
with
Legacy.
stemming from that regulation close. You saw genuine frustration across the board from some Aurora players. There was that one time Xantares just screams, not in celebration, but in frustration.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we shouldn't have that translated, to be honest.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, if Nico can pound a desk so hard he makes a hole in it, start bleeding from his knuckles, and still win a map of Counter-Strike, then I think Xantares has earned that as
حمله به
well.
سمت بام سایت بیبی کادیا باز هم موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک آیتم های پراپی منجر اونجا هست برای کمک ویکادی از فرشی در میاد و موفق میشه فرج بزنه لاکس تنها باقی مونده تنک به 3 هیچ M4 در اختیار داره با HP 12
conversion. I say should just because Lux has picked up this M4. He's a looming threat out there on the field with 45 seconds.
سعی داره بره برای سیو کردن M4 بالاخره
to just move forward into round 3.
How did the clutches go last map?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
There was one clutch per team.
فورس راند شکست
One
خورد
singular 1vx
Wasn't
in
a huge
each direction.
factor. It was the egos that was the huge factor.
Yes.
آها ال کلاسیکو چیه و ولمون کن.
We've seen games with way more clutches from Legacy than that last one. You know, it's an element of their game that we haven't really had come together just yet. But give it enough time. Assuming Aurora make a few more mistakes.
منجر چه هایپه
Lanteris looking for that first chip.
Dude. It's not the first career in Counter-Strike where you look at an empty trophy cabinet and just think to yourself, surely this can't keep going on. You know, somebody like Farhad was in that conversation as well.
این سایسما که وسط
Where it just
توسط
felt
لتو
mind-boggling that him and Yuri hadn't pieced it together yet.
RApTOR میشه
2025 is a year of change in all the best ways for some.
زانتارس کمی اگریسیو
What, Espu didn't count?
Not really.
خط نگه داشته بود. خب هیرو M4 که اصلا نابود شد رفت. این که هیچ افتاده دست
That M4 keeps changing hands.
لتو بدون شیلد. اون چی شاتی زد واکسیک.
And he knows he can't be a death in these kinds of moments. Aurora have already gone through that one too many times after Dust 2. Look at this huge reposition from Woxic to go over towards Ticket Booth instead. Get as far away as possible from that ramp challenge. It's the only thing that Legacy are working with in terms of real primary guns. Sure, Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, we know that they can weaponize those as well. Legacy. Just not the M4, please, asks Woxic. Transitions into backside instead. Funnily enough, it could still be a position that Lotto gets a chance to challenge. Nissan just killed Joda. Now the pressure is indeed on Woxic. But his repositions worth it. 2 headshots off of this unexpected hole. Eventually
گردن اونم قطع شد که وای من هدشات انگل زانتارس اما موفق‌تر خود زانتارس کارو تموم میکنه امتیاز رو در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا قرار میده 3-0
map is the top fragger. It's where you expect him to be. Best Turkish player in Counter-Strike history. Sometimes outshined by the new teammates he has on this specific 5.
Yeah, but it's a team you can improve in Turkey, and that's how it should be. I feel, you know, when you see Wakadia get multiple 3Ks in a game, that's the only way that the events are going to be won. It won't be Xantares only having to carry. And you know what? He's had so many slow starts on maps in this event, and then brought it back. Like, Aurora and him have had these slow starts, but if you think about it, and you see how he's finishing the maps, he's come back for happening because Xantares is holding it together. He's not getting shaken by some small missteps. in the
ایدان
beginning of games.
در و همراه یک مولی.
What's scary for Legacy in this moment is that those slow starts you're speaking of.
ایمپکتی به همراه نداره. اسمو که ویندو یک بار دیگه رفرش میشه. لاکس برمیگن عقب. مکتن هم داره بدبخت.
Early multi kills for Xantares over Dust2 and Mirage.
That's a pretty boring lay of the map here for Legacy. They've got this mid lurk. I mean, they're working on things quite quickly, actually. Just they're so used to them playing fast that this suddenly looks slow, but we're still up a minute. Aurora really don't start going for full flanks until later in a game. Here they're perfectly content with their op advantage on CT.
باکسیک آپگرید به AVP توی تیکت.
Split is starting to take a little bit more
سه
time.
بازیکن آرا متمرکز شدن برای کنترل بام سایت A. 40 ثانیه زمان سنزین او هم با اسنایپ داره حرکت خودش رو آغاز میکنه. فلش به پرواز در اومد. خط اسنایپرها جابجا شد. سنزین خط رو نگه داشته نتونه شاتو لند بکنه. جوتا باربیکیوت 4 به 5 زانتار سعی داره یه فرق بزنه و ترید بکنه. اتفاق نیافتاد. بازیکن لیگسی داره میره عقب. داره میره به سمت بام سایت بی. چه موقعی هم ویکادیو بی رو خالی کرد. چه موقعی ویکادیو بی رو خالی کرد. وای خدای من. رسید برای پلنت C4 نیستیم. برمیگرد عقب ویکادیا در پی گرفتن ترک. سنزین خط مارکت رو نگه داشته بازیکن آرورا نسبتا عقب پوزیشن گرفتن. زیاد علاقه ندارن بیان برای ریتیک. ویکادیا اسمیکی بیکیلاک حرکتی آغاز کرده. نیسی موفق تر از او عمل میکنه. بقیه بازیکن دارن برای سیف. لگسی چه امتیازی رو گرفت از اشتباه ویکادیا. به خوبی استفاده کردن بازیکنان این تیم.
Just like just under 30 seconds all the way back from spawn. You know, you think you've seen it all with Legacy, and then you get this last second move with that lurk in place. And what I love about it is they don't have to fully commit with their players up the ramp to get their kill. They have the Molly and Sandwich, which calls out one of the CT spots, and that's enough for Aurora to really believe it's the A site exec. They were readying up for it. They put themselves in committed positions, and when they saw those first few grenades, they just truly believed it. And I think Legacy successfully showed bomb. That's the only way that they could have pulled that rotation.
راند پنجم بازی.
Very classy game of Counter-Strike in that last round.
زانتارس کمی اگریسیو. یه لحظه حواسش جمع بود که زانتارس رفقت یک نید به سمت بی. زانتارس خط تا مید رو نگه داشته و اینجا موفق میشه اوپنینگ فرنگ رو هم بگیره برای آرورا.
Xantares could have, I suppose, ran back into a more safe position, but he's going to go for it and potentially sets up Aurora to win an immediate rebuttal to that one-off of Legacy. Now we get this underpass crawl with two players from Legacy. Wicadia kind of floating around, opened the door for Nissa.
باکسیک ترک‌های پیاپی برای آرورا. برزیل صدر جواب بده. موفق هم هستن. 2-2 میکنن رحمنده کار رو. جفت بازیکن آرورا جدا از همدیگه جدا داخل پلس. مولی اگر این ورتر پرتاب میشد مولی میتونست خیلی ایمپکت سنگین تر داشته باشه. جوتا در پی باز کردن خط نتونست کیل بگیره. جوتا مهجر داره از راه میرسه. جوتا نابود شد توسط لتو. مهجر در نزدیک بام سایت. نفر اول رو شکار میکنه تک به تک. مهجر در برابر دوما.
And that plan is so wide, it's actually great for CT.
خط نگه داشته و موفق است که کارسازی بکنه با امتیاز دوم رو بگیره برای برزیلیا.
Despite the mid control of Aurora, despite the 2 kills from Xantares top mid.
I can't believe it because every single player from Aurora had a good spot that round. Like they all did something that made it so hard to overcome, and Legacy still found a way to plant.
درخواست اولین تکتیکال تایم اوت برای
top cat position was great. The off shot
Legacy.
top mid to cover him was perfect. The push from Xanteris getting two. I mean, even Jota's positioning in the end was an ace in the hole. I think the problem is he has a really important spot to just threaten presence, but he actually commits out and peeks two players who are already holding him right here when they're safe to everything else. Like, they can hold on to that. So that might have been the one mistake. I hate to harp on it because they did so many things well that round, but crazy that Legacy pulled that off.
I mean, you'd think especially with Madra slowly coming up
یک
from
بار
jungle,
دیگه
you
این
see the way he
سسمو
walked
که
up
ویندو
bench to get that
پرتابش
free kill
توسط
sight.
Yeah,
نیسیم.
there's always that chess analogy. You can do 10 things in a row, 10 right moves in a row, but if the 11th is wrong, you lose, and that might be one of those examples.
ایکوران آرورا هم هست.
Well, luckily after Dust 2, Aurora know this feeling well. I looked over stack B side as Legacy take control of middle, go through the motions with utility, protocols in place to avoid mistakes. And yet slowly they work it closer towards B. Bomb left top middle, but Xanteris connects.
زانتاره زهر خودشو ریخت.
Never feel that threatening.
Get that thing out of my way.
DT's on the move.
فعلا ای خالی بود. آرورا
Come back towards A side. Guess what?
همه دارن برمیگردن.
Might feel like a need to start to create some space, headway into the site.
Madra using his deco bottom middle. Molly's going to make jungle uncomfortable. But Madra uses that as a chance to pound.
اشتباهی پیاپی دومایی که سرکار رو برمیگردونه اما کافی نیست. توی کان خط نگه داشته ریکادیا فرصت داشتا فضا رو خالی بکنه نتونست این کار رو انجام بده. واکسیک
But it's still within the realm of possibility with Madra hitting headshots like
این هم از
that.
دوما 3-2 ادوانتیج در اختیار آرورا قرار گرفته. میان برای ریتیک یا خیر سنزین آخر پیت خط بوسید فیری فرک برای زانتار سوی ادامه کار نیستیم. دابل کیل اما نیستیم. فو جدید چی بود؟
The early peek out of Nissa.
وای وای وای
The clutch
وای.
factor across Legacy knows no bounds. This is when I'm going to bring it up.
چه راندی در اختیار برزیلیا قرار گرفت با کلاچ تک به 3 نیسیم.
10 for Lux, 10 for Nissim, 9 clutches for Sadson. Nearly 30 across the 3 players alone.
That was coming into this, but now at least 30 here with this extra one from
همه بهش
Nissim.
میگن اینستا. میدونم اینستنته مرسی که گفتی ولی همه کل کامیونیتی چه ایرانی چه خارجی همه بهش میگن اینستا. هیچکی نمیگه I have اینستا.
I've heard of Zipix on Astralis getting so
به
many
من که ران
clutches that
شروع
the
میشه
tournament could
کسی
have been
میخواد
won
اینستا
without them.
بندازه
You've
میگه I
never
have
seen
اینستا.
that many across that many players. Just goes to
CS2
show
language.
how strong Legacy are across all 5.
من بگی اینستنت از این کسی نیم. اینستا نمیشه در اصل میشه اینستا مثلا یا اینستنت نمیشه اونجوری مخففش کنی. ولی خب نوع تلفظی که واسه همه جا افتاده اینستا. I have اینستا.
Still 2 of Aurora's players facing down this ramp, and it works.
Sadson
steps into his death. Connector smoke fades. Dumao on the answer already, and Jota is very locked in here.
Oh,
just over top of the stairs. Gets himself a second. Meanwhile, Nissim takes control of B, and we see that bomb
پوزیشن گرفته نیستیم. اگر بتونه لاتا اینجا فرک بزنه کار به مراتب سخت‌تر. اوه ویکادیو رو ببین چت.
But he can't. Lux can't fight it.
Is running. Lux now knows that this angle is going to be held, and Lux loves to go for that, just writing off the chance that his opponent will hit him when he tries to just make these moves quickly. And eventually, Legacy looking for this one-round lead early days on the attack. You get this double up from Aurora in the apartments. Will it go unnoticed? Wicadia to take contact first. And yet that gap still exists. He gets the duel to launch.
کار داره
Nissim's
لحظه
nade could finish
لحظه
with KO.
خطرناکتر میشه یک روی بام سان جوتا میره برای دیفیوز لحظه داره از راه میرسه وای خدای من تریپل که چه راندی چه راندی
Woxic's gonna be so bitter about that. He missed his shot
چه
when he was
راندی
standing there at triple.
AVP هم آره دیگه اینم مثلا AWP درستشه ولی خب تو کانتر میگن AVP
Oh, that was such a great shot and would have been a great round for Woxic if he just locked this one down.
Vamos carajo دبلی قربونت برم پرده سبز که دروغه نه بابا
They've always got this relay to B. There's always a chance that they change up. Legacy want to drag you into the mud, bring it to the late round so they can clutch.
نمیدونم مات سیوان الو رضا قاسمی
With the window boost, Dumau starts to move this. Murder hole is
من هشتم بازی رو شاید هستیم 4-3 امتیاز اختلاف به سود اوه چه گپی وای چه گپی چت گپ رو بگیرید که داره میاد به سمت بام سایت ببین نفر اول رو اثبات کرده مجیر هم روی بام سایت حالا هر جفت رو میبینه و سلام علیکم به رحمت الله و برکاتو بام سایت بی خالی
Their hopes of this one go up in smoke. Ah, and then Wakadia writes off the threat side of Palace, so the idea of trying to save the majority of what you buy into is now gone as well.
Nissim's been such an effective lurker, whether it's the lead-offs into B up here in Palace. It's been a huge thorn in their side.
جوتا هم رفت زانتارس تنهاست لگسی چه عجیب برگشته بازی
Santera's going to have to fight for everything here, and maybe a Galil gets delivered. If Nissim dies, he can go ahead and save that. Hopefully, how many more bodies the Legacy want to throw at this problem?
Make this expensive, baby!
Of a problem when your own cash is yet to build. Yeah, 2 deaths enough to stomach for Legacy. Good guarantee with majority alive, and the fact that Mac-10 just cuts through the murder hole
سلام جواد چطوری؟
wound of Aurora.
It's the nicest way to win in anti-force, not have
to
let it get scrappy at all. 2 kills, no response.
This is the second 5-round streak that we've had so far in our grand finals. The first one was Aurora closing in regulation of Dust 2. The second is this, an early answer to Aurora's 3-round straight. Back to mid with the climb up. Risky business for Wakadia, who's going to take a ton of damage. Him and Xanterez both significantly softened up. Just trying to find some opening positions. And it is enough to at least flush Legacy out from behind those mid boxes. But at what cost?
راند نهم 5-3 امتیاز اختلاف تو لگسی گان راند آرام هست نیستیم آماده است برای پرتاب
Smoke comes down.
اسموک اسموکا پرواز در اومده اسم در اختیار زانتارس قرار گرفته موفق هم هست تو گرفته آمپریک فرانک مجر یه شات خورد در حین فرار اما ترک محل حادثه نمیکنه مجر موفق هم هست تو گرفتن فرانک چهار بازیکن
They pause for a second here, hoping somebody overfaces. Plenty of bodies in this.
چهار بازیکن آرورا روی بام سایت بی حضور دارن.
They can't even go for this. There's no chance to get back to A this time around.
غیر ممکنه اگه لگسی بخواد 3-4 بره تو بی.
Every window is
20 ثانیه
guarded.
بیشتر تایم نیست
No
و
one's
داره مرز
jumping off
سیو
here.
نتیجه امتیاز
Entry
چهارم رو
denials
خواهیم
out
دید
of
در
Aurora
اختیار
looking
آرورا.
solid. Zantares, rare sight him with the op collateral shot.
زانتارس برای کشورش بازی کرده اول. نه زانتارس یه مدت توی چیز بود تو
He was
بیگ
nearly
بود.
the first death of this round in that mid pressure.
ولی درصد زیادیشو توی تیم
Also just
ترک
feels like they
بوده.
could have ran over top of him and Madger going for that boost
یه
if Legacy's
مدتی رفت
timing
تو
was just
بیگ.
ever so slightly quicker. Hell, even if they're able to get a nade over towards the van, that would have killed Zantares and no collateral to be
چیشی
concerned
بخورم
with.
کوکو برنجاس
But
چیه؟
instead, Aurora cut that lead down to just one, put a quick end to the 5-round streak of Legacy.
میدم به هم ریخته.
5 is enough as far as Aurora are concerned. Bless you. Off posted window for Woxic. Just lost vision as the smoke plumes in front of him. Would have known about Lux's fast tempo, but the fact that they exposed connector and then look through window again and haven't seen him. I think this position and timing from Lux could catch somebody in mid off guard. How much do they want to throw at Madger this early into the round?
بیابس رو نگه داشته یک بار دیگه آیتم ها
Oh, that Molly's perfect.
پرتاب
Just
بشن.
as they
مالی
were about to
چقدر
exact
به
again.
موقع اومد.
I mean, Aurora they look so alive, active, and they're actually not even playing aggressive spots. They're just
جای نبود زدم
being
جواب
very
نداد.
careful.
نلی
Legacy catch almost everyone off guard with their just ahead of the timing you thought was the timing. Just not happening now. It's the first time you really see them have it consistently go slowly.
Lux has been hanging out here for almost a minute now.
Now they can turn this into a B split. Totally fine, obviously. First person to try to stop them will be Wikidia. Prime spot up here on Cat.
B defense no longer has utility to hold them back. That frag grenade, all really they have. No smokes, no mollies. Legacy burn Wikidia back. He's going to have to play from Arch instead. They are still gearing to take it towards B, but they didn't anticipate Woxic's challenge from inside that window. Good pinch off of the back of the Flames, forcing Wikidia into the open while Doomau and Lotto come in with more. Woxic, though, quick reposition. Ahead of Nissim, gets hit between the eyes. And that bomb is going to just run its way into the B side, but they missed their timing.
Wait.
They got slowed down long enough that Legacy lose it to the clock. You're playing a dangerous game, one that they got away with previously, but not here in the 10th.
All right, 1 second to get that plant last time. 1 second too slow this time. Wow, that's close. I mean, rearranging to go for the cat exec after that incendiary lands right when they're about to pop B, it makes sense they don't continue forward with it. But yeah, then they were playing with fire. Not having had that default to work off of. A team that do love their set plays. Wow, clean one.
Beacon of which setting up Sadzin out of the gate here as they work with one op, one AK.
This might be what they've needed because, yeah, they're 5v5 in a lot of these situations. Oh, man.
Bro.
Oh, that's tough.
Really? I mean, Woxix had no mid support at all.
Yeah.
And yet he was so confident nobody would just walk up from mid. Luckily, Joda may be the hero of this one. 2 kills to his name. Madger lets himself be revealed and Joda forced to reposition. Now you've got 2 ops on the face here for Legacy.
They can have jungle control if they want.
Bomb still on the ground. Joda still down in that site. Goes for another reposition, this time into the corners.
They got to come and try to help him eventually, though, and they're actually worried it might be a beat play again. That's conditioning from Legacy that have them scared about this fallback, but the bomb is still here.
Sadzin just loses a lot of health. Joda here still looking for a further multi-frag this round. They know he's got to be around here somewhere. Doomau could not have missed that shot. And it's a critical one to hit. It's going to force Aurora into the retake. Now they're working with a kit on Madger. Smoke flashes and a frag to make it uncomfortable. Doomau gives himself a smoke to work with. This is a huge rotation from Lotto to go for this.
And I really don't mind it, especially knowing the CTs were starting to lean towards B.
Smoke on bomb. Flash over top.
Oh, it's sticking.
Forcing Doomau in. That's done. Wikidia not going to play the game. Not going to allow that flank to come to fruition, even though Lotto just killed both of the Aurora players after they defuse. It's the final round of the half coming up next. It's money low, sure, on a couple Aurora pieces, but they just stick that bomb, no fun and games, and take a 6-5 lead.
I think the one thing maybe that timing could have been okay is a very, very fast defuse, but the bomb was actually planted to avoid Cat. So while he was running up there, it wasn't just open to him to get that spam in on a last-second timing. Great round out of Jota, and an excellent move in this retake out of Aurora.
It's just utility limitations for Aurora in their final round of the CT side. Attack pause here for Legacy to try to figure it out. And honestly, they've had some classy rounds of CS. We see them miss that timing by a second, rocking it over towards B again.
Yeah, I like that they don't consistently play with those late round timings, but they're comfortable testing them once in a while. And I think versus Aurora right now, they just kind of have to, because they're actually having trouble getting that 5v4 in the first 30 seconds, which they're normally very good at. Now that round was an exception, but they still lost.
Earlier in the series on Dust 2, you mentioned the depth of Legacy in that regard, whether it's on an individual level, player to player, whether it's each of those players being able to switch between rifles and ops and pistols, obviously, when Legacy robbed those rounds away. Now we're talking about depth in terms of timings and tactics. And I think there's just no shortage of evidence as to why they are rising stocks in the Counter-Strike world. Wicadia trying to take over the apartments, finds out some Legacy presence. Good on him to not go down empty-handed. Dumau finishing the half 10-10. But that low utility Aurora brought to this round has been mostly burned through already. They'll swap the smoke over to Major and let Zantares go for the hunt.
This one swings back around to A. And while the util's low, look at the information. Aurora, this is such an early time to get this push in, and they're so unconcerned that an op could be holding it. Like, this is a moment where it's going to be very difficult for Legacy to win once again. They're going to have Jota create some space in the back of CT spawn for Major to get a spot, and they know eventually this becomes an A play. The only thing they don't have info on is mid.
Major's got that last smoke in hand, thinking about throwing it towards ramp, but it's this heavy Palace emphasis. Jota waiting for somebody to overstep. He's going to go for the player on ramp first. Can't snap it up for the multi-kill. Woxic buying an extra second, getting tagged down low. Good cover here from Sadzin to force Woxic back. Lotto sees that as a chance to pounce, but he steps into his own death, and Zantares late on arrival, but still just in time. A Sadzin 1v2, no clutch this time. Legacy, your luck has dried up. It is Aurora with a 2-round lead, switching over to the attack.
You love to see this Aurora, man. They've gone through it. They've had to fight up against very difficult rounds. A Legacy that looked just as consistent as they have so far. They won Dust 2. They've had a great CT side here on Mirage. We know that was a win condition. And that was a clutch shot out of Woxic as well. He was dizzy from that flash. Came to instantly hit that shot. I think the chase down was a perfect idea on him.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the low health. Made total sense to try to take it to him. Would have left the rest of Aurora stuck inside of Ticket. So we see a couple clutches come through from Legacy. 2 of their 5 rounds on the attack by way of 1vx. And another one of those 5 comes down to 1 second left. So it really just goes to say how much of a fine margin Legacy have won the majority of those rounds with. You are still in this second map. You are still in this best of 5. We've got Counter-Strike all night long if you can seize it. You know, Yanko said on the desk after that first map, like, if Aurora didn't win Dust 2, he felt like they were so brittle at the moment that they could have just lost it all mentally. But you've allowed Aurora to have confidence coming into the second map. And pulling off close rounds is going to just let that grow.
الان وضعیت Mayday is gone with the wind.
Rumblings of this connector to A hit. Lotto, he'll find his. Ooh, double kill for Lotto and a chance at that third, but It is good damage. Out from Joda to try to open it up for the bomb to cross over, and that deep angle out of Palace ends up being the bane of Legacy.
Won't be able to stop this plant.
Gonna smoke off the Palace support at least. There is a world where Joda swings through this if he wants to get that risky, but you can just bank on Xantares fighting on his own. And so Aurora extend the lead, and it's early momentum to a T-side.
Without this map, you know, like we've seen one reverse sweep in history happen just again at Thunderpick a couple weekends ago. That's, you know, in best of fives, you go up 2-0, you're pretty much guaranteed a seat. Now, the thing is, it's Aurora. They're looking for their first land. So, you know, they might still get nervous when push comes to shove, but they look like they're in control totally of their emotions. All their strategies are looking good.
Holy shit.
Legacy are having trouble breaking in here.
I think that's not to write off Legacy. Even if they lose this one, the thing is, they did lose 2 maps back-to-back versus 3D Max in that best of 5. Wasn't a total reverse sweep, but they've been down bad in these kinds of grand finals very recently.
Yeah, they don't get tired.
امتیاز اختلاف به سود آرورا.
Hey, what else you got to do on a Saturday night at Counter-Strike? Fast flood out from the pistols.
زانتارس، ویکادیا، فرکای پیاپی، ریاکشن عالی از ویکادیا و سازین هم کاری نتونست از پیش ببره. کلین رانز در اختیار آرورا.
Come to Aurora back on Dust 2. Those kinds of conversions, in fact, they could barely buy them strung together.
It's so funny because, again, like the conversation about Legacy is like, are they going to become a tier 1 team? They just won an event. They're here in another grand finals. We're missing some of the opposition that could make them into that at this event. But Aurora are supposed to be the tail end of that sort of clearly tier 1.
امتیاز اینا هم میکو هستن. فرصت مناسب برای آرورا تا امتیاز دهم رو بگیره و 2 رقمی بشه توی
But if they perform like this, then they're showing us.
لاکس کمی اگریسیو با 5-7. یک بریک. هلو لاکس. ویکادیا موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ ترک. جدا از هم تیمیاش
Tier 1 teams is they have an element of consistency. And 2 best of 5 grand finals, that's consistent. That's what Legacy shoot for. So it would definitely be
جوتا و زانتارس سعی دارن باز هم پرنک بزنن. جوتا اگریسیو موفق هم کارسازی میکنه. زانتارس هم بی نصیب نمیمونه. دوما و نیسیم 2 بازیکن باقی مونده. 5-2 فرصت عالی برای آرورا.
Was the team that was going to walk away with the win.
See that? Sounds like, you know, one of those broad strokes sort of.
این چای نبات بچه از قبلش هم من داشتم چای نبات میخوردم.
Just couldn't be any more true. You see it.
نسخه سنتی ولی جواب
نداد. You hear it in the interviews as well.
جوتا
I think being present involves kind of riding the highs and stomaching the lows, and I think that's something that we've already gotten on full display from Aurora after that Dust 2 back and forth.
هم تیمی‌هاش جای پوزیشن گرفته نیستیم.
Other than the round that's live at hand.
Does this actually work? He's the B.
Hey there, neighbor. I wonder if you can open and close those ones like you can the vents on Nuke. Has anybody ever tried?
They're wood, so they're not plugged in.
Got to the bottom of that.
پاورش خراب شد.
Nothing to be proud of in that one for Legacy, obviously stacked against them. First gun round of their CT side comes at a 5-round deficit.
Major wins this. He can't take off the kinesio tape until the major.
Double op setup for Legacy in their first gun round of Mirage. Well, their CT side of it. This enough to catch Aurora off guard. Looking to keep it simple. We've already got 5 pieces of Aurora moving over towards this A site. No surprises as to what's to come from our perspective. Full-blown execute over the top.
And
آیتم ها به پرواز در بودن. سنزین تغییر پوزیشن میکنه که دمیج هم خورده از مولی میره برای یک بریک. نتونست کارسز بکنه. ویکادیا موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. واکسیک میاد برای کمک در از ترید زانتارس. 3-4 یک بریک عالی از دوما. 3-3 میکنه روند کار رو. سنزین کماکان راست دیفالت رو نگه داشته. هنوز نتونستن سیفور رو پلنس بکنن بازیکنان آرورا. اسنایپر در برای اسنایپر. سنزین موفق تر جوتا ترید میکنه. 2-2 هنوز کار تموم نشده. یک مولی دیگه داخل ای پنس برمیگردن عقب بازیکنان آرورا در حال تغییر پوزیشن. 40 ثانیه هم بیشتر زمان ندارن. باید سریعتر تصویر خودشون رو بگیرن. مجر حرکت میکنه با سرعت به سمت بام سایتی که فعلا خالی هم هست. 30 ثانیه زمان مجر برسه میتونه کنترل بام سایت در اختیار بگیره تا هم تیمیش جوتا بیاد برای پلنت C4. بازیکن لگسی کماکان متمرکز هستن روی بام سایت. جوتا در از راه میرسه. 15 ثانیه زمان برای این بازیکن. حالا رسید برای پلنت C4. بام هست. این پلنت روتیت باید حالا آغاز بشه.
And you're sat there staring at the walls of an A site, not believing that Aurora would have.
There's one moment here where they can get back in. And that comes down to if Madger takes his peak too soon or too late.
نزدیکی مارکت دیما در مقابلش. تایمینگ بسیار مهم است برای این دو بازیکن. منجر موفق تر توی دوئل. نیسیم برمیگرد عقب. امتیاز 11 هم در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا قرار خواهد گرفت.
Yeah, actually totally gambled on that. Sometimes if you're unsure, you know, you have that player go underpass, try to cut off the B rotation that's lengthy in a late round. But no, Aurora, they didn't doubt themselves at all. Madger, a lot of conviction in that call just to run it all the way to the other side of the map.
It's another round.
We look back at Dust 2, and they kind of committed to their first decision a lot, but we saw them go to B, you know, off a long control over and over again.
You know, I'm thinking still about that Dumao Madger 1v1 where Dumao out mid doors just sat staring at CT spawn for 40 seconds. It's not the first time that a legacy player has turned into a statue in a late mid round.
Yeah, it's Sadzin, like, he was unsure about his nades that round.
Yep, you know.
Decided to jump out to triple stand and a molly, eat the flash, as if Aurora are not going to put the proper protocols in place for that exec.
For a team like Legacy that have made their money on being this dynamic, quick to the call style of Counter-Strike, they're getting outdone by Aurora at the moment, and this gap has just led them to what now will feel like an insurmountable challenge. You're talking about 2 pistols, an MP9. If Sadzin and Dumao are not the heroes of round 17, then this could be a golden moment for Aurora to run away with this best of 5.
آیتم های پیاپی.
Smokes to block off the rifles.
اسموک یه ذره میتونه کارشون رو سخت کنه. چه آیتم هایی افتاد روی بامسال. ببینید چقدر اسموکه فقط. چه تعدادی اسموکه در پی کلیر کردن آندروود. دوما سندر از موقعیت استفاده بکنه. ترین انجام میشه توسط جوتا. 4-2. سخزین درگه مهمی رو گرفت. هم تیمیش هم در کنارش. 3-2. C4 چه جایی دراب شد. نگران فلانکر هم هستن بازیکنان آرورا. نفر اول رو اثبات کرده سدزین. سعی داره بیاد که کارش رو تمام بکنه. موفق هم هست. نیسیم هم کارسازی میکنه. واکسیک تو موقع تنک بده هم گرفته با اسنایپ. با بالبنگ سعی داره شانس خودش رو امتحان بکنه. هنوز نتیجه نگرفته و اینجا سدزین کارش رو تموم میکنه و باز هم امتیاز در اختیار بازیکنان لگسی. هنوز تصمیم نشدن برزیلیا توی مپ دوم.
Jota, if you're going to fake plant in this spot, it should be off the back of your teammate in Palace knowing he can swing, or him simply holding it with you ready to swing after. But all you did was make that bomb hard to get back, and obviously lost the number, pushing into them instead of waiting for them to come to you.
Double op again, a feature of Legacy CT side here, and a boost in bottom mid gets caught. Major lucky to be standing, I'd say, on still half health. That could have been an easy opening for Dumao. Not able to finish the fight. Sadsin challenged here from ramp with a player up on bricks.
Oh, that's too known here on A site. There's a lot of info up for Jota.
Jota drops a Molotov on top of them, and then you see that bomb peel back. Nissim goes deep with the secondary op. Will they still consider that Legacy have come back in with a second op?
Too high.
Missed his shot and has to dive out into a less favorable position. Nissim calling for support, has Dumao inbound.
I like that he's playing with some activity, because now they've just given up so many clues across the map. Double op known. They are in danger of a strong exec coming this way. Nissim's got his work cut out for him. It'll take a massive mistake to run into this op again. Minimal support here. Cat's open. I think that Legacy need a lean.
They're dropping out utility. They already did once and they didn't see anything. Sadsin pops it open a second time and it didn't go deep enough. Nissim's shot lands, his support goes down. It's gotta be Nissim, only one bullet left, and at least he makes the most of that. It is a 5-7 for him, or Lux the savior on the rotate over. Another moment where Legacy fight back. The door is still open. It is a 4-round lead, but it's not Aurora with an overtime guaranteed just yet. The economy is going to start bottoming out beneath them.
It was a big mistake followed by a smaller one, I suppose, but really great round from Nissim regardless. Even reaggressing slightly, getting up on top of that fender to watch into B-Apps gave him peace of mind for a second to know he could focus on Cat. But the fact that he could take 4 or 5 shots.
Faster pace to this one into the ramp. They'll go already. It's Jota with that solo AK-47. Mac-10 Tech 9s, but what about timing? Timing is everything. Wikadia's Tech 9 wallbang's huge, but then inside of Sandwich, Lotto holds on, and the flashes come over to assist him. Dumao's chance gets denied. Jota's now into the action. That AK rips them apart, and it's X Factor back the other way. A taste of their own medicine. Lethal is Jota on the assault.
No one can stop this man. What a series of entries out of Jota. Oh, all he wanted to do was nade into the A ramp. It's a fast play to the A site. It's been their favorite site for these set strategies.
I love that there's not even a need for Jota to go that deep through connector on the other side of smoke.
Yeah.
There is no need for him to go that hard to close it right there. But Bloodlust is blinding for Jota. And the taste of victory way too sweet for Aurora to let this go now. Lux challenges top middle, trying to fight it back and successfully opening again. Bottom mid is held. Him and Dumao and Sadsin for the third. It is a recovery out of Legacy and a swift reminder to Aurora. They came into that last round with all their money on the line. Sure, you kicked down the doors of the A site for your 12th, but the job on Mirage is not done yet.
Yeah, it's impossible to build momentum versus these guys, man. Legacy, they just got aggressive on this round. It could have been their last. You see on the map, everybody dying in all of these crazy spots, trying to break out of every choke point on this side of the map, and Legacy had it covered. Woxic, up, not thinking he could even save this. Gonna try to get some information back. Maybe get a kill to carve out a position to save, but that won't happen. 5 up for Legacy.
Oh. Hello.
You can't condition them.
The only conditioning we've had in this game was that little bit of Legacy
fast
getting
food
Aurora
fast
to kind of
food.
overstack. Legacy take that last round on the chin and go, oh, this is the type of game you want to play? Charge them down in the follow-up. Still going to be Aurora to resort back to a full investment. Triple AK-47 this time, more than what they secured that 12th with.
They tried to establish on mid, but they've actually allowed a lurk.
Nice.
However, Sadzin gets this kill.
Happy to take that first challenge. Xanterra's forced to the sideline. Timing from Wakadia is good for a double. One-man army out through middle. Lotto still able to hold. Peeks out though and Woxic pops him. It's a man advantage Aurora. Legacy have tried to fight fire with fire in these last few rounds.
Wow, Wakadia dips out at the perfect time, and they're obsessed. They're trying to find him.
Problem for Wakadia is he's not had a chance to reload, but 5 bullets, all he needed. And as he goes back in for the next one, it's a Dumao clutch factor moment. Madger doesn't go for the wide swing yet, but Dumao sprinting on the retake, and already the flash comes out from the player ramp, but a blind side from Aurora, and they will close this 13-8. If it's a back-to-back, best of 5 trophy lift, a reverse sweep needed.
That's exactly where we're at in Aurora. One hand on a trophy that has eluded them throughout all of their playing time. They've got one more map to go. And Legacy, you said it best, Janko, earlier. You said sometimes when you're aggressive towards them, they will try and fight fire with fire. They tried to do that here. It hasn't worked out for them. And Aurora, not been great on Mirage, but they pick one up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that Legacy was making a ton of mistakes like they did on Dust 2. I think on Mirage the problem was the bad starts, right?
Yeah.
And Aurora is the third worst team in this tournament in pistol rounds. Legacy the third best, but they picked a great time to win both of them on their opponent's map pick in this best of 5, and I think that really provided them a buffer, to have enough rounds to work with to be able to eventually get going in gun rounds too.
What gives me a lot of, what surprised me the most when it comes to this performance from Aurora is, as Angle pointed out, firstly winning the pistol rounds 3-0, and then we had Legacy win like 3 clutches, right? Like a 1v3 from Nissim, a couple of 2v4s and whatnot, and you're kind of thinking, oh no, this is when the tilt might be setting in, but no. They remain composed, they remain locked in, and especially on the T side, once they got the pistol round going, there was just no stopping them. Everyone started to wake up. Xantares, who I pointed out as an Achilles heel on the CT side, he was top fragging in the server, playing a Khan's position, being so impactful. And then in the second half, it was just Wykate and Jota joining the party, and this is now an uphill task for Legacy.
Oh, you mean understatement of the year, I think. It's going to be so hard now. Got to win all the rest of these remaining maps, which of course includes that thing that we highlighted. Train, should it even be there? Who knows? A very, very tall order. But I will say this about Legacy. They are the plucky underdog, and they really, they've earned that title. They've been in these like deep waters before and found out how to swim. So don't count them out, but this is the Aurora we talked about on day one, the Aurora that we genuinely believed could come to this tournament in the absence of some big names, finally lift a trophy for this guy on your screen, Xantares. So talented, languished for years in big, and it just never seemed to happen for them, even when they were touted as a top team, and now finally a trophy in his crosshairs.
Well, next map will be the 750th on LAN in his career, and might just be how long it takes for him to lift the trophy and win the MVP most likely in that case. But you could see more so on Dust 2, right? He's just willing his team across the finish line. He had so many important kills in swing rounds, right? When it seemed like Aurora was going to fizzle out yet again, when it seemed like their back was broken, but by losing another heartbreaking round, it was Xantares time and time again showing up, finding the openings, finding the multi-kills, and really instilling belief in his team and telling them, hey, this is still not over, we got this.
Yeah, for sure. I think there were some really, really cool moments actually coming in from the side of from the Brazilian side on the T side, right? I think we have a couple of rounds we can probably bring up.
Yeah, 4 and 7, I think.
So we can just play it back to back. This is something where Aurora, as we pointed out earlier, the CT side, they don't usually go for these extremity pushes and go for a lot of info plays late into the round. So what happens here is 30 seconds on the clock. There's a lot of pressure here towards A. The Jota dies, he spots the bomb, but the timing it. 20 seconds on the clock. Nissim walks up from apartments, and that's when Wycadia exits it. They're able to rotate back to B, plants the bomb with, 2 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's how they steal the round away, right? Just perfect look from Nissim. Fast forward to round number 7, we're going to see something very, very similar over here. It's going to be, a couple of kills going the way of the CTs, walks up with a great find over here, and then again, it is going to be Nissim over towards the B bomb side. He's slowly going to walk out, again catching the timing. And Woxic, despite his heroics on the A side, the B bomb side's lost. Nissim catches Major, who's just running in. He's like, oh, he might sneak out again. And boom, just like that, 2 well-constructed rounds from these lurks, just punishing Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. And you thought that was going to be enough, you know, for Legacy. They would win the anti-eco after this 5-3, but that wasn't. Unfortunately, there were a couple of missteps from that point on. You know, they had that round on B where they ran out of time. Sadin started going back to A with the C4, realized it's too late, couldn't plant in time, and then with those saved guns, they got 2 openings in the round right after 5v3, but then unfortunately, Lux just rushing things a bit too much. Jota gets a double on A to equalize, and that's the clutch where Aurora goes for a fast defuse in the smoke while Lato is still going his way around the world. So a couple of those rounds, if Legacy is just able to win one, they would reset Aurora again, probably end with, you know, 7 rounds in the first half, which would have given them a bigger buffer in the second once they lose pistol to get their CT side.
And they were winning those on Dust too, and sort of not here. And, you know, I think there was another cool round we won.
And this is just, you know, it's in context with the 2 rounds we just spoke about here. I like the little adaptation coming out from the CTs. We're going to see final round of the first half. We're going to see Wakadia pushing up towards apartments. They get the kill. But what do they do after this? They have Xantares pushing apartments again, re-aggressing, not just being passive. He pushes in and he's like, guys, it's clear. They're going to be gathering A. And what happens when Legacy walk on the A bomb side? There's going to be Jota, there's going to be Woxic. And even though the T's are able to get a couple of kills, they're not ready for the Xantares flank coming in and just like that sealing the deal. And what I liked here is there was more life on the CT side from Aurora than I've seen in a lot of games on this particular map, despite a lot of the clutches going the way of Legacy. And of course on the T side, man, once Jota and Wakadia just woke up, there was no stopping them.
Yeah, I mean, we did highlight that. We said the CT side was the question mark. And they did implement some of the things we suggested, you know, pushing in the extremities. You saw it there, Xantares. Take that space, get that info, adjust accordingly. And maybe that's something they can utilize moving forward. Because I still think, and crazy to say, because they probably are about to win the tournament, they definitely still need to work on their map pool moving forward, because there are going to be better teams out there that will punish that lack of activity. That being said, this is the map we expect them to close out on. It's been a map that's been very kind to them at this tournament.
Yes.
Seems to be the one they specialize in. If you leave it in the pool, they're very comfortable picking it. If you pick it, you better be good. It's Train.
And Yankees pointed out earlier as well, right? Like we were a little surprised why Legacy didn't ban out Train. I think Overpass would have been a little bit more 50-50, so to speak. But coming into Train,
Maybe
this
they
is
saw that game in Legion game on Overpass. So that was
maybe, but I don't think you should be cowed with that fact, right? You have your own game to play. But Train coming in, not only is it, I think, one of the better maps for the side of Aurora, but also Legacy won, what, 1 out of the past 4 outings?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, this is what we're calling this a specialist map. Is that a fair assessment, Yanko? Is it a little bit different than the other maps in the pool?
Yeah, I think so. And I think this is, I said it multiple times, if Aurora is going to be a contender, Train and Overpass need to be, you know, 2 out of the 3 of their best maps.
Yeah.
Right? Like they just need to, in that sort of a way, make up for the lack of firepower compared to the other teams or some other deficiencies that they have. But I also think this is their best chance to win this final. It's just ended here on Train, right? Because if you end up losing this map somehow, now there's this prolonged break between maps 3 and 4, so the players can grab some food and get some rest. Now you're thinking how you were right there and you let it slip on your own map pick. You're going in 2 maps that were so and so. So absolutely for Aurora, you know, you can tell visibly they're trying to make up for some of their deficiencies. Major is trying to scream after every round win, and big highlights, and Wakadia too. You know, they're almost artificially, because it doesn't come natural to them, hyping each other up, and it's paying off. I mean, they're 2-0 up, and they need to continue that. They cannot get complacent at this point when they're so close.
Just to show how unlikely it is for Legacy to bring this one back, when Furia pulled out the reverse sweep just a couple of weeks back in Malta and Thunderpick, you know, being 0-2 down against Navi and winning 3-2. That was the only second time in any notable land since CSGO's advent that's ever happened.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So if Legacy are to pull this off, they'd not just be defying the odds, but basically defying history.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's going to be a very, very tall order. We've seen Aurora dominate on this map, so we might be talking about a 3-0, but we'll see. Legacy do continue to defy the odds. Anyway, we are going to take a break, and we're going to see if Aurora's training pays off in just a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid, Hooksy from Astralis, youngster from Heroic, Ashley Battier, of course, from Gamer Legion. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
Like falling in love with the competitive side of it at least, I think was I started playing on a team with some RL mates for fun, and then we went to some local Danish LAN, and there was like a really good Danish team there, like a third best team in Denmark or something, and all of a sudden we were like up, I think 7-1 or something against them, and we had like a crowd of 30 people behind us, and like it basically looked like like, you know, we were just sitting on like these wooden chairs and stuff. So I think just that adrenaline of having people looking at you like that and being impressed, and you know, I've always wanted to win no matter what I play. So yeah, I think that's why I really wanted to achieve something in this game.
Where the dream sort of, you saw tangibly where you could go.
I don't know. When I first fell in love with Counter-Strike, I don't know. It was probably just like those days when I was just in my brother's room, just sitting behind him and watching him play, probably. You know, like I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, man, I want to play this game. It looks so much fun. It looks so sick. And you know, that's a story for like a lot of us younger brothers. You know, shout out to the older brothers out there that, like, you know, got us all into Counter-Strike because they're a big part of it. Why a lot of players even play nowadays. So yeah, I mean, probably just sitting there playing, and yeah, I don't know. I really couldn't picture any other moment, to be honest. Just loved the game when I first saw it and just wanted to play it, and then just never stopped playing it.
I was hard stuck 2K Elo on Faceit for like a year, and I'd played on 60 Hz and like a very bad mouse, so I just bought new gear instead. And during like 2 or 3 months, I went from 2K to 4K, like just with this insane gear, and that's what's like, it's super fun to develop and stuff like this. So it's like that was like my start. Yeah. But like then when like all the work, it was like when we qualified from to Pro League. Season, I don't know what season, I was in Sangal. Yeah. Like all the work I had been doing, you know, like we went from top 150 to top 20, you know, and when we qualified for Pro League finally, it was like all the emotions and all that down, crying and stuff like this, but yeah, those 2 moments.
That's sick. Honestly, probably Counter-Strike Source, watching UK CS online and being like, in like a LAN final in the Source TV, somehow you get the IP. I don't remember how you used to get it, and there'd be like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people in there and sitting there watching, and that's like the only CS you could ever watch and actually like learn something. So you do that, and then you just play that most out of meta thing ever for the next year, copying all this stuff, playing it, and the next time you go and watch like very games in final and like, wow, this is amazing. Look, people have smoke lineups and flashes and stuff like this, and the shooting and stuff like you don't get to see it. The only thing you ever got to see was like you're watching your own games back.
Yeah.
I think that really stunted like development back then, but it was so interesting for me. I remember paying for a website called OneSource back then. Just a random NA guy. I used to like pay for people to come and just show like, oh, here's how to play ramp. And it's just a guy smoking ramp and watching the smoke, and then it goes down. I'm like, wow, it's amazing.
Getting the Till CSS videos on the go.
Yeah, that for me was great. But I mean, nowadays everyone just put CoStream and just watches POV like it's amazing. I was auto highlights being uploaded on YouTube and anything you want to watch. But yeah, obviously back then for me that was watching CSS was I want to try to go pro myself. That was the thing to watch.
Everything is pointing to an Aurora victory today, a chance to touch a trophy for the very first time. It almost feels too good to be true, and I'm sure that demon's starting to whisper in the back of their heads. But Train is a map where Aurora have impressed us, no?
It's literally best win rate for Aurora versus worst win rate for Legacy. We're talking about a team who, they played it 4 times, 27% T-side win rate here for Legacy. This is a map they actually just objectively struggle on. It's something that can be exposed in a best of 5 situation. It's a place where, and when you're down 0-2, like, the thought is even if you win, you're not even halfway there. You still have so much work to do. There is going to be an element of Legacy just feeling like it's just too much now. We missed a chance. We got crushed on the last map. We suck on this map. We've seen Legacy dig deep and be consistent, right? And there's new tests for them all the time. But, some are going to be heavier than others. At least they get to start on CT first.
Sadson taps one through the smoke of all things. So feels like Wicadia actually didn't do anything wrong, but he's the first casualty of map 3. Santera is on the answer, and Dumao crossing paths with Magers. Got this one looking like it will be locked in. So how much of an uphill battle will Aurora face if they don't pick up the T-side pistol? Whew. Legacy looking like they're not playing any games in this one. I brought up that fact that they were able to fight tooth and nail for the best of 5 against 3D Max, but at least that one, you opened with a map win. You may have gone down back-to-back maps versus 3D Max, you're trailing, but you're going into map 4 knowing you can win on that day. That is not where Legacy are at mentally right now, but you can forget about everything else with a CT pistol victory. And then also, if you're Legacy, I think take refuge in knowing that, well, Aurora have never been able to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've had way more chances than a team like Legacy, who realized it in their first outing of a grand final.
I mean, they're beaming with confidence, definitely, in that regard. But Aurora have showed up today and done their best to try to give them a reminder that they're meant to be a cut above, and they're in form.
We started this event as Aurora being the highest ranked team in attendance, and yet they didn't feel like the favorites in certain ways. And then they started with a 2-0 run in the Swiss groups, only to require all 3 attempts to progress into playoffs. And even in playoffs, their first match was some back and forth affair. That 13-1, 13-1, that was something different. That showed us where the ceiling truly lies. And Madger said it in the post-game interview as well. If we can play that kind of Counter-Strike tomorrow versus Legacy, we will win this event.
What the Glock, and that was not a burst. My goodness. Can't believe that. That was like an Austin CS spot right there.
Bomb is over in Ivy, though, so don't get too excited. Aurora going to try to walk Madger forward.
No.
Okay, that gets dangerously close. Way too close.
He was
the fact that it was Glocks on the field.
He was zigzagging the opposite of that S spray curve for the FAMAS, just perfectly weaving through those bullets.
You lose the pistol, you don't plant in the follow-up, but you've got AKs here if you're Aurora, so first gun round is the test. And the question will remain, how many T rounds do they need? Because their consistency on train would put confidence in the second half. How many is enough if this fight from Legacy will continue? As much as I'd love to hype Legacy up in this best of 5 as well, even they themselves know they can't get overly excited if this first half starts going well, because the road to their victory is a long one. Every map from here on out. Dumao looking rambunctious, like he just wants to get into fights, but it's not Aurora to give them any just yet. Jumping around in the box halls. Here comes the execute into the B site. It's going to be this forward-facing setup between Sadzin and Nissim. And support from Dumao inbound, giving himself smoke to try to work out with Zantares. Takes a bit of damage off that nade. Good flash support from Dumao, and he comes through with a kill on his own.
Nasty.
2 flash assists, a frag to Dumao, and a total shutdown of Aurora inside of this B site. Wicadia's gonna fight it back. This would be a massive clutch to get the first round on the board for Aurora. He's got the bomb and he's halfway through this 1v4.
Yeah, he is, and he actually could find a way out if he gets this kill, but he could still do it, honestly.
There he goes.
This will be a plant. A retake will have to come back in the other direction, and they have to be worried about coming in through Z, doubling up via inner. Why does it feel like Wicadia has a chance?
12 bullets in the magazine, 2 players grouped up. What sort of a position does Wicadia want to play for this?
Oh, he's going for the E-box move.
With bomb planted on the CT side of that train. Wicadia looking to shave them off. God, if they line up, this is going to be such a tough pill to swallow early. And he goes for the shots into Lotto's back. Lux has got this kit, and he's going to tap that bomb to elicit the peek, but now Wicadia's got great cover. Lux defusing it, comes off a second time, and Wicadia early on train goes 1v4 to remind Legacy who's boss.
Absolutely unreal from Wicadia. Teriyaki, baby.
Saucy clutch.
Wow, that was delectable. The kills were one thing. The move to Z with knowing that that guy who's playing back there in CT Sun, throwing nades, they're cascading over your head. They think that you're still over on the default. You get out to Z and then wrapping around to E-box if they're going to double up is the perfect move. Perfection for Wicadia.
Sadzin happy to take an early challenge, though. If Aurora thought that was going to keep Legacy from playing aggressive, what a foolish look it would be.
He's missed it. He's missed it.
Oh, no. Supported by only a 5-7 as well. That 5-7 out from Connector is going to have a hard time stopping this push. Woxic misses a shot, though, and with the fire burning in front of them.
Oh, that shot was...
Yeah, they know they can't just dive it. There was a world where maybe they could have.
Ooh. Dangerous. Saw that gun could have got scooped up.
But I think those are the kinds of small mistakes that you can expect Legacy to make throughout this third map. This is not their comfort zone, train.
It's not, and that'll definitely be exposed in the second half. They do enough padding here, then they'll be in a good place. But they give away a 1v4. If there's any kind of streak that comes off of it, they're going to be in tears. Oh no, this walk back to Ivy. Lotto, is he going to peek? He is!
Instantly gets deleted. Madger hits the Galil headshot. There's still a ton of util, but they don't expect another player to be crawling out with this one. So Legacy maintain man advantage. Joda moving outwards. Oh, kind of half-ass clears that one, and Lux is able to thrive with a 2K. Woxic can't afford to miss the shot, and so right to the head of Lux, but again, these CTs coming at it in a stringy fashion keeps Aurora scratching their heads like, why are they all alone, and yet why are they all here?
Yeah, they're never alone. Legacy, there's always a second layer. You know, whether it's a extremely fast reaction or a pre-planned push, that's something that they do the best. They avoid letting Aurora build momentum off of that clutch, especially taking out Wicadia first.
I just think extra props to Legacy for going into that Halls push out of the gate. It's just so Legacy to go for something like that. If you're not going to be comfortable holding bomb sites in the end, there are ways to find opening duels here on train. Obviously, they've already showed us. There was a couple peeks into Pop Dog, no contact found for Legacy, but now a pack of Aurora players priming themselves for a jump out through this doorway. Dumau's going to have a huge advantage with the cover and the M4 over these pistols. No utility for Aurora to try to make this gap easy to cross. And so Legacy have every advantage in the world here for the 5th round. You couldn't ask for more.
Maybe a kill.
Yeah, for now, those remain elusive.
Like they're going to try to time this jump out. It's all the setup. Xantaris' Deagle. He'll, you know, one chance to get a good swing and a kill. And there is that kill.
No. Desert Eagle finds one, but still you're leaning back on another couple of
He got
M4s.
another kill.
No. They've got another player pressured in. I mean, just the fact they get away with a bomb plant here is a solid silver lining. I said it like it was a guarantee. Woxic, oh, he gets denied just in that final second of the plant. Why did that feel so doable for a second?
Xantaris? That's all I got.
And maybe a Legacy timidness. Or more so an unfamiliarity with winning on this map. But context be damned, a 4-1 lead has always got to feel somewhat good for Legacy.
Yeah, they're still, you know, they got this lead, but now it's time to make some money.
And Aurora looking for this B site hit again, and if the timing comes down to it.
Yes, 1 in B. No push this time.
At least Nissim has been rock solid so far. 7 frags, 1 death.
They're saying we can't be conditioned either.
Yeah, there's 0 support for this one. You've got Legacy trying to find info elsewhere.
Yeah,
Dumau
Molly
moving over just in time.
That nade is beautiful.
Nissim blocks off the upper push, but here comes that execute over top. 3rd layer of the defense still delayed. Smoke at Nissim's feet as they do emerge from the bottom of that ramp, with Kadia the only to get a kill so far. Dumau fighting from inside of the site, but he takes a ton of damage here. Jonah can't sweep him away just yet, and everybody else for Aurora are being pulled apart. Dumau elusive, wraps back around Thomas, comes out with a triple kill this round, and it's gonna be another clutch that begins on the B site. Joda about to be double swung, but he finds timing. Dumau's dead. Sadzin waits and crawls around that corner, but another quad kill and another massive clutch.
No, he missed it.
Now Sadzin to the sidearm, denied. And mistakes being made by Legacy that they certainly can't afford.
Oh, they turned this B site into a playground. Man, that's a team that knows the map. It's going to credit so much to Dumau and to whoever from Legacy that's playing on the left side of this train. They're getting so much value out of it. They're doing a good job of fighting up into heaven, in through the main choke point, but these late round situations, getting away from them is ridiculous.
And the ramifications are massive. Dumau tries to take it to Joda, but just the mag 7 for damage. Already outside, Aurora are fighting their way through. Legacy did a great job of stopping this out of the gate, but 2 massive clutches, and Aurora now starting to flood to where they belong, which is in victory lane on train. They didn't skip a beat with that transition into the outer yard this round.
Yeah, it just changes everything here. Winning this cleanly. We'll see if Legacy can get any exit kills. Looks like they're not even going to dive it. That is a lot of saves. The only upgrade looks like the Mag 7 for now here from Nissim. Those are 2 clutches that maybe you could afford one of those in a map and come back from it. I mean, luckily, Legacy had a lead and had a lead. They took some costs on the eco rounds. They lost that clutch. Now there's definitely some fragility in their economy.
Arcadia trying to really strong arm an exit here. Dumao, you know he wants to pounce. Support right behind it, flashes over top. Joda's got a scope in his face. And now there's a ton of pressure on them, keeping them inside of the T-Con. How many fights are here to be had for Legacy? Joda's gonna go deep, a double down with that Galil. Major slips the net into the Z. All of a sudden, Lux is banking on a P2000 frag.
And the bomb's gonna get planted in her?
Oh my god, another clutch moment queued up as Legacy are causing carnage.
Here's the third Musketeer.
But why not Major in a moment like this?
Disappearing into the shadows. How's he gonna find his first kill? How scared are Legacy right now?
At the moment, that one kit is on Nissim coming in from the ramp. There is no smoke to deny Major any sort of vision. And it's a back turn to him on the jump. Lotto kept his presence high, and Legacy went around where Aurora thought that they were gonna bust the doors down outer yet again. I don't know how many times you could run that round back and that outcome occurs. Such a sloppy situation down on T-Con, sliding out through smokes in every which direction. It feels like at this point, Legacy just have to hold on for dear life and bank on them within those chaotic moments, being able to win rounds as they do.
Which, in terms of playstyle, it feels like they should be good at Train, and they do play it. It's just in the recent results aren't very good. They've got reps, but Aurora have more. But it's wild. You look at this game, 2 unbelievable clutches and 2 rounds that could have been won with 3 up for Legacy, 3 up or 4 up. And they could have had a perfect CT side so far. And instead, they're probably a little bit nervous about not getting what they normally score on CT side on a map that they are having trouble winning in general.
Fast op post to try to catch that cross, but Legacy haven't gone that deep outside. Instead, it's Sadzin taking a look over at Ivy, and he's not alone either. Lotto is standing right in front of him. But how long can you really commit to a 2-player Ivy setup? How convinced are you that this is worth your time?
Wow, they got the read. They're backing out of Ivy. Legacy got to be scratching their heads right now. What do they know? They ran back and they walk forward now. Op still hasn't moved from this position.
Oh, clean shots from Sadzin. Woxic, ooh, not able to get a second bullet off. While Joda will peel Dumao off the A site, you've got Lux standing over the corpse, still trying to hold control. Major flashes through. Oh, and he gets vision on Lotto. Fully blind with the underhanded flash. That's bomb scooped up at 45.
And he's going the wrong way, right into this push.
Because oddly enough, Joda, who got a kill inside of that outer yard, didn't really maintain control of it, and Lux was able to slip off site. And so Joda's kill all in vain. So many deaths stacked up towards Ivy here in 9 rounds, but Lux will end this. And it is indeed Legacy racking up the round wins.
Full credit to Sadzin. Like the angle that he was so deep that he could get the kill, and was, even though they ran at him, he had enough time to get back on cycle, get to a safer angle, set up a second shot, and then he had a second teammate there to get the 3rd kill. Those trades had to go perfect, and this kill had to come down for there to be a chance, right, for Aurora. Oh, they may have finessed 2 massive clutches and an eco, but overall, Legacy have been doing fantastic in the early to mid rounds.
Hey, chat.
Good on Legacy to seemingly be prepared to fight tooth and nail for this 3rd map. With their ban of overpass, they knew that Train was going to be in the equation today. The uncertainty was in Aurora's mind as to which of the two they'd get to try to do battle on. And it's certainly tough to stomach those clutches if you're Legacy, but find solace in knowing you were that close to totally blowing Aurora out of these first 9 rounds. A 10th that should come with ease, but Xantares has already showed us that he is good for a double Deagle entry. Good on Legacy to put him down first.
Uh-oh.
Lux offers up an opening though, luckily covered. So again, where there's one, there's more. When it comes to Legacy, always fighting as a unit, and a unit that stands tall this time to make a bit of padding economically for the last couple rounds of play.
That's great that they actually do that. If they lost a lot of players here, if they lose one more round, it would be an eco to finish, and it could be Aurora with 2 free. But now they've got to earn both of these. Going to be a full buy here in these last 2 rounds for Legacy. The execs have looked like they've got all the fixings, but like the players in B site, they're always getting away with these multis to kick it off.
Well, I'm sure the Legacy fans at home right now are getting excited about the prospect of such a lopsided CT side. There is still that uncertainty as to what the T side has in store. A challenge they knew they were going to be up against. A challenge they'd like to make as easy as possible. Letting those clutches slip. That's going to give Aurora hope to still squeeze out a 4th and 5th on this attack. Now, we've seen the ramp play come through into these B hits, but this is an emphasis on the upper shelf instead. And Sadzin sat there comfortably, finds his first one, and a second right with it. Wicadia takes damage in the process. Plant, but check out the radar. Woxic is still over in Ivy. Manager's gonna have to be the hero here. How long of a rotation will this take? They're going to throw a smoke on the bomb, and Woxic's not even taking a look at this.
I don't think there's any world there. Smoke diffusing right here. 2 players guarding Z. They don't know where he is, but he's too far away for it to matter.
That is Legacy with 8.
That was meant to be their insurance for a prolonged B take with players that are alive that can delay a little bit. But it's this one spot on the right side of the bomb train that's, again, kind of, well, it's what they targeted this time and got their kill in. But they're always pairing it with that player, and that's at least drawing some attention. The op that was in there watching Heaven covering him was a beautiful addition to the setup. It's the second time they've got a kill on that walkout. Woxic with the abysmal T side so far, 11 ADR. It's hard to say what's going to matter, though. This 3 rounds, it can still be okay. Both these teams really rely on their CT sides. This will not be a free close for Legacy.
Trying to get their hands back on that elusive 5-round streak. It could be Legacy's for the taking. Not that upwards ramp attack that Legacy have used a couple of times already, but it is T-Con control taken over, and I think a good picture as to what's up at the moment. Legacy have done a good job of getting pieces in place for this B-hold often enough. Sure, when they leave a single player left in sight, they've lost 2 rounds.
They have their lineups already. That won't interrupt anything.
But the part that goes well is holding it back, and you have added a second player deep to this commitment, and it has been fresh looks for Legacy on these sorts of holds. Lux collects the first one. Great flashbang on the rotates yet again. And Xantares, his turn to try and cause problems, but 3 is all they get. stellar CT side from Legacy, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, apart from, again, those two clutch...
As it did.
Yeah.
duels somehow stunned at the prospect of extending this best of 5. Inferno is up next.
I like that Aurora leaned really heavily on their set execs back on T side on this map, considering how difficult it is. You know, they looked really practiced, but the spots that Legacy held from, they looked so insulated from those flashbangs that came in. I feel like they knew exactly how to deal with those full execs. And now again, these headshots, these could be everything. Only one player coming down just to draw some attention back, and he gets a dink.
Joda's backing up into Ivy. Oh, fast headshots, good and all, but that's going to be bomb spotted on Sadzin. You've still got players hard committed to inside of this A site, and so they drop that bomb on the approach. Woxix and Xantares, what a duo. But over towards that B site, there's still success here for Legacy and plenty of time to make this weird.
Yeah, and they will try to. You can see their eyes split up. One into T-Con looking for refuge. Woxix on another part of the map. They could set up 2 1v1s here. We'll see if the clear comes down.
It's a big position for Xantares. You have to consider whether Nissim will clear it.
Nissim is a lurker, you know, so he thinks like lurkers as well. We see him crouch into positions like these. If it clears it, he kind of saves the day. If not, who knows? Oh, and Xantares, too sharp.
Put to rest. Now, no eyes on the bomb, actually.
And this
that's going to get scooped up.
Yeah.
Lux just going to look for the bomb plant here. Game doesn't have to be won right here and now. They have that benefit of the doubt, but he will give this a clutch attempt. One of the most clutch players Legacy has falls to this one, and it is indeed an Aurora pistol round win to get this comeback on a side they'll be favored on. Started strong. Good on Joda running over towards Ivy, gets that instant headshot, spots the bomb on Sadzin, and it's that Woxix-Xantares combo outside that Legacy have to be careful about moving forward.
I think they're lucky to get a plant even in that situation, so that's kind of a win here for Lux. They could throw a wrench into the works right now with a good half-buy call. We can't say that's beyond them considering what we've seen from them already in this match. But Aurora, they're going to be feeling extremely good now. It's a comfort side. Xantares, he wants that land. 3K on this pistol. Massive impact already in this finals.
I mean, it makes sense that it goes hand in hand with just Aurora flailing through that first half, but obviously slower start for Xantares. Thing is, we've seen slower starts and yet consistent recoveries. You're giving him a chance to now power up and remain at the top of that leaderboard for Aurora. He's going to be confident coming off of that read to push into T-Con to not allow Nissim to go for that corner clear. Will they fall to any classic Legacy antics? duels already exited through T-Con, covered off by these smokes. Got a small pocket of control as they'll get ambitious with the wall bangs. duels gonna make a move here. Madger spots it out, but it's Madger supported by Xantares with fire in front of duels. Easy first blood as far as Xantares is concerned. Transition towards the B site. Joda on the support. Spots a couple bodies coming down that ramp. And it's pistols on the upper shelf, but the rifle hits the ground empty-handed. And so money to be made here for Legacy, but the retake already well underway. And 5 players strong for Aurora.
That's a lot of money made. Again, another bomb plant, which is good for Legacy. We've seen some CT sides get out of hand. But there's no early mistake here on this crawl back.
چطوری فری خوبی؟
They're not going to
اما
aggro.
در چه حد؟
They're
در
watching
حد
everything,
اصلا دکتری یا
looking
نه؟
for all the smoke pushes that they can find.
Not yet. فعلا که خوابید.
ببین این
but
کاری
not
که میگم
overzealous.
انجام بده. حالا گفتی نباتا این چوبیاست. کمو ببند. همین نباتا این
Lux
آب
gonna be
نبات.
pushed to his limits here. He's
بذار قشنگ
actually
یکم
been
چیز
a top
کنی
fragger on
با
train.
بزاق دهانت که
He's
قاطی
calling.
بشه
He's been
هی
so clutch
آروم آروم
for
نباتا
Legacy
میره
in the
داخل
series, but
معده
this
درد
is his
خیلی
hardest
خوب میکنه
test.
فری.
Train T side to stay alive at this event.
درد نمیکنه آخه اصلا.
میپیچه دیگه به من، دلت نمیپیچه به من.
نه.
Silent crawl to the inner sight.
نه؟
Far lean for Aurora's rifles.
چیه به؟
فقط میخواد
Well utility over the top for Legacy. And a couple of sets of Kevlar.
جوابه. اونم اگه برید دستشویی گوش بزنی.
You're not going to find somebody close position.
هیچی
نمیشه.
Factor you would hope to earn. A bomb plant is something Aurora
اگه
are
داشت
willing
خیلی
to give
خوب بود.
over for the sake of winning this round. But a push from Dumao into Z. Meanwhile, the site gets challenged by Major. Things seemingly going well, but Dumao now reveals himself, and to no avail. It is all Major's so far. These 3 kills, and Wicadia comes through alongside Yoda. Cleanup made easy. As this one is going exactly how Aurora would hope. No real test offered up in such a light round for Legacy.
It's like scoring all these plants is good, but it's kind of like on Aurora's watch. Like they're ready to let it happen because they know they just don't want to give up the kills. They're happy to play against a team that, you know, has some wealth, but ultimately, as long as they keep control, take fights when they want to, they know that they can pull these rounds off.
PGL گیر بده بگه چرا مثلا استریم نکردی فینالو.
Push would have had more impact if someone was coming in late from Z, but you know, went into check and no one was there. Got no pop dog push here.
Hey, Max.
Could be a chance for Sadzin. Let's see. Oh. They're expecting visual confirmation without dying there for Major. Careful shouldering it.
Adam ران دادن تو ترو.
جالبش اینه که پیچ خود آرورا هم هست.
اصلا مپ اصلیشونه ترین.
Time can just bleed down on train. It is so hard sometimes. If you can't find that first kill, to figure out exactly how to organize a full exec. Scaling on Ivy is one of the hardest things to do on any map in the history of this game.
Woxic wants vision. ×2 off the teammate's nade. But after those 2 frags pop, Legacy inched their way ever closer to this Ivy control. It's a dangerous game for Lotto to try to move through. Flash wasn't where it needed to be. Xantera's easy test. And we said the mistakes would be made by Legacy. That utility not what it needed to be. Lux clutch queued up, 10 seconds versus 3. No bomb possession means this one, no chance. And Aurora are on a sprint to this victory.
Yeah, this is going to get really, really hard. Even though it's a lead. It's a Pyrrhic lead. Played well here for Xanteris. It's such a small angle to have to land that flash in. It was a set flash. It was a good attempt, but...
Wow,
3 players on Aurora. 12 and 12 recovering their scorelines.
انرژی اون خیلی گرفت.
First T-smoke as errant.
Top shelf comes through with success. Tech9's good to create the space. Another moment, though, where Aurora leaned this one back.
Yeah, they're just trying to starve him out.
We've got this pop dog flank coming at Nissim. Tech9 posted on the hole, but it doesn't go the way he'd want just yet. And Joda sees that as an open invitation to go and challenge Sight instead. Nissim still able to recover. Finally a gun to be grabbed. Can that make a difference? From down beneath Dumao goes Wicadia. And then he'll go further. Major wounded on this hold. And Legacy have found this affinity for the B site. Success in bomb plants time and time again. But slightly different in that this time they're able to hold on. 20 health, not enough for the clutch. It is Legacy to step forth to double digits.
To be honest, that's something that not even Aurora could pull off, is getting that entry into the site before a response. Not a lot. It's nice to see ideas like that work, but you're always looking for that one sustainable type of round on a full buy. Oh, wow. Wow, paired with a headshot. That'll really instill some confidence. This is more of a spark plug, right? This kind of gets you started, but it's not enough to drain the economy. It's not enough to show that they'll be able to close the game off of it just yet. But luckily, they did have that great CT side.
Feels like if you're going to continue to give room over to Legacy to make these B hits happen, then why wouldn't they be happy to continue and rinse and repeat? Keeping yourself far removed from the site has worked for Aurora in the past, but that most recent round, that's one where a distanced defense wasn't enough. So yet again, Legacy set their sights on this B bomb site. Major wielding an AUG awaits the challenge on that upper hit. Nissim and Lux on one side, Doom out to try to charge down ramp on the other. AUG gets away from him. It's gotta be Wicadia. And it's only one from him. No multi-frags found. Xantares to give himself a smoke. And Doomau's going deep underneath Xantares already. Just chewing through this defense now. Again, you have given over this real estate. Again, you have given Legacy a chance, and they will not let you hold them back time and time again.
Damn near gets the ace on the entries. And again, something that Aurora couldn't do. 2 players on the site dismantled, holding positions exactly as Legacy were going to come out. It looked so safe for Major to grab his frag. Somehow from that distance, all versus AK, and Doomau comes out ahead. Such sharp shooting. And Doomau, the player with maybe the most name brand value on Legacy to come to this team. Team that felt like it was going to be a forever work in progress, but it hasn't been him to carry them in any given situation. But he can pop off.
Third and final timeout called, and Aurora can feel this slipping. Look at the money. It's not there to be had.
Yeah, Katie is going to have to share.
Chuck a rifle over. There will be limitations here, and we've got to question the adaptability of Aurora because thinking that you can just lean back away from B one too many times.
Instead of 2 rifles, he went for an op for Woxic, who I think last checked had 11 ADR, for everyone else to have MP9s.
Maybe a sign of being able to push forward as opposed to leaning back. Something different in the setup, potentially to be had. Woxic has always been such a trained specialist in the past, but when they've come closer than ever to a trophy, nowhere to be found. Sure enough, you do get this forward setup. Obviously a sign but something that we have not seen from Aurora as they were just sitting at a distance on B, ready to go into the upper halls, finally looking to show some teeth.
They're going to push forward while this Molly's still up. That's what they wanted to do.
It's a bite in the back of Legacy if Xantares decides to pull the trigger on this push. And over towards that ramp was Wicadia. He was forced to take a step back. Doomau turned. That's the perfect moment. But they don't take it. They don't make their move just yet. A full-blown execution. Wicadia's got a double. Doomau burns. And now Doomau up still in the halls. Tries to hold off. The Opera drops bomb. And with Wicadia and Woxic on top of it, they do enough. The most fight Aurora have been willing to show us, and surprise, surprise, it works.
It's with MP9s. That's something they're genuinely so good with. Those 4 MP9s. Xantares on 1 HP in the soft, and this round is still live.
Never right. Legacy off in the middle of a clutch. Ready for the shots towards Xantares. That op connects.
Op gets saved. Game's alive. It's actually 2 now in play.
Major stokes the flames as aggression ends up being key.
That was one part of the map that hasn't really been used or cleared out. It's just been a series of B execs from both teams. No one's really pushed into pop. Legacy have tried to double nade it, but it was around where Aurora didn't try it, and it shows us like they haven't really been pushing up this way. Can they conjure up those entries again?
دو تا کلورودیاز فوکساید بخور یه دونه پروپانارولول.
Double op adjustment. Now you can afford it. But again, it was MP9s that pushed into the fight. SMGs that forced your hand to get dirty on a B-hold. Once more, the ops will make that difference because the ops hold them back. Woxic will find one outer and a second right there with him. Still something to stand on here, but Zanteres goes down through the smoke. A 2v5 cut down to now the 1v3. It's another chance for Lotto, and we just said previously he has chances in these clutches. Frag that goes over top while he sits at sub-half health, and no further success found. Majority alive as the double ops thrive. Woxic getting his couple and Zanteres keeping pressure up by simply spamming smokes.
I think there was some pressure on Lux to come up with something just new, right? And like they could have done the B exec again, they could have tried, but this is what Aurora have been talking about trying to stop. And we can also see now why maybe they didn't want to try upper this whole time. This looked easy for player wide enough to take advantage of someone being blind. Zanteres with the perfect smoke spams. He's Weapon X outside as well. It's the kind of round that got Legacy back into the game.
Leaning back to trying what has worked in the past.
This will be him instead of Major holding upper, but a little late.
Op is here though. That op at this range. Doomau's Desert Eagle gets it over the line. You're not going to stop them from flooding the site, but you can just kill them there. Wicadia, Major, Killapop, and Joda on top of that. Small adaptations being offered. With that pressure on the push through the Pop Dog, Joda gets his. And make sure that Legacy are starting to feel the walls closing in around them.
It's already a convivial moment and energy that we can see from Aurora. You're right, this map can feel constricting, small on T side, very difficult to overcome.
Shout out Legacy for trying to make that entry happen even with only Deagles. Getting the better of Woxic to prevent that multi-frag potential.
It is crazy how often they can do that. Like, you want to have a map where you can play 4A like 1B most of the time, but in this game, no chance. Not for either team.
Shot for Woxic here to be had. Only needs a small margin. The tiniest of gaps. A 5v4 advantage to tie this game at 11-all.
Jota's given him a chance to maybe get a kill back. Can they see over this? Oh my goodness.
They could, but he gets away just in time. Intuition for the reposition. Utility down the B ramp, but it doesn't seem like they're going to fully bite just yet. Aurora will remain adamant that this is still coming to the outer yard. Maybe they can feel Lux trying to somehow shake off Aurora. To just go for something different here on E-Box. Joda holds one frag to him, but Major gets dropped. That Ivy pressure could be key. Zanteres, it's just the dink. Woxic sees the barrel, but as he's preoccupied here on Ivy, it's going to be Wicadia smoked off towards Z. 2v3 coming together as Doomau plants that bomb and tries to get over towards Train to get Solus any kind of cover. He'll be able to lock in behind this box. Nissim's low health at a distance to try to cover. We've got kits on both members that remain here for Aurora, but a 12th round prime for the taking, if not for this massive health advantage. Wicadia's got limited time, and an incendiary thrown towards Pop Dog as he can't figure out where the hell Nissim's got off to. This bomb's ticking quick. Oh, he's got it. He catches it from
my
down
God, he has
beneath.
time.
The smallest of margins as
Oh,
both
gee,
teams hit 11.
Oh, it wasn't even tapped yet. It wasn't
عجب
even tapped
چه
yet.
اشتباهی کرد
He showed
نسیم
a leg. And he didn't have to swing for at least a full 5 seconds.
We said that mistakes would be made in the minutia. Has his feet taken out from beneath him. The dink from Zanteres comes back to haunt him. And everybody stepping forth for Aurora as Wakadia posts the clutch.
That one's gonna sting.
12 on the line either side. Woxic goes deep. As Aurora have started to feel like they can take control of the map as opposed to sit back each and every round. Over the top goes Woxic. He's on top of him already. At the very least, it's the one from the Opper. That gun could be key for Legacy if you can put it in Sadzin's hands. Surely he wants it instead of the Galil.
And they're desperate. They wanted to jump on anything. It's 4v4. They take a nade, trying to come out of heaven together. Now CTs can try to reestablish control. It's a little bit of a poofy smoke. Even-handed on both sides of the map. You can tell that Legacy want to go back to their comfort zone eventually.
Santero's gonna fade the smoke versus Nissim, looking for revenge from the last round. And Nissim, he could have held that angle, but he walked away. For what reason, I don't know.
That's very brave though. Xanteris
The line similar to Dust 2, not allowing that to go to overtime.
The horizon's coming up now on Legacy. They've got to make a move. 30 seconds.
Sadzin's chucking out nades. Lotto's going for the A-site walkout, but bomb gets cut off. And as this game's gone on, you have watched Legacy get pulled apart across the map piece by piece. Such a key element to the success has been Joda. Not only with these constant pop dog pushes, but the last piece of this 5 to unlock the potential in 2025.
Absolutely, he's made this team, and at this event, we really haven't talked about him much. You know, it goes all the way down to Wakadia in terms of fragging. But Jota showing up in this grand final with these major moments.
Last few
bullets. He is such a spark for this team. And how poetic that in potentially the round that wins him his first trophy, Xanteris didn't have to carry. A tale as long as his career. His entire adult life spent in the chase of this moment. Frag grenade goes beyond the pack, but Wakadia is here to fight them. Legacy will break down the doors on B yet again. It is what got this T-side rolling. It is what has given them the chance at extending play once more. And for Legacy.
Yeah, this could kill the clock. They're pushing up aggressively. The CTs are going to come through, but everything's being watched.
Joda doesn't get the better of Dumao, down to now 59 health. He wants action over towards Xanteris, and because they didn't expend utility to get position on site, they have so much of it to burn down this clock. 15 seconds on that bomb. Aurora are gonna have to dig because the win's not theirs just yet. Legacy in classic fashion just go all in B yet again.
They kept trying B, they kept succeeding, and then they tried to put it on the back burner to show that they could threaten a nature that they didn't overstep on what was a gold mine for them in this second half. But they come back to it when they need to on the last round, and it works again. Wakadia only one on the defense.
تو این شرایط یارو دیگه نمیتونه خودش رو کنترل کنه، تپ بزنه. اسپری هم بره
Fast charge outer. Dumao's looking to yet again make a difference. Oh, great cover from Woxic. That would have been Xanteris caught jumping up to the ladder. Where there's one, there's more. Lux trying to climb around, evades the damage. It's 2 low bars for Legacy. Wakadia quick to the call. Flashes continue to come over top. And now Madger looks for a chance. Total denial on the outer yard. Finally, something different sticks for Legacy.
This is what they do. They build back momentum out of nowhere. The 2 straight, the outer win, the fast outer rush as a call. What a crazy moment for Legacy to pull that out and be successful. Probably the thing that Aurora expected the least.
You could tell that Aurora just spent that whole round off guard. With the close positioning of Dumao, with the wild ladder climb and escape. Legacy remain elusive. Legacy remain full stop.
They got 3 rounds on their T side in regulation in the first of overtime. Those are so much more valuable per round. We saw the Nuke game versus Saw, you know, you really had to rub your eyes to believe what you were watching. They consistently cast the spell of their opponents and make things happen. But off the pause, first kill for Xantares with the HE.
That'll help alleviate a bit of pressure.
Oh, what?
Okay, Woxic's op is powered up as this game's gone on.
That's supposed to be a safe way to spy.
Still trying to break even. That's not gonna help.
فقط میخواست تخلیه شه.
At a crucial juncture.
یکی خورده بود یه ساخته بود. مداد نمیتونست ازش کنه.
Aurora know they've got this one in the bag. Tied game again at 13 all and Nissan accidentally takes a shot. Oh, this one's starting to fall apart at the seams, isn't it? At least one awkward round. String a couple of critical rounds together between the very end of regulation and the first of OT, but the Aurora did time. Of course, it was never going to be clean.
I mean, it's just so hard to say what's going to happen next. Now we've got this fast Ivy play. Everything is suddenly very quick for Legacy on train. They obviously saw success right out of the game in the first overtime round. One more, and they're in a wonderful spot. Considering that they switch over to CT side and had 9-3, and considering that of those 3 rounds, Aurora won. 1 was an eco, and 2 were clutches, a 1v3 and a 1v4. They might not be looking forward to a second try at it.
But Madger, after hitting that B site every single round, still has his ultimate trick up his sleeve. The one-off A commitment. Will it come? Timeouts burned early here in overtime just to make sure that this third round could be taken either direction. Surely Aurora realize how badly they need this. Arcadia trying to step up to a challenge, eats a frag grenade on the approach. And that's going to send him back down into the B site low. Woxic, what are you made of?
Unreal. He tries it again. Even with all that happening and Arcadia getting naded back, he stubbornly decides, I need to help him out. Too often have they broken into the site because there's only one player in a late rotation.
Yes, and too often they've broken into a site because Aurora just sat back on their hands inside of B. Stark contrast to more than half of the CT side.
And that's Woxic recovering massively in this game. Yeah, we're into the overtime post-regulation rounds, but for most of this game, he was totally absent.
Still on the recovery, but it's clear as day. Him versus Sapsing queued up here on T-Con.
There's no flash to assist this peak. If he's going to walk out, he's just going to die.
Advantage on a play like that, so it makes Woxic's job all the easier. Again, small mistakes punished badly. When you consider the gap between these teams, but speaking of mistakes, Jota walks through that, not even with a gun in hand.
What's even the...
Maybe it's just to set up Xantares because he is the savior of this one. Goes back in, does what Jota couldn't, and ends it. 2 kills inside of the pop dog. Aurora, that was sketchy.
That was, well, Jota, that was sketchy. Everything else actually looked pretty perfect, to be honest.
Just Jota.
Yeah, Jota definitely has got some moments where he gets excited, that's for sure. All right, so second test, you know, to be real, like Aurora are normally much better on T side than they were in that first half. It's that in this game so far, it didn't work out. They leaned super heavily on these full strength B execs, all the fixings. If they want to try to do that again, they got to deal with this right side default position that doesn't get flashed, that doesn't get mollied. This is a clear gap that they've had a long time to think about.
magnetic باشه نمیذاره پلیری
پیک کنه. Potential threat outside.
اولین کمپانی که اون موقع یادم این اسنپ تپ و تقش رو گرفتم این ریزر بود الان کاپریت کردن با هم عجیبه. پدش خیلی خوشگله، موسش خوشگله، صندلیش هم باله ولی کیبوردش
Silence
حس میکنم قرمزیش نمیخوره به اون چیزش زیاده.
آخه عجیبه. ببین میجور آیم چیز میگم آیم آستین تگزاس میجور والو با استیل سریز زد که موسو مثبت زد که من مثبتش گرفتم.
آره یادم.
حالا 3 ماه 4 ماه بعدش با یه کمپانی دیگه زد.
Dumao kind of has a moment of hesitation there. They're already down the ramp. Again, those flashes, though, are so good. Triple kill to him on his own. The other two defenders in this site still yet to get their action going. Sadzin over towards Oil, keeps his head tucked down, and he hasn't found that crossover just yet. Zanteris sees the leg, insta headshot. Won't be able to find another, but Woxic could still pull off this
فقط kill بگیره پرواز کنه رو
board. Only 2 shots need to be landed, and he's got a chance to escape off site.
He has full HP, the up. Woxic from the bottom of the board, now at 18 kills, going positive for the first time in this map.
Where does Lotto put that smoke? He inches it ever closer to the site. Woxic's going to be forced to move out soon, but he hears these footsteps. Smoke on top of the bomb, and ladder cover. Oh, this is not ideal. The spam is close, but not there.
Oh, he can't find it.
Woxic losing the chance to clutch. The smoke goes on top of the bomb, and we stay awkward.
14-14 off of that.
کل نوشته من خودم کرامید امراد برداشتم. داداش استات نیست. یکی منو میگی.
But now it's CT side. This B site exec is not good enough.
Huge moment there for Nissim.
This is what they need. They need more pick plays to get the kill first, then move into something when they have an advantage.
Whoa, Woxic getting tagged up on the fallback. And there's Lux to finish him off. There's a legacy 5
بررسی نهایی قایو انجام میدم و نتیجه‌شو رو بهتون اعلام میکنم.
اصلا میکنم یه بررسی مداقل نهایی رو انجام میدم، نتیجه به عمل میارم، نتیجه قایو رو خدمتتون اعلام.
همون دیگه.
As Aurora recollect themselves
پشمام شد آجی، پشمام ریخته.
Joda finds upper halls clear for the taking, so it feels, but no certainty for Aurora when Legacy can pounce on you at a moment's notice.
الان که مریضم حساب نیست.
They're gonna leave Wicadia outside of Madger's still as far as
الان مریضم، باید درک کنید. من علیلم، دارم از بین میرم.
برپا خوردی؟
Lands in front of T-Con, but the type of T-Con smoke that creates uncertainty. And look at this. Wicadia
هر سال داره یه آپدیت میاد. اینقدر که ویروس ها آپدیت گرفتن
They have a way to join up
کل گیم ها
outer.
آپدیت نهده.
They have to find these CTs eventually.
And is this wall of smoke going to tell them what they need to know? Also, not to mention, Madger's bomb is cut off. Now that smoke starts to fade. T-Con exposed. 25 to the clock here. Dumao, he got it to the challenge. Zanteris is on the hunt for Lotto. He finds his, and they do manage to break through the outer yard.
That bomb has to cross. Will it be able to? Nade's coming through.
You know that they could still thrive in the carnage and the chaos.
And
gave us a 3K, 1 round to go. Madger, it's bomb plant right there. Guns dry, health slow. Still Nissim survive.
باورم نمیشه مجر این راندو گرفت. باورم نمیشه.
What a sequence of smokes to get that route into the outer yard.
Insane. They assisted this wraparound from that train, and Madger stayed alive with the bomb inside of main. Got the molly off on Olaf, and even though his teammate died first, everything came down to fractions of a moment. And it wasn't orchestrated perfectly, but it was just good enough.
And right now, Aurora will take that. Again. Dumao plays around with the threat of Pop Dog. Joda sees this as an invitation.
Going back to spot.
Mo, how many B hits in regulation, and now they're starting to target this outer yard again. Zanteris, it's a near lineup. It's Lotto for the Not done yet. Madger has to try to clutch 1v5, and it's a back turn to him. They turn on him, and now he's just going to get cut down after the one. From the highs to the lows, yet again for Aurora. You saw that release of energy out of Major, and the sinking feeling of throwing away a chance at a 3-0 is right back in your mind.
I'm not going to lie. Without that successful or overly successful CT side on either team, I just don't see them simply closing this out. When you get that eruption of emotion out of Major, you know it feels like it's at least guaranteed we'd have another chance. The next round, I don't know if they can see it. They have won 0 rifle rounds without a clutch.
And yet here they are, still swinging. And as the game's gone on, evolving, for better or for worse. That Ivy stuff with a deep position from Lotto. They tiptoed to their deaths. This B site has never looked primed for the taking more than it does right now. It is Nissim solo.
میگفت در دلم قوقایی
Molotov on
در دلم قوقایی
unravels the initial setup. How does this change things for Legacy? They add 2 bodies to this B bomb site. Lux above oil, and also not to mention this drawback from Nissim.
Oh, they're going in light.
They just come out down the ramp, and the trade from Woxic in the back of that pack, but there goes the bomb, thrown forward at the far
هم
side of the
ستابی
site.
بودن هم سبک
It's
اومدن
different
تو
positioning than what we've seen from Legacy, but fire on top of Lux. He's going to be forced out. Woxic is coming alive. It's 22 and 19. Starting this game from the bottom of the board, and the recovery is real. Woxic with a trio
این
of
راندو
frags
چجوری
to kick
برزیل
off the
پاور
second
آف
OT.
برزیل
And all of
CSS
this
پاور آف
was the
برزیل
solution.
CSS
A one flash exec, run down the ramp, no telegraph, no time for the CT's response. That's what they needed to do. Their first rifle round 1 in this match on T side without a clutch.
Slicing through that defense off one flash. Good coverage here from Woxic.
مولیه اصلا فکرم نگرفته بود تاپو یارو خودی زودتر پریدی
نه گرفته بود میگرفت یعنی اگه
میگرفت آره ولی خب
without bleeding out so much at the choke points. They gave Legacy a little bit of time to get ready before, and that's what they needed. You know, ironically, sometimes you think, oh, the more nades, the better. We get all the spots mullied out. People can't stand anywhere. That just gave Legacy time to think. They were prepped and ready for those.
آشکاپول میگه نه دیگه گذاشتم تو پروفایل استیم ببینی.
Maybe they feel like it got unlucky.
امرال خوش دیدم آره.
But it won't matter now that it's in overtime. They've already scooped that round away. One more and it gets very scary for Legacy.
خیلی بخیل.
They've taken their sweet time to do it, but again, I use the word evolve a round ago. Now we see it on full display.
Woxic went from 4 kills at the end of the first half to 23.
Unbelievable recovery in terms of individual performance, and now getting the impact they had none of on the T side specifically. That trio of frags, great coverage to unravel a B defense that had stood the test so many times. That doesn't mean Legacy are out of it just yet. In Pop Dog. But the fact that they can hit that B site so unannounced, now Legacy are going to be playing mind games against themselves because it's not always utility that shows the commitment.
It's not so one-dimensional now.
A tough job for Lux to remain at the top of the scoreboard and also figure Major's move out. Doom out, caught in transition to the instant headshot here of Xantares. It's a helping hand offered up from Lotto. That nade is going to get Jonah done for, and Lux has gone unnoticed. Woxic finds his deep into the bomb site with Cadia also combines. And now a T side that is starting to take off. Nissim is nowhere to be found.
Now they've broken through. Now they're figuring out new ways. Xantares looking sharp as ever, making sure he has the kill lead in this game.
آجی almost داره میشه تاپ فرگ. عجب لفظی اومدیم.
As much as this could mean to Xantares, it'll be equally so to Woxic. Coming to play for his national roster alongside Xantares. The combo everybody wanted to be together to make Turkish CS work.
ولی بازم کاو اسکیل نمیاره داداش. XDD.
And this is his map.
بشو که اسکین مهمتر از اسکیله.
چی مهمتره؟
اسکین مهمتر از اسکیله. اسکین نداشته باشی خوب بزنی همه بهت میگن چیتر.
2 rounds down from tying here.
قبول داری؟
Just for a chance.
متاسفانه that's a fucking
just for a
fact.
chance to play it all the way to the end of
یکی
the
چیت میزنه مثلا
Do they
بری
believe
میگم
that they have
متاسفانه
enough
that's a
grit to bring
fucking
it all
fact.
the way back? It's not a best of 3 anymore.
یکی چیت مثلا داره میزنه ببینی طرف اسکین پسکین داره میگین آره
مثلا الان فری به یه جایی رسیدن که یارو مثلا با 10 که اینونتوری میاد چیت میزنه. چند تا ویدیو دیدم یارو مثلا آیه داپلر داره مثلا میاد میزنه.
And down goes his utility. That's instantly going to draw support over from Lux, but that rotator's only playing with an MP9. It's not Dumau who comes over with flashes in abundance to interrupt Aurora. There are limitations for Legacy in this final attempt to get a round in the second overtime CT side.
CSS من بازی میکردم.
And while Aurora posture themselves to simply smash through this defense,
بهترین رگدال CSR رو
dwindling utility on full display. Nissim gives himself a smoke to play around, but it's that coverage from Woxic that looks to make the difference yet again. He turns it back around. Dumau's gone unnoticed. Madger's hands busy, but the bomb plant unstoppable.
واکسیک رو نگاه کن این مارمولک داره فقط در دیوار میره بالا.
واکسیک آره چی کار داره میکنه واکسیک تو دنسری
آره اسپایدرمن گرفته آجی برو.
For the clean sweep of this T side. Woxic left on his own device. Can't finish with the tech.
Oh, you won't slow it down, and there'll at least be 1 round here for Legacy. Lotto pulls out the clutch by a hair.
A lifeline. A saving grace for Lotto to deny it. 16 rounds Legacy in OT2.
And they almost pulled off the final boss for them, which was this B exec with everything, all the nades coming through. It was a time where Legacy were a little low on money. Dumau again with these 2Ks in her. He's been so solid for Legacy.
چه اسپریم پریرا باش. خدا ببین
Even a third before he dies.
دین اومده.
Now I feel it's time for Wakadia to try to get revenge because Legacy have already been more successful.
دیدی هندونه میخری کاله سفیده این فید لاکس هم همینطوریه یه درصد هم برنامه نداره
changing up to those outside hits that were successful.
فول فید معلومه
فول فید برعکس
Time over for Woxic to get into position.
برعکس فول چی میشه
امتی فید
Still majority for Aurora with eyes set outer. Here comes that exec. Woxic missing the first shot. Flashbang's good to get Wakadia off, but then, oh, he eats another. It's going to be Joda instead. And there's that bomb spotted, still stuck on the top shelf. But your Opera's down in the backdrop, and Nissim's gone deep. Madger right there, his next victim. Nissim and Lotto pull this apart.
How the fuck
did they do that?
Legacy will bite back. Again, they will fight on.
Nissim, that's incredible. He runs the entire way, alerts all 3 CTs. They can take their time to peek him. He's standing there in no man's land and still puts up those 2 kills.
بعد اونی که اومد مثلا با مجر دابل پیک کنه یارو ول کرد
coming out of Brazil here on Legacy, all at the same time.
نیمچه استف
آجان میره کوپل چیزو بغل کن بشید مالتینا
چی میده؟
آمازون جنس میده
Reminder to Aurora that Legacy
fight
on every single round.
مسکیورد سبزا
And Joda freed up to take control of T-Con. Is the solution to get more on A before you maybe have to inevitably rotate?
The solution is either get the kill before the exec starts or overstack the site.
Woxic versus Sadzin. Not to mention that bomb. If that op peeks into this duel, that's a ton of information for Aurora. But smoke off, Woxic won't know what lies on the other side of that. And knowing Legacy, they're not going to respect your utility. They're going to walk it right through.
This fake worked perfectly. They're so scared. They've actually conditioned Aurora. They found a way to open up Ivy, hold Woxic's attention. No one is watching this at all.
No, they're reloading in the middle of this. Santeras, not ideal. He softens up Sazin. That's the bomb spotted. Insane decision to go for that jump, and he crosses back.
No, they missed the volley.
Now all of a sudden we've got pressure back towards Z. 2-player split. Aurora though in front of the fire because of Wacadia's corner, and Sadzin's hands busy no longer with the plant. Damage on all sides. Xantera is still alive here. Nissim gets the better of him. It is chaos where Legacy thrive. Back turn to Madger.
No!
Double from the flank. And now all of a sudden it is Woxic. And what if he throws that nade? Oh, he doesn't go for it. The offers 18.
Sadson from beneath as well with the op on the other team. Finally showing some presence.
Unbelievable.
That many mistakes survived in that round, man. That terrace standing behind the molly. They jump across with low HP player.
Twice. Sadson is a madman.
I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Legacy, they never give up. They have an iron will.
To write off any professional player in that situation is insane. For Sadson to do it versus Turkey's best, unreal. And that gut-wrenching feeling that Aurora have come to know all too often starts to creep in again. They've got MP9s to play this. And you've got Xanteras in what could be a prime spot to stop the Ivy, but insta-kill from Lotto. Madger's gonna try to creep forward to do the same. Difficult kill to track, but he'll get it over the line. In their post-game yesterday, they said that they can believe in these sorts of comebacks because they themselves are a bit like Vitality. Wow. That is what Nissim said.
Inferno,
stealing the soul of the world's best and putting it on full display. This best of five is not done because Legacy fight on.
Do you believe what I was saying about their tenacity now? This should be done. We should be doing a totally different segment right now because Legacy, they do not know when they are defeated. It's actually crazy.
Absolutely incredible from Legacy. I mean, it looked so many times that they were out of this game, right? I mean, they had such a strong CT side, but the couple of rounds that they lost were all clutches, right? And it still looked like, damn, it's not going to be enough. Even the 9-3 CT side, they couldn't necessarily find answers on the T side outside of the B execute. Aurora just seemed destined for them. It looked like all the stars have aligned. They're going to lift the trophy. Xantara's 750 maps is all it took. But yet again, Legacy ruins it for the other team, stays alive in this final and gets to that extended break.
I mean, even Lady Luck was just siding the way of Aurora, right? The 2 1v4s, which was a very, very solid CT side from Legacy to start things off. Honestly, very impressive stuff, able to kind of stifle and handle these consistent B rushes coming out from the side of Aurora. We had that clutch from, I believe it was Wycadia, so it was outside as well on the CT side. Everything's going their way. But then, man, I know there are too many rounds to talk about, but come overtime, I just love the ball to the wall calls coming out from them, just, you know, catching Aurora off guard back to back, and in the end just stealing it away. The fairy tale run, they're like, nope, it's not gonna end here. Lovely stuff.
I mean, what I love about it as well is, like, you can't even say it was just that, you know, Madger didn't make any adaptations. He did. Aurora did. In the overtimes, they were calling new strats, trying new things, but Lux just had more up his sleeve, and in the end was able to do the unthinkable. And, you know, again, we've talked about this. The word we keep using, it's brittle. You just never know how Aurora are going to react in these moments, you know? I already think there was a prolonged period of time there where maybe Madger and Xantaras didn't make eye contact, but you think that's the moment. This is when it's over. This is when they're going to close. It doesn't go that way.
No, absolutely. And, man, I just want to give, you know, praise to Nissim, dude. Like, on the CD side, he was so impactful, especially in the B bomb side. Every time Aurora went in, he was always making sure the opening kill goes through the CTs, making his trades really hard for the Ts, and then some crazy individual plays. I can say the same for all the 5 players there. They were absolutely mental in so many crazy clutch rounds.
I mean, put it this way, because it was such a razor-fine margin of a game, realistically, you could highlight, you know, you could say Xantaras was the MVP if it maybe gone the other way of Aurora.
For sure.
I thought Jota had some insane impact down the back 9, so to speak. Meanwhile, you look over, I think they're probably, like, Lato has the most kills. I'm gonna say Lux again for me was like my standout. I just think I think he's crazy right now, like the things he's calling and the production he's getting. Just what a map of Counter-Strike, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Woxic had a pretty quiet start to this particular map, right? And he's starting to really ramp up as well on the T side with AWP, combat opping, just not missing a single shot. And when you see that, you're like, yeah, surely surely, finally, they're going to close it out. But still, man, they're so tenacious. So absolutely tenacious.
They shouldn't be, guys. Remember, this is the inexperienced team with the inexperienced IGL with the new lineup. Aurora are the tenured pros that play regular international Counter-Strike. They're not the ones meant to be getting ruffled.
Yeah, but this was such a cool game for me because of the mind games, right? Because the way this game went for Legacy on the T side, they obviously couldn't get much going, right? They win back-to-back rounds by doing a B execute. Slightly different, but just hitting B, you know? And then can't get around after that. Those are the 2 rounds. They get to 11. Then it's 12-11 for Aurora. What did they do in the final round? This is where Aurora overthinks it to some extent. You know, they open 4A and they stay 4A. Legacy just went back into a B execute and managed to get into OT. And it was only in double OT where finally, you know, Legacy comes up with the sort of a fake of that B execute. And now Aurora is, you know, opening 3B pretty much. Like they're understanding all the gun rounds we lost pretty much have been B executes. Like, let's just play heavy B and make them beat us outside, and that's what eventually Legacy...
And it's also crazy, right? Because as Yanko pointed out, all the success that Legacy had on the T side was a B bomb side. And how do we end the game in overtime? Double IV plays, like back-to-back, right? Again, variations in there. You even have Woxic holding the angle, and Sad's just a lunatic, just dry peeks, and he knows exactly where he likes to play.
That's why he's the X factor of this
and I feel like sometimes maybe, I'm sorry to think, maybe it's also the inexperience a little bit, you know, because they're not in their heads. You know, they haven't been in as many spots as Aurora or Xantares have been over the years, where they have choked these leads, where they have been in finals and crumbled. They're like, screw it, we're just not going to give up. So, yeah, just very tenacious.
Let's get into the weeds a little bit. Let's look at some rounds, man.
Yeah, right. From the second half, I think this is going to illustrate the point we were just talking about, right? So Legacy struggling on the T side to get anything going. They're going to go into a B execute, really. You see LATO even attack 9, right? Like they're just sort of going for it at this point in time. Nissim with a huge lurk here, being able to catch Jota, right? And he's going to find a couple of kills towards the end. Defending this retake, I think Duma might have had the only AK in this round, right? And they're able to clutch it out, great, but Aurora can obviously buy again, following ground, same thing, right? B execute slightly different the way they do it, less people going from upper, and Duma just on a tear in this one is going to end up finding 4 kills, even chasing the 5th one. In the end, Woxic gets him, right? And then this was pretty much the only thing that was working for Legacy on that T side.
Yeah, in regulation. they certainly had a few more switches.
I don't know if we got that round from overtime.
I don't know. Did we have time for that production? Because we pulled an OT round. Yeah, they're going to tell me in a moment.
Yeah, because like that's what we were looking at and thinking, okay, is that going to be all Legacy has, right? Because it looked like it wasn't going to be enough. Somehow it works in the final round of regulation, but in overtime, it started being a bit of a struggle.
And usually, like, you know, you see things get way more scrappy when it comes to overtime, double overtime and everything. But even though, yes, there were a few scrappy moments, tight moments, I just love that, you know, it wasn't necessarily brand new ideas, but they were still trying to kind of fine-tune things they tried earlier on and make it work. And just the mind games are so good, man. They're just the way they were able to get the timing right. You could see Woxic playing towards Ivy, you know, because they were going for Ivy control early on, and then they just timed it perfectly, walking through the smoke in overtime, double overtime. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and look, I want to say as well, just talking about, you know, the mindset. I'm being serious. I think something happened earlier in that map when Aurora were on their T side. Because remember, it could have easily been 9-0. We talked about this.
Yes.
You know, if they didn't have the clutches...
1v4s, by the way, not just like 1v1.
Yeah. Not like a 1v2 or a 1v1. We're talking a 1v4. You know, they had to clutch out crazily to even get rounds on the board. And Xantares and Magic definitely, there was a moment. They were like shouting at each other. There was something going on. And they barely made eye contact for the rest of the game. And it was like, well... That's my Aurora right there, so we'll wait and see. We have got that OT round, so let's also pay a little bit of love Lux's way about this adjustment.
Right. So what worked for them was those B executes, but now they have players up in Ivy with the bomb. You can see they're hidden. They're just waiting for some push. In the meantime, the B execute came in, right? Only 2 players left outside. They leave Ivy completely, and that's just completely open. They killed the pop guy. Here it got awkward for a second. You thought Sadzin might die with the bomb. They keep Xantares pinned with the utility and just do a great job of, you know, making sure everything is his cover and defending them, but they completely outmaneuvered Aurora in this round. And seeing how they won 2 consecutive rounds in OT, the final round wasn't going to be a great buy for Aurora, and they were just able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great cast. I'd love somebody to maybe make a compilation of all the time Lord does scream, no! He just couldn't believe what was happening, which neither could any of us,
Neither could Aurora fans, I bet.
Oh, yeah, sure. So super exciting map, and really brought the final to life, because now we're going to be going into Inferno, and this is Legacy's map pick.
This is Legacy's map pick, but I don't think the job's obviously quite not done yet. Again, they have to pull off the reverse sweep, they have to win both the maps. And remember when they played against Saw yesterday, just like how dismal they looked on the T side, right? With Saw just taking matters into their own hands. I think it was Story with the AWP. We had Crazy as well on the A bomb side. And as we spoke about yesterday, what they like doing a lot on the T side is super fast plays, and they just kept going for that again and again and again. And if they're going to try the same thing here on the T side, it's going to make things easier for Aurora, because Aurora CD side is still pretty solid on Inferno. What I would like to see from them is to just slow things down a tad. Try what he did in train here on this T side, even in overtime. Try it out, slow things down, try to manipulate the rotations a little bit, get more map control, and play more default heavy, and sure, sprinkle in a little bit of speed as well. That for me should be the game plan here.
Here's the nightmare, though. All of a sudden, this is a different Aurora we're talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't want Legacy to switch things up. I want them to stay true to themselves, and play with that pace, because who knows what Aurora will think. They might, they will change it because it didn't work for them. You just do what you want to do. The important thing is, if you get shut down on some of those fast plays, you need to have something right to change it up. You need to have something slower. You need to have an idea, okay, if this is not working, how are we going to win a slow round now? But absolutely, for Aurora, we were talking about it. I mean, Train was their best chance to close this out, right? And the easiest way to get it done, because Mirage from Legacy was more of a punish pick. I think they feel more comfortable on Inferno and Nuke. It was just a matter of, Aurora hasn't been that great on Mirage, so let's just play it. So I think they'll definitely be feeling great by the fact that they were able to extend the series. We talk about this longer break now as well, so players can grab some food and whatnot, get some energy for the final 2 maps. And I think also Legacy has proven with this lineup, they are very great at having goldfish memory. Look how many ridiculous rounds they've lost just in this final, right? But they're still in it. They were still, no one got tilt. You could tell that they were still composed and trying.
I really
and
haven't seen anything comparable. And again, this is like, maybe people don't like this, body language watch or whatever, but I haven't seen anything comparable on Legacy side of things that's anything vaguely like what we've seen from Aurora. Like, I've never seen them rage at each other. I've never seen them tilt.
I just feels like overall the demeanor is so, it's up-tempo, but it doesn't ever transgress into aggression amongst themselves, right? I think that's a really cool thing to see, especially from such a young team, overall, a team with such low expectations and all of that. But yeah, I think the real test here for Aurora is, again, the mental game, because you won map 1 and 2, you could see how elated Major was when he won the clutch, for example, and they thought they had this one in the bag. You've lost that opportunity to close it out 3-0. Now getting into a map where you struggle a little bit, and a map as well, right? You want to close it out here. You want to make it 3-1. You do not want to go to Nuke where your T side was the last time we saw them on this. So can they mentally just walk in and get off to that solid start? Because when they get off to a good start, they just seem like unstoppable. We saw in map 1, we saw in map 2 as well. But when it comes to the scenarios where Xantares has a 0 and 4 start or something like that, you can see the frustration. It just seeps through so easily for them.
I think they have to keep doing more of the same. Major has to try to give energy, to his teammates. They have to do the best job possible at having goldfish memory too, which is not something they're capable of doing, right? So they have to, that doesn't come natural to them, and they have to artificially sort of, and he as an IGL has a lot of power to do that, with some of the calls and just not really letting people keep talking around it just happen, starting to make the call for the next round, switching the focus for the team, because we all know that Aurora can be a very, very good team, when they're on the same page, when they're playing good counter over the course of this tournament, and the last so Brittle really is the perfect
تو
word for it,
مشکلات
you know,
کمر
in
آشامو
an
حل کن آشام
emotionally
مشکلات معده تو
volatile where you never know what you're going to get and one round can spiral them out of
چطوری؟
control
حالت
and all of a
خوبه؟
sudden you get
آره
their
الان دیگه
worst
آره
face instead of their best face.
اومد بیرون دیگه هر چی
بعد میرفتی آره بالا و پایین بعد میرفتی هم فراد بالا و پایین انگوش میزدی بیاد
نگو که این جدیده الان این یه ویروس
حتما
جدیده
همونه دیگه
We've
چه
seen them
میدونم
come back just as recently as the Asian Championship.
17 دقیقه بریک مونده
حاجی خدا به من رحم کنه امیدوارم این دور و بر کسی دوباره عدسه سرفه نزن
من حس می‌کنم این ویروسه
این خیلی گرمه لازم
ببین دیروز هی به من گفت یا دیروز هی اومد اینجا گفت برام آرزوی خوشبختی کن میدونم بختمون رو ببند میدونم فلان کن خودش لفظ اومد فراد خودش تو استریم لفظ اومد خودش به چوب
کیو می‌خواست خوشبخت کنه فراد
یعنی به من میگفت آرزوی خوشبختی کن
تو برای کی آرزوی خوشبختی کنی؟
برای خودش
برای فراد
Why did we play 4A in that
راست میگی آرزو نکردی ببین به پاکر
چی شو؟
Well man, you know it's
یعنی دیروز گفتی آرزو کنم اینا بختم باز شه فلان شه
وقت من اینجوری باز کردی الان
آره نه بهش گفتم آرزو نکردی اینا کن
The veterans and of course the IGL for Nige, they need to kind of just be a little bit more, you just lay the law down, being like, all right, guys, like, it happened, it's fine, forget about it, right? Just concentrate. They talk about why Kadian walks, they've been around for a
آخه
while.
اصولا بعد همچین حالی لرز کردن است که طبیعیه چون دیگه هیچی نیست تو بدنت بسوزه همه رو دادی رفتی بابا نوشابه ندارم چی
من هر سری واقعا حالم بد میشد دکتر میگفت برو برید نوشابه بگید یه کوچولو لیمون بخور
یخچال مگه نداری تو خونه بری
نوشابه ولی ما تو رژیم نوشابه نمیخورم
اون یه شل بگی بذار تو یخچال ها یه مهمون اومد مهمون دلش
مهمون چای
و همسایه بغلی ها
مهمونه ما همه چای خورن
بانوان گرامی همسایه بغلی دلشون نوشابه خورن
اونا هم همشهری هن دیگه اونا هم چای خورن
شاید ما با خانم بچه ها اومدیم به ما میخواید چای بدی؟
آشان با بلک ویدو پاشد اومد اونجا
با خانم جوانسون میخوای بیانی؟
And it's not there. And going up against a team like Legacy, who clearly has it and clearly has a great environment in the team, a great
خانم جوانسون از وقتی که رفت عمل کوچک سازی انجام داد دیگه اصلا
اونم اسکوله با
That's where you're at a real disadvantage, and especially in a grand final.
یکی نیست بهش بگم تو که میخواستی ببری حداقل میدادی آنجلینا جولی
You drag me through. I love you for it. But that's it. We've got to stop talking. We do have to go to a break. Aurora probably think they should be lifting the trophy right now and might imagine they're in hell. So
آنجلینا جولی که قشنگ
the next
میشه
map is Inferno.
بین حد فاصله گردن تا نافش قطعا گل کرد
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
مینی سرفت
I won't play window anymore.
نمیصرفه
این چیه چادر سرش تویی؟ اجازه بدیم کوالیتی دارم بالا میبینم
یه شبیه پیر زنه
بکری بختی از استریم مثلا وسط PGL که چادر اومده
گفتم شاید هالووینه
شعور دیروز وسط PGL با چیز اومده بود با زیرپوش آبی فقط یه دونه تتوی چیزش معلوم باشه
یه عینک
بلنده ازگله
آره
یه عینک ته استکانی میخوای برای با چی مثلا تسبیح مثل مامان بزرگا میشه
سیویل هم یادت نره سیویل هم بذاری کف دستات هم باید تنها بزنی
بگم سر کوچه خونج بگه لرز کردم چت
کیسا بگم
نبات بخور نبات
زبونم دیگه داشت سنباده نیست سابیده اینقدر اینو نباتر رو چیز زدی
چی دادی؟
چی زدی؟
خوردم.
دیارش هم داشت اینطوری میکنم میگو گشتمه.
من مریضم الان حساب نیست نکنی.
ببین اینم بهونش. بهش هم گفتم سرپا خوردی جواب نداد.
آجی PGL چرا مپ 4 انقدر دیلی داد؟
بگم مجل 2 تا دیگه از کانونای دست کاری شدن دیگه رجوع کرد.
بچه فرض کنید لرز نکردیم این تم هالووین ما هالووین منطقه محروم دیروز دیشب بود هالووین حالا حالا شما قبول کنید به بزرگی خودتون دیگه
میوه چی زیاد خوردی گفتی؟ نارنگی زیاد خوردی؟ پرتقال چی؟
نارنگی، خیار، موز
موز که خطرناک هم داری بیشتر از یه دونهش
نه یه دونه خورد
بعد خیار چند خوردی؟
I think there's two like different things. I think the first thing that came to mind was like a round that was like
همین گفتی میوه زیاد خوردم
one that did kind of
همچین گفت میوه زیاد خوردم یه میوه تره بار خورده
زیاده این
گفتم الان اصلا یه میوه تره بار خورد
صبحم زور رفتم پیاده روی آمدم یه دونه سیب خوردم
بمیرم
میکنم کارمو کرد رجی
big trophy my heart was just pumping so
غذا هلسی میخوره
was basically one like we couldn't lose it I just had to be AFK I was just sitting there
آقا معده عادت نره این فیبر توش دیگه
just waiting for it to finish
معده به پروتئین عادت داره نازنین کباب
that's a good memory
فقط آبه
I think one before against Navi on the EM Cologne
تیمم که اوکیه
تخمه تاثیر داره تخمه
group stage but we're in the playoff
فکر کنم اون تخمه باعث شده که فکر کنم اونا حذف نشه چی میگن
I remember it was Mirage and it was the first pistol like
بیس و تخمه ریختی بعد روش
pistol rounds
نه بعدش تخمه
we were T and it was a one before
بالا ریختی
I think it was good play
اسیدای مدی که می‌خواست بپاشه رو میوه خورده به تو
either like maybe it's not like highlight but I had a one before on stage in Mongolia
آجی من هیچ موقع یادم نمیره تمام عیدا من معده درد داشتم بس که آجیل می‌خوردم
a one before you know it was very good or like
اوه بادوم زمینی عاشق بادوم زمینی من
تسته من چنان تسته می‌خوردم
من بادوم زمینی اصلا رحم نمی‌کنم بهش
1v3 or 1v4 versus Zero Tenacity in the
الو
final
پویا
and we
به نظر
won it.
میرسه
So like the whole game so it was either one of those
I don't know I think bring the pistol round on it it would be some not the best one I think to bring on this question but I really enjoyed my highlight on Shanghai Major when I killed 4 guys against Mibor under Palace I don't know why but it was very emotional in the moment it was like first round I assume and like first round I assume it also was BO1 and every round matter and I killed 4 in a very hard situation I would say and Alex scream Alex stand up like let's go like something like this
این مسابقات دمیج رو مثل فیسیت برای ایران نشون میده
کنسرت لینکین پارک تو آرژانتین بوده و آفیشیال رکوردش رو گذاشتن تو یوتیوب با پیرن مارادونا امیلی اومده لستیج حرام
کی با پیرن مارادونا اومده؟
امیلی
آها
امیلی مگه مال ایوانسنس نبود
چی بود چی آرمس امیلیه دیگه
اینم امیلی آها فکر کردم اون امیلی
آره دست
Hello sports fans, we're live here at PGL Bucharest 2025 and I'm joined by the lovely and very talented Hypex from Fnatic, Martinez from Gentlemates, Gil from
حرکت باحالیه
Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
Think major against Envious 2015 on Dust 2 when I did I think it was 1v3 or something and we did the comeback after that and won the I think it was the last map and won the major after that so that was
میدم خواستید بعدم
It doesn't get much better than that.
no it was very important and yeah especially when we won after so
taking home the trophy
myself
yeah
I think it's a 1v4 against Mongols back in April here in Bucharest. Yeah, first tier 1 tournament.
and I feel like that one before will just always stick in my mind.
Yeah, bro. It's a hell of a play.
It was a nice play.
I have one in my mind. When I joined 9C, we were playing one closed qualifier to EM Chengdu. And I remember it was like
این یارو چه تتوی مدگل پسندی زده.
We qualify. And I was on Mirage, V-ups, I killed one. And they were like 4 guys pushing. And after my kill, I rotated instant to jungle because they had time to...
این یارو میخواد خف کنه کسی رو.
زنگ بزنید مدگل بیاد آجید اینو تحلیل کنه برامون ببینیم پلیر از کجا بود.
The cross from jungle to A. And I was on that molly and with one shot I killed 2.
فقط مسکن بزن.
that round and we qualified to China and yeah I think it's the
هنوز زنده ام ایمان.
It's a hell of a round. Even describing it.
ولی با اختلاف بهترین کاسپلی هالووینه.
منو میگی؟
بله.
آره کاسپلی چی زدی؟ کاسپلی همسایه سر کوچه مثلا.
آشام اسکرین شات بگیر بعدا به کار
از این کلیپ کنید اسکرین شات بگیر
بعدا ازش اخاذی میکنه.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Ashley Battier, of course, from Gamer Legion, Alex from Gentlemates, from Fnatic, Hypex, from Gamer
اونجا
Legion,
چسیش بالاتر از این حرفای 2 تا بنانا خریدی. چی میگن موضوع اونجا؟
You can only buy one piece of utility. What would you choose?
این یارو نه نداره بانان. این یارو میمه رو دیدی که یارو مثلا میگه استونک مکانیک.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
دقیقاً چیزه. دقیقاً زبون هلندی همینه.
زبون اونجا هلندیه؟
نصف هلندیه نصف فرانسوی.
100%.
هلندی میشه دویچ؟
نه اون آلمانیه. داچ میشه. هلندی.
داچ با دویچ فرق داره.
دویچ میشه آلمانی. داچ
then you are gonna get
هلندی.
Like you have to be good at every point basically if you wanna be.
چرا نمیفهمی؟
Just to compete against them, you know.
چرا در 10 دقیقه اول؟
چرا در 10 دقیقه؟
مثلا عادل بود.
I think I would pick
حالا
molly.
چرا نمیفهم؟
You can take an angle, you can quickly molly and focus on another one, but smoke is not a wall, so.
سبزا نه یه 3-4 روز دیگه دوباره سبزا میاد ورتیگو.
I think to win the most rounds.
سبزا مختص آیمه.
Because it's giving you more
room to pass فرداری.
ESL با آیم چیه؟
Like HE itself. Okay.
آیم اسپانسرش اینتله.
Yeah, it's the most important.
ESL چیه؟
Because if not you can.
ESL خیلی وقت چیز نمی‌کنه. مستقیم تورنمنت میذاره. فقط پرولیگار داره میذاره.
Only in some situations.
Well, I didn't
کلاپس
بابا. Anyways, I think is the key.
ایرفورس برای کجا بود؟ اونم برای اینتل بود.
ایرفورس یو اس
ایرفورس مال
اون کلا اسپانسر توی سری تورنمنت ها میشه ولی چیز نداره. مستقیم خود ایرفورس تورنمنت نداره.
نمیدونم اسپانسر چیه؟
میجر
مثلا اسپانسر میشه اف رپتور میده به برنده.
نه کار دنبال گیمر میگردن. واسه
میدونی که دنبال گیمر میگردن.
ایرون میرون و
من پایم آجی به من بدن من پول بهم بدن میدم.
منم میام مهمات پر میکنم.
میگم چطوری میرم به من گرمسا رو بدین.
for sure technique.
هالووین چیه؟
همین بابا کسی ایرانی از تو هالووین میزنیم تو اول دی چی میشه دویالدا بعد میزنیم تو چهارشنبه سوری بعد میزنیم تو کریسمس بعد نوروز بعد میریم تو محرم.
راستی کریسمس رو داریم نه یه چیز محرم زون نیست داریم
نه محرم زون میچنسیم داشت ماهای عربی مگه 10 روز کمتر از ماهای چیز نیستن
چرا ولی هنوز یه ذرهش میفته توی فروردین
how you play, and instead just play every round as a new game. That's sort of what they've done. They prove it. They prove it under the most pressure and craziest circumstances. 1 kill away from ending up in that 3rd, 4th place decider, and now, well, 2 maps away from the series, which seems like a bigger mountain to climb, but again, they're the team in this final who actually have a trophy, who have a best of 5 victory.
تایتل یوتیوب
We can
100
talk about
تا
all the
حرف
times
میشه
that
توش
Aurora
زد.
came close, and that stack
با
of
اسپیس
second
وینر
places
100
looks
تا
so
حرف
high,
توش
and you
زد.
contrast that over to
من
Legacy,
فکر
to
کنم
a team that finally
90
gets into a
خورده ایشو
grand
استفاده
finals
کردم
and
تا این
instantly
تایتلو
wins,
گذاشتم.
and does so in a close affair. Opening map was theirs versus 3D Max. They lose 2 in a
چرا
row.
تایتل
They
داد نمی‌خوان؟
get that taste of a trophy lift, and it's so recently on their mind. That's
خیلی
gotta
سخته
be
اینکه
worth
بخوای
something in this head-to-head today.
چشا رو وا کنی تایتل رو نگاه کنی تا اینکه بیایی تو چت بنویسی که
leading up to it, it didn't come out of nowhere. They started off with a great honeymoon in Austin, then they kept grinding out a lot of matches versus a lot of top teams, played a ton here in Europe, and yeah, eventually they showed that they weren't just like an underdog, and we're still getting used to seeing them as champions, so to speak, right?
البته منم به نوبه خودم اگه بخوای
with this
تو
field
پیرزن
comparable to
سر
what they
کوچتون
have
حساب
already
کنی خیلی
overcome,
کاراکتر
this is
ترسناکی ها. فکر کن یه کاراکتری از سر کوچه که بی بی سی رو داره
I mean, maybe the first one mentally was probably more difficult.
احتمال زیاد با دوانویسا هم سر و کار داره. این 100 برابر از تمام بی بی سی، منظورم این که اطلاعات کل محل رو داره.
We're also just looking at trade.
یکی میاد رد میشه، مثلا میاد یهو
The fact that Legacy were just better.
تلفن رو برمی‌داره آقا فلانی مثلا رد شد، فلانی رو سرش شد، چه می‌دونم پسر فلانی با دختر فلانی درایت شد.
Shows you it goes beyond the map stats. It goes beyond the recent
اونا
results.
خب میدونی قبلا یه کارایی داشتن، میرفتن
چیز می‌خواستن اصلا بری high pressure matches.
ازدواج بکنی، میومدن تحقیق کنن، آره میرفتن از اون مثلا می‌پرسن.
Legacy on Inferno. This is something they've been trying to reclaim after
الان دخترم
having
خواهی
such an
تحقیق
amazing
کنی کافیه به
reputation on
دوست
it.
صمیمیش بگی که شنیدم مثلا فلانی خیلی دختر خوبیه.
But again, you got to be a fool to
حتی
say
رو
that this is the final stop for Legacy.
For a team that obviously thrust themselves into the spot.
پسرا رو نیاز نیست کاری کنی. مثلا یه نفر بیاد در مورد آشام سوال بپرسه، بای دیفالت همه چیزشو می‌ریزن رو.
This is where we all learned about Legacy.
آره نکته این الان یکی از بچه‌ها نوشته به جای که ترسناک‌تر گوگلی‌تر شدی. من هالووین مثلا خارجی‌ها رو می‌بینم لزوماً اینجوری نیستش که همه ترسناک شن. هر کی کاراکتری رو مثلا سلکت می‌کنه.
It is a best of 5, a marathon, not a
من
sprint.
لزوماً ندیدم همشون.
We know it too well.
ایرانی‌ها همه خودشون رو ترسناک می‌کنن. خون و مون و فلان و زمان و
اونایی که ایرانی‌ها که چیزی نه حالا می‌بینن با دیفالت ترسناکن. اولی ترسناکی ها.
And so Lotto's plant behind Fountain is a 2 versus 2
جدی مثلا اونور دیده بودم یارو
moving his way through
هم
the church.
کاراکترهای گیم و کاسپلی می‌کردن.
Clean one from Joda.
چیزای کیوت هم توشون زیاد بود.
Up close and personal. He's Beretta's
یکی مثلا حتی خودش رو مثلا کلانتر می‌کنه.
Whittles down Wicadia. There's the headshot. There's the clutch.
Oh my
لکا هم اینجوری تک به دور گرفت. و هم اسکرالیو.
Let them clutch.
Instantly gonna remind Aurora.
بعد باید این چادر نیست، این ملافه است.
Instantly gonna make them stew in it. 1v2 for
آشام هالووین بعدی من تو کاسپلی کارامبیت فایر توش
من گرالت میشم تو ینیفر
یه نفر
نمیشه and something that will be the reputation that precedes them moving forward. I would like to know how many teams have pulled off. We're at probably 34, 35 clutches now in this tournament.
ینیفر من میشی؟
I can check. I mean,
ینیفر بستگی داره. ببین ینیفر توی سریال یا ینیفر توی بازی. خیلی با هم دیگه فرق داره.
ینیفر توی بازی.
Just flood of MP9
برات بهش میاد. مثلا این پوشیده همینو می‌بینیم میگیم ینیفره.
up to the test. Yet again goes for the banana challenge despite the smoke pluming in his face, despite the threat of those SMGs on the other side. And now Legacy are going to hit that pause button for a second.
And I like how they do it too. They don't just sit on banana together looking back and forward. They take a small risk on the steps. There's the opening. It could be a full flank. Entertaining that idea. That's what makes their setup so powerful. Yes, I'm trying to pay close attention.
نه دارم میان اینجا میت اند گریت و مثلا عکس بگیری اینا.
There's some above him and he's not seen it. Oh, there's a chance. There was a chance.
just kind of blended into the backdrop, I suppose.
The patience pays off. I mean, and like now we talk about Lotto, man. Like he's contributed clutches in this final. Like, I feel like everybody else. Yeah, they're just so even strength. There's just so many heroes on this team. They all take days off, and then they always know they have someone new to rely on.
32 clutches at this event between Nathan and Lux alone.
And I know Lotto already has 2 for sure. I'm pretty sure he has 3.
We'll call it 35. Oof. All without knowing whether Dumau's also in that mix.
Don't tell me Dumau's never clutched.
I wouldn't dare. Eagle shot from Wicadia kicked it off, but you know, again, Legacy never too timid, even in the face of losing an advantage like that. Lotto didn't fully come back and clear this, so Joda's going to have a good, interesting timing on the mid flank. What can he make of this one? 2 backs turned to him. Yeah. Lux kind of half cleared that doorway, didn't actually clear the wall beneath the balcony, and that's going to end up costing him. Aurora, it's also a hand on an AK-47.
This is tough for Sadzen. He knows someone's in alt. He needs his teammate to come and join up with him. He can trade this info over. It's a big blind spot, though, in what he could see from the balcony window. And Joda is doing a good job of disappearing.
All while Sadzen gets closer to just jumping it out onto the balcony. And I mean, at a certain point, they've got to just take a swing at this. Dumau on the recovery, 2 kills deep in this 2 versus 4.
چطوری 4 به 2 رو کردین؟ چرا لانگه پیش نکرد اصلا؟ و دهنتون سرویس.
Makes sense. Joda's AK-47 picked back up.
Oh, such a good setup for this.
Fire to cut in between the 2 CTs. They decide to fight, and they'll recover the whole damn thing. 2v4 between Sadzen and Dumau.
Oh my gosh.
Taking their sweet time up in the apartments pays off for the 3-0 start.
I mean, I felt bad when it happened to Saw.
Hello, Kurush.
Another level, though.
آبمون گرفت اصلا اینقدر انرژی از ما کشید. ای shit the model game.
You know, all these games, all these sports, esports, whatever, they're vehicles to prove, you know, who's a champion, who has that mentality that can make you win.
Nades through the smoke, don't really find their intended targets.
So I'm gonna get you
inch up towards the brackets, and that just frees up the rotate of Aurora.
Yeah, من دوست دارم عینی مارمولک.
Santaris isn't gonna see anything at this point.
تو مثل ماهی داری پولک.
Forces them to disassemble. Franks follow suit. A lot of bodies stacking up inside of this A site, but Legacy catch an entry on Wicadia to kick it off. And even then, still no immediate follow through. Leaving options open. Dumau still having eyes towards Banana. They just kind of pause here for a second.
It's like they're getting shredded.
Tries to take it into his own hands, and it is Lux to meet him with another instant headshot. Doesn't get active, and we're gonna get this CT spawn wrap.
طور علل حساب یه دگزا و یه پنیسیلین دادن.
20 seconds, 2 players are still here. Woxic alive.
Oh, not able to get anything more. The pit player overwhelmed. Dumau offering a team kill in the mix. Got scary there because of time, but because of Lux going so successfully out there on his own, the numbers game still played into the favor of Legacy, and the numbers have betrayed Aurora here because it is no buy in sight.
It's just salt-inducing, I'm sure. They're getting absolutely shredded right now. Like this, what is this, Lux?
سلام مونا هاشم.
Trying to forge a reputation as a standout Brazilian IGL.
مرغه
doing an
رو
incredible job of it, man. And
مرغای
also
زمان
just
تو
fitting
هالوین
in
تو
with
کانتر
the new
آپدیت
crop of
میگرفتن چت
players that can call and frag at the same time.
روشون یه دونه چیز مینداختن
Oh, wow! I can't believe you lived there.
Jumps
یه
over top.
ملافه مینداختن آره شبیه روح
Luck just saw the
میشدن
shoulder though, so Santera's not
بله
able to
دیگه
offer
حال
any
نداره از این
kind of a
آپدیت
hold. MP9 and a 5-7 though around the corner to respond. A challenge out through the apartments as Wicadia gets whittled down and Woxic gets toppled.
Just do it
Yet
نایکی
again, this
باشه
A-side with the plan for the
همینجوری
taking. Wicadia on the retreat and Legacy on the offensive.
Could have been Pitt. Acadia took a small risk getting back here. They don't know where the other CTs are, so they're probably going to be careful about it. And that's a small dink.
Badger emerges through that moto smoke.
Spotted.
Ah, yeah, gets found out again. So health down low. Wicadia known to be up at the... Nope, never mind. But the reaction? Oh, with the pistol out? Satsin's just running around with a Glock. Scary situation there for only a second because they forgot about the player in the corner. 5-0 for Legacy.
بازیشون اقل
Wrong side of
2
default
کا
there.
پیسید پوینت اومد پایینش
And it was a losing position anyways, but
چی کاره؟
Aurora are a team that are
Chill
very
figure.
vulnerable mentally. We just know that. I mean,
Yeah, brittle is the word that the desk keeps throwing around, and I think it's perfect. It's also scary to watch.
yeah, absolutely. You see a team struggling like this, it kind of reminds you of yourself on your worst days, when you're not feeling it and when the pressure's on. And this is a live match. You don't get to sit around and relitigate your emotions and tell yourself how you're going to figure it out. You just have to do it right now.
Shit.
I think
Even though
Aurora,
you want to break.
Aurora is such a good reminder of the human element of Counter-Strike.
گفتم که همکاری نها کن به نشانه اعتراض حجابو برداشته
Perfect strats.
حالش انداخته روی سوناش
قشنگ معترض باشه
There's a
رپتور
person
آشنبه های
behind that
سفید
screen with thoughts of failure racing through their
شنبه های
minds.
قهوه‌ای
Frag grenade to just soften up Aurora as they try to take a look
نید
towards
رو
Banana.
بگیره
Legacy feeling at the moment like they can do no wrong. At least thus
بولوجم
far
رو
on
بگیره
Inferno.
And teams at this event, it's actually Legacy who have, I think, the best CT utility so far that we've seen. So punishing, great with HEs. They show them here on the offensive, which is always the harder side to do it on. And this is now like, you've got a map where it's a 3A lean, whatever. It's like an even strength map, but those two players over there are hurt badly. Or at least one of them. Who's going to save the day for Aurora?
Woxic hangs off with at least the singular A kill, but it's the only frag to be had there with the majority of Aurora's defenders still on that half of the map.
They don't seem totally prepared for this.
They're going to try to follow through. Legacy, quick pop into the B-bomb site. Assistance inbound in Woxic towards spawn.
No smoke there for Khan. There's a crossfire available.
Back's turn to Wicadia is going to make his job all the easier. Oh, but now they're trying to push down into him. This is a 3 versus 5, evened out with quick kills to the back of sight. Woxic overstepping, and with just mere seconds left to spare, that bomb gets planted.
They need to get even kills if possible,
اون
holding
میشه
off
توی
these exits, and it's possible they die
تو
trying to do
علم
it.
نه
Joda's going to take a sniff at this from the banana flank.
I don't
Just
know.
locked into the coffin.
Church.
And considering that Xantares isn't clearing out Church,
Oh,
they're always
اولی
going
که
to have
مجر
Doom out
بود
to
این
bank
با
on.
استان کمک
Nobody's going to be able to push all the way
مجر
into
آیتمش
Satchin without
میخوام
first
میستم
crossing Doomau's angle. And so he activates, cuts Joda off the round, who has 5 seconds to spare on this bomb if Xantares had a kit. Doesn't have the luxury. The kit was behind New Box in the back of the
Vamos,
side.
carajo.
Push and come back.
برای تورنمنت چین لایو میشی انشاءالله
You're
اگر
picturing the
بتونم
handshakes after
بخوابم
this.
لایو میشی
دیگه یه سگاه اولین شب نباید بخوابی
Guys are
بعد
monsters,
یه راست
man.
بری
What a T side so
از
far.
اون ور بخوابی
نه خیلی سنگین میشه
Economy in
پاره میشه
shambles.
خیلی زیاد
میتونی سوش 5 گرم 5 گرم
They
دمامی
can try to buy. Wikidia is the only one who can get an M4 this round. They want to have
بک‌گراند جدید چه
There's an applicable quote from Nissim's post-game interview yesterday with
Batsman
HLTV. Quote, I think after a lot of hours in the game, the guys playing until 6 a.m. since they were 13, we all know that it's about the momentum. And if we win the pistol, the first buy round, that is why I think it was all about momentum.
It's got to be their biggest strength. Like, that it's both the positive momentum that they can gain when they're winning. They're so good at getting it. But it's also not responding to another team that seems to get more confident. Legacy continue to play fast in the face of a terrible loss or getting wiped off the board within 30 seconds. They just go right back to it as if they're the team that's winning.
And so after just squeezing through that train test, you come here, you win the pistol, you win the first gun round. That's the exact same momentum he's talking about that completely smothered their opposition and saw when Legacy were last tested here in Bucharest. That part of the formula between those two matches,
no, I was almost in
mirrored.
jest. I was almost in jest thinking, like, oh, like that last map, this is a real test for Lux to show what he can do, you know, calling a comeback. And that's because they've never really shown that they can win train, especially not versus a team like Aurora. And he pulls it off.
Meanwhile, Aurora continue to show us that they can struggle in grand finals.
Oh, this is so flimsy. One guy walking out of the lane by himself, no crossfire available. The T's are just, you know, doing their average due diligence here. There's only a half investment from Aurora, but that was the only guy who could afford a M4 down.
Now overstacking the wrong bomb site as Legacy are taking a look at B. So yet again, Aurora are just going to feel like they are so many steps behind at this play. Oh, man.
It's a free plant. Enjoy your save.
I ask you this. Aurora barely, you know, unable to close back on train. You think the mental is going to be shattered coming into this game? What if map 4 is just a total blowout, absolute beating, a brutality that leads us to Nuke, where Legacy have a chance to actually reverse sweep a best of 5?
Oh, we saw the Nuke versus Saw, and again, that was Saw who picked Nuke 5 times, lost it, all of them here at Bucharest, but got to overtime on that map, came into Bucharest with a 9-map win streak. The stats simply just do not matter. When Legacy are under pressure, that's when they have an advantage, an intangible advantage. We saw what happened on Ancient after that Nuke match. Totally eviscerated.
Really just feels like Inferno could serve as like a chance for Legacy to just keep digging that grave deeper and deeper. And Aurora knowing that they might trip into it. Somebody has to lose tonight, and you would have never thought it would be Aurora after the first 2 maps, knowing they were going into train.
Kind of humiliation ritual that they participate in, where it's like, all we're doing is characterizing the loss for Legacy. They're finally losing. They're getting so close, and then they come back and absolutely blow everyone's expectations out of the water.
مریض شدیم رپس.
It is a graveyard in the Aurora camp right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy that after train, the desk segment was more of like a psychotherapy session than anything else.
Yeah,
but that is just, again, the human element. You can't ignore it. We all have eyes. Madger's saying after that 2-2 loss that sent them into the decider game to make it to playoffs that this team has never been in such a crisis. That was mere days ago. If you think 2 13-1s is going to completely overwrite that, you're wrong. But we've also seen Aurora have incredibly flat starts in games, versus Saw notably, and still make a map of it. So is this that turning point? Because they had for a moment of 5 versus 3.
Oh, this is, yeah, got to be the rounds.
This is the best case that Aurora have had so far. Is it just another one piled on top? Do Legacy have the answer? Because they've got all 3 players here on A to try to burst down the doors. The frag does land well.
Oh, goes too far.
Woxic steps into the crosshair, hits the head. Wicadia and Joda trying to crossfire now, separated inside of the A site. And they know that there's a player over towards that pit, but they'll go for the bomb plant first. Evened out, health advantage belongs to Aurora at the moment, and Joda's going to keep that pressure up inside of the smoke. But the Lux clutches are notorious.
How's he going to divvy up these angles? A player on both sides, he can feel it.
Jota's climbing out, making his move to the left side of tall box. And that's going to be the end of it. That is Aurora's first 8 rounds of play on Inferno before there is...
First, even though he's low there, he has the best chance to catch him off guard. Not dead yet.
Oh, یه دونه ران گفتم تو.
کامبک.
Starting slow and clawing back is nice, you know, but it's not sustainable. It's not something you want to have to do every single time.
دیشب یادم گفتی یک پیسی خیلی کی
Especially
بود؟
with the
MJ
track
بود؟
record in grand finals working against you.
کی بسته؟
خیلی مهمی یادم نیست.
یادته.
هیچی.
یه نگاهی به دور و برت بنداز.
Sometimes you know when you kick Legacy, they just get up and hit even harder right back.
جلگاه یه پیسی خیلی معقول و
crazy this round. Lux already taken a look through the brackets, working there on his own. Bunch of utility expended by Legacy in that direction.
Ultra 7
floating towards Banana, so he dives back into the site. And they're not going to give him a chance
Ultra
to really
7
collect
چی
his
هست؟
thoughts.
جدیده؟
He'll continue to drop utility here
بعد
in front of the commitment, but Legacy right into the crossfire. Santera's with a double. There is Wicadia, third piece in place. Much needed work from him, but Lux kills watching in the background. They know Wicadia is still nearby. Whoa, Carrier going back at it. Now they've got man advantage.
You just never know where they're going to peak from, high or low.
Look at the deaths on the radar right now. Look at those CT death markers stacked linearly here on the CT crossover.
ماجی سیتی ها چه قطاری مردن راست میگسته
So he'll try to clutch it.
قشنگ قطاری هم مردن
Oh, it's crazy he can get to A. He actually figured it out.
He's out.
And he can walk away right now. Jota's wondering, there's no reason for him to leave. He could be held. He has 19 HP. There's no way for him to leave safely. He has to hope that Lux is staying here and waiting for a chance to fake plant, but that's not the case. It's going to now be an unbelievably difficult 1v1. Lux can go anywhere.
Speaking of graveyards, bodies stacked on that commitment from everybody, and
worst nightmare.
Stomach just sinks when that bomb gets planted on A.
It doesn't feel like the kind of round where you want to play in the balcony if you're Lux because of your low HP.
Does Jota consider the mid push? No. He's not even got his gun out. Lux, perfection. One kill for Lux.
That's disgusting.
Putting the pressure right back on and adding to that tally that nobody competes with Legacy in.
I just saw Madger smiling, and I don't think anyone's cracking jokes over there. That's just got to be the first sign of insanity right now. Thinking of the number of ways that they can lose a situation.
این مپو به بازار
It's
مپو
from them, right? It's not even a massive mistake there. It's just
خالص
crazy the way that Legacy play it. CT's wide open. They double swing on the guy in the back when, you know, how they're going to approach the setup. It's not even a real B take. So much utility expended already over here at a minute 22. That's how scared they are.
Get the mother game.
Walks a cold smoke and Lux.
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely insane.
You couldn't script this.
Oh, he was watching for it for a second, trying to patrol that. Madger in front of the smoke. 1 minute. But with Lux lurking through CT, he still hasn't decided yet. It's actually quite difficult to call from the T perspective.
Madger's going to get active on the mid play, does shave one off, and they hold.
Okay.
Oof, that's what they need here. Aurora, some kind of belief in getting this at best for CT round half.
Lux just tried his best to make him extremely uncomfortable. Take Banana at the same time and then make that B split happen. That's when it would get difficult, but Madger plays it very well. And honestly, pretty bravely, right? Down at the bottom of Banana in front of that smoke. So after the clutch and the lost round, the money's gone.
The lead will move on. No contesting that, but to double your rounds right here with the last couple of this first half. Oof, that's what Aurora needs. I mean, they need more than that, but that's all they can possibly get.
در هر صورت امتناع
Fading the
میکنم
halls
از
pop
پاسخ.
right now. No one's ready to come out just yet. Again, just luring that utility out because they push and pull so well. Second go is coming. Jota has to shine here. I mean, he has lots of help though.
Yeah, somebody's got to shine. You'd think it would just be Jota inside of pit already. Tech9s that are going to have to jump over that railing on balcony should expose them to an easy hold.
He's keeping his gun out. That's all he has to do.
But there's a lot of shoulds in this matchup. Santeras takes the first one. There's already a player in pit. He gets stopped though, at least with Kadia there to help as needed. And then that sets Jota back up to finalize this hold on the A site. Lux continues to absolutely tear through. If he hits this op shot on Wicadia, he is on for another clutch. Wicadia's got a pistol in hand. No! That quick scope! What are we even watching?
He's holding this. Madger, terrified. Will he peek into it?
Toying with the thought of going for the peak. Bomb still over towards the pit. Madger's being called into the action. Lux gets off onto the site, but he'll have to cross back.
He's going to wrap around default. There's a chance Madger gets caught off guard.
He's going to look back at short. Oh, and Madger ends that. How dare you even make that close?
I can't believe he's jiggling that corner with such low HP. Madger doesn't shoot. Don't know if he saw anything. My God. This guy's got the clutch gene.
But Madger's also been posting some very important clutches between Train and now this one.
Dude, Lux has 17 kill half.
Wow, that's insane. Leading the charge and trying to slam themselves into B. Oh, they got Santeras to back up. Lux comes through with another double. Madger's gone unnoticed. Huge moment for him, but only 2 kills under the pressure of a 4-player push beyond him.
And a very aggressive smoke to send him back, make sure they can't nade through it.
There is no utility to do that. Trying to smoke their way out.
مولی کجا خورد بانس کرد آجی
Watsic's got one locked in behind the fountain pillar. Waiting for that second T to peak. He's just playing the waiting game, concerned of this distraction. Watsic is going to sit here and ask, where the hell is this second legacy player at?
And Dumal's already moved. The perfect crossfire.
Watsic's going to have to force it in now. The crossfire set, and they rebound.
Despite
that best effort from Madger in the corner of Banana, it doesn't feel like anything will be enough to stop it here on Inferno.
It's absolutely filthy. Again. Lux with a double entry, one through the smoke on a Hobbit. That Tech9 spam perfectly placed. Was an 18th and 19th kill. So unreal.
مجر داره میگه ببازیم بچه های مپو این گیم رو ببازیم
بابا این چه وضعیه حجی این چه وضعیه
میگه شب تو هتل یکی آناناس میدم دستتون.
I mean, Legacy have no scar tissue in terms of being told they can't do this. This is a team that was born in the unbelievable in defeating Vitality. And we were always going to say, like, even a best-of-1 victory, like, it's going to be so good for their confidence. And we would have thought that that would only apply for a short period before the inevitable losses started to get stacked back up against them. But that they haven't stopped, Blonders.
And if you don't think confidence is real, I mean, does anybody think that Legacy would exist as they are today if not for the Deus Ex Machina that got them into their off to major run? Weren't even supposed to be there.
I feel like if you're a Legacy player, you think like this current year is just destiny.
And one day it'll be Legacy.
You got to put your action behind it, but to break their confidence and self-belief, that is something nobody has been able to do since they have burst on the scene.
چی داری یعنی Ministry of Health مثلا.
Confidence continues to grow as they make this road towards Budapest. Bears for the taking. Flash over top to get Dumao out of Banana, but he'll hit the ground. Tons of damage offered by that utility. There's a much-needed pistol for Aurora to even have a chance at taking a swing at this map. Nuke waits as our decider. Smokes down in front of it. Lux still finds Antera's headshot.
همیشه همینه آجی تو این جور داستان.
And the Nissa Berettas are just going to disrespect, try to just push right through. Kill, Lux. It feels like Lux can do nothing wrong. 21 and 10. He'll try to go back through that smoke a third time and finally put to rest. Aurora will catch their breath, if not for only a moment here. It took a Wakadia 4K to win that pistol. Aurora trail by 5 as Legacy 4 rounds from victory on map 4. Whoa. Crazy to go back and watch this highlight reel. Just seeing all these legacy players trying to push through smoke grenades. You can do everything you want to try to slow them down from taking fights on their terms, but you can't deter them.
چیه؟
گاماداپلر فیز 3 بعد یه پترنش هست مکس سایانه رنگ آبی فیروزه‌ای بهش میگن سایان بیت.
And yet still
جالب اینو نشیده.
do everything they have to try to test. Now,
شنیدی کسر مردمی.
Job of making the map feel so alive, even
این مارکت اسپشیالیست.
Resources to work with. They've got false control. They have B smoked right now. I think Aurora have the right idea, thinking about going B, but there'll be reinforcements.
It's come over. It's not as much damage as the last
round,
but still At least you get 2 back through to the Aurora favor, but
they commit. There's one on the flank now, but he's holding back because the Aurora have slowed down.
Oh,
they get the smoke down.
Oh my god. Just had 2 players with their heads turned away from him.
He could be their worst nightmare. It's possible they just jump in and try to kill him. There's enough time to do it. But it's a part of the clock where you might skip some angles. He checks it.
You don't check. Yes. Double check. Good on him.
And the rotation has already started coming back. Lux is here with a UMP.
Yep. Not somebody who's limited to the pistol, has the best weapon for the drop. Drive-by from Wakadia.
Oh!
And still the damage done. It's Dumao versus Woxic. Hands Woxic got the better weapon and the headshot to go with it. But like you said, that is damage on both sides of it. And it's insanity that the first player of the 3 Aurora members that come running by hits Lux in the head and still with like 5 HP. He ends up
ولی پترن زیاد داره داداش پترن چیز داره پاندا داره مرد چینی داره والروس داره.
And Aurora will never know how close they came to actually losing that round back in Banana when the CT pushes off site. Jumping over because he thinks that he's missed the timing. Why would that smoke fade with members of Aurora right behind it? That would have been a free kill. That would have been a back-breaking moment. 5-7 push down middle doesn't get everything it could. But you shouldn't get anything in this round. It's 2 sets of half Kevlar. And finally a chance for Aurora to collect themselves here. That lead will be cut down to 3 rounds as this T-side has started well for Aurora.
Might be one decisive round in this game. And versus pistols here for Aurora. But it'll be a money building round.
Can't help but wonder if Aurora are gonna find a chance to offer us some round wins once it feels like it's all too far gone. Once the map feels like it's already lost, you have nothing to lose. And that's where we were for a moment. With that 9-3 half, that 8-0 lead, why would Aurora find any kind of self-belief? But now it's starting to be pieced together, starting this T-side strong. We've got Legacy's gun round inbound now. And when you look at Legacy, you're really just looking at Lux. 22 kills to his name. You've still got players that are in the negative. I mean,
Nisim چند تا داره میگه سه تا زده.
But has the mental damage been done to Aurora already? That is a genuine question. Round by
امیدوارم
round.
واکسیک 5 تا بیشتر نزده حالا همچین اختلاف زیاد نیست.
They're not coming in from the balcony, only the left side. This is perfect for the op setup, actually. Oh, he falls back. Sadzin, he's got this more depressed angle.
He's got to hit this because Nissan's got to smoke out of hand. He's got to hit this. You've got to get a kill before the flight comes out from Aurora. He'll find Joda easy. Quick reposition as well. Eats the flashbang. Challenge is here from balcony.
That mag just to allow him to get back on cycle.
That's 2 players confirmed.
It's just Lux has mid control somehow.
Got a smoke to his right side. Zantares losing the fight to Lux. Woxic takes a ton of damage in the process. And Sadzin can just comfortably hold on to the pit, awaiting some kind of challenge up short side. Support inbound, but very slowly.
Yeah, they're careful. They want to know about lurks, actually. They think there's a timing in Arch, but there isn't.
These players could actually press the issue up through short.
With the off and hit.
Madra gets the kill to sight. Sadzin's got to reposition. Player up above him is going to sweep right down. Aurora are fighting right back into this. Damage so significant. Nowhere to run if you're Wicadia. Nowhere to hide if you're Woxic. You've already got this other CT
نشون بده از چی ساخته شدی. نزدیک بسوزی. پشت سر تو من. 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 الو.
Instead, it is Legacy with a 10.
Just get right back to winning. That's the op from Sadzin. And even though other players on this team haven't really fragged, it doesn't feel like they've been struggling because they've been bought so much time by Lux, who again contributes, takes down Zantares in that head-to-head duel in middle. And they're working together, man. There is this chemistry, right? That op shot in through halls, falling back, and then his teammate just unloads an entire mag into the halls just to make sure he has time.
اگه منو بیشتر از فرهاد دوست داری تو چت 1 بذاری. اگه فرهاد از من کمتر دوست داری تو چت 2 بذاری.
دوبله بندی جالبی بود.
Is the true piece of utility that you have. 137 ADR for Lux on this match.
تو توی چت میتونی یا 1 بذاری یا 2.
Following train which has already been outstanding. He's 3 for 3 on openers.
همیشه یه سومی هم هست.
خودت هم سکوت که من که مریض شدم دیگه بابا. من چیز دارم استراتژی
استراتژی مگه نو کردم.
خسته نباشی موین. تو چرا حالت بده محمد؟ اوه چت بیدار کردی همه رو.
1 و 2 شد.
1 و 2 و 3 و 4 و
5 و 6 تیغا رو پشت هم بزن.
همون کسب بکنم که فاتحم خونده است که. دمو جان رو 5 و 6 تیغا رو پشت هم بزن.
با گویش جذاب لوری کار ادامه.
With Lux getting peeled off. Aurora suddenly feeling like B-site is primed for the taking, and they're right. Lotto, it's going to take something massive of a solo hold.
He's going to look for that lineup if they try to exec back in. But
instead
he's going to a retake spot. He's looking for some relief here, but
به چه زبانی حرف می‌زدی
on the
قبلا؟
wrong side of this map. This might end up being a save. Aurora might feel pressured to have to go through this.
من یادمه به یه زبانی یه موقعی چیزایی میگفتیم.
But they'll still find it open.
Prime for the taking to cut this lead down to 3.
یکی که انک میگه احتمالاً بولچتاک بوده.
Interesting turn of events here. Legacy losing the 2 players on Banana. This puts pressure economically on this second half. All while Aurora keep racking up round wins. And you want to talk about momentum? 8-0 out of the gate to the favor of Legacy.
مشکل سازه.
Only 3 rounds since. 7-0.
الان 2025 دنیا همه وک شدن.
Again, I mean,
جایی واسه ریس.
but it just gives you the only reason that Legacy won that train match. This amazingly fast start, right? They have to eventually close it out in
ای
overtime.
بخوره تو
But
کمرتون کامبک کنید
they have so many
دیگه.
rounds in the second half to learn.
او واکسیک اومد بالا نیسیم رو 3 موند.
بیا بهت میگم لبس بیا گوش نمیدی.
محمد اسش گفته به کاوه بگو بچه سویی سویی.
Still not looking that great.
سویی
It's still not looking like they're having any fun.
No, they're like, yeah.
شود سو خود.
They're like Rocky right now, you know.
شود
They're
سو
going
خود.
through it, but
خود. ای داره.
خود.
No pain, no
شود
gain.
سو خود میگن مثل این که. یعنی چی حالا اینا؟
You know, that's not what Aurora should be.
سو میشه باسن. چو میشه چوب. دیگه خودت از ایمیجینیشن استفاده
Normally in this matchup, but
کاملا متوجه شدیم معنیش چیه.
when a new
Unbelievable.
team starts to break into the top, this is what they're
من بابام تعریف کردم گفت یه همکار داشته آقای سویی. بعد اینا تو خرم آباد یه پروژه میگیرن این میاد برای افتتاحیه مثلا سخنرانی بکنه. گفت نصف خرم آباد جمع شده ببین آقای سویی کیه.
Taking Banana by storm, you're not going to find Legacy overextending off site.
But these nades, if you take Banana too fast, you will get punished by Legacy. They drop a lot of HEs.
That one got jumbled up in the rooftops, or else it feels like Joda would have maybe taken more.
Still got a lot.
بابا وای نستید تو بنانا همینجور داره تجزیه میشن در
This is Legacy
سرویسا.
laying it on thick. It's going to be Doom out to try to challenge on that smoke, hoping to line up sprays, which he will for a double. Xantares gets the answer back, but you've already got Woxic just take down to 5 health. Oh, another!
تصور کن دوباره برو اوورتایم. تو اوورتایم آرورا ببازه.
Aurora. Incendiary's going to interrupt the bomb plants.
Yeah, big time.
Smokes are soon going to come up, challenge out from coffins. That's 2 of the CTs announced, and the third one nowhere to be found. Sadzin's still over towards that A site.
And Woxic's terrified, right? He doesn't want to plant. What if there's an HE that comes down and Lux is over here really deep? Are they going to be able to double swing? I don't think so.
I mean, Xantares just slipped off.
He's going to die.
No cover for the bomb plant. No cover whatsoever, but Joda at least kills Nissim, and now you're going to know that Lux is out here on an island. Lux still fighting.
Come on.
Back for Xantares. I mean, this guy is a one-man army right now. 25 kills to his name.
So much impact, too.
Joda turns it back. Opper is right there on this angle. Smoke blooming in front of them. Scares him off of the bomb plant.
Oh, so close.
Flash goes over, blinds him for a second. Still just fumbling around with this bomb. And here comes Lux actually coming through.
So close with the crosshair through the smoke. To punishing and make that 1v1. In a one-on-one, there would be no smoke push, but he couldn't surmise the kill.
Genuinely feels like Lux doesn't know how he could be stopped.
Watching that demo back from Lux's POV, it's just going to look like a series of miracles. So much impact. What a force.
It's a great adaptation round to round for Legacy as well.
Having
just lost 2 players inside of Banana when Aurora won their 7th into that transition to using the grenades to just soften up every single piece.
The same stubbornness that had them lose rounds on their B hits on train. Getting hit by all this utility at the top of Banana, forcing the full exec as well. So allowing Doom out to know that they're here with multiple players. The other problem with the full exec is not having any utility left over in the end to try to guarantee your post-plant positions.
We bringing in the studio.
من با لبس سوراخ باشه آجر باشه رفتم جلو.
Should I call you mister?
Oh, it's gonna sting. Xantares eats a dink, but at least comes out with the opening kill.
میمارو چرا با اون قاطی میکس میکنی؟
ندیدی اونی که چیز کنن بهتریناشو میذارن
as the highest rated player for
یه دونه
he had to tap into in order to beat 3D Max in that previous best of 5. And when he is nowhere to be found, finally takes a map to kind of let off. We have Lux dominating here on Inferno.
یکی اون ایمیل است. Are you a male or female? I'm email.
Thing is, you know, it's Aurora. As soon as they get comfortable, they're going to go back. Bomb stage back here. Slow down the.
بهش میگه که تو مثلا با زنی که از خودت بیشتر پول در بیاره وارد رابطه میشی.
All these nades go.
Never do such a thing.
They're just trying to hold their attention. Zanteres
do
is gonna
such
get
a
caught
thing.
off guard or clip off another.
Good on
اون
him.
یکی دیگه هست آجی میرفت تو برنامه تلویزیونی میگه چند تا بچه داری
Playing
میگه
here with no one
23
behind him. Oh,
And he hits
Uno
his
viene
first
ahí.
one, but
Baby
not to
mother.
keep
از
legacy.
یارو هم تیم کنم خیلی دیبا
Aurora from following through on this one.
بادمان
That is an insane setup for Dumao. Talk about confidence that you're going to hold it all back.
it's actually so nice
What's
though
your
from
gender?
Zanteres with his HP
My gender.
because he knows he can't peek, but he uses his utility and his presence to make it so that they can't clear him safely.
داشتم
And
نازه
he keeps
میکنم
making them
بابا
think they're just going
چند
for a brackets clear
این
when instead
بازی
it's really
تموم
just about the
نمیشه به
banana
اول
if they want to
فصل
get
ما هم
back.
چه موقعی مریض
And you can be
شدیم ها
repetitive if you
ای
dress it up a little bit
بابا
differently, and that's what we're seeing from Aurora.
Doing what he
نمیصرفه
can with the little that he had.
تمام
but still finding a way
انرژیم
to get into the
مکیده
lane.
شد بیرون
Dinked by
اه.
Nissim
تو باشی
immediately on
خوب
that
موقع
mid-peak.
مریضی
So Aurora keep this a 3-round
نیسیم
game.
سگ 3 تا زده
Keep us intrigued if they
هزار
can
راند از بازی
really take it
گذشته
back from a 7-0 legacy start.
But these 3-man saves from Legacy are just
Yeah, it's
really
strong.
good. Yeah, like even on this round, there's some money left over after the two players
یکی
are
دیگه هم
gone,
هست بری
plus the 3
یه
saves.
چیزا یعنی چیزا بگه In my clan if I catch you introducing a man to another man
It's got to be said as well, though, just while we can. This is a very rough major, really rough grand finals for Woxic. We could talk about that recovery he had on train.
Yeah.
But I mean, his rating on Dust 2, 0.63, 0.94 on Mirage. The more lopsided of the two. And then trains so slowly. Okay, yes, he recovered as the game went on, but now we're right back into this 14 map. You know, Woxic is not being a part of this grand finals as he could be.
الان لگاسی
So
میشه
the
مپ
two maps
سه
they
میدونی
won,
چون دو
now
مپ
that they
برده
bottom time, it's time to contribute.
ما باختار حساب نمیکنیم
Oh, Zanteres goes down to Nissim. Dry. No. Oh, that's just such a big upgrade.
بیت کرد بیت کرد
7 into
واسش
the AK-47, Sadson
چه
freed up to
بیتی
go for
کرد
the deep
واسش
off peek out through apps. And Legacy fighting for a 12th right here, right now.
There's this invisible gap. They think that it could be an R-trap. It's going to be a B play again. I don't know if it's going to be a huge surprise to Legacy, but surely they start cheating back soon.
Hello فرهاد نظامی Hello فرهاد نظامی
But I mean, this time you've got to go deep. You've got to get these players off of coffin so that they can't just interrupt your bomb plan. Last time, Lux was allowed to just walk up for free, completely uncontested. And while Madger's going to have hands busy, Woxic gets whittled down to half health. A 3v5 hold here on the B site.
همشون دارن از سی تیم یعنی یه نفرم توی بنانا نیست
Critical. And they tried to open it up so that Woxic could shave a player off. Him and
Yo,
Sadson trying to hold the
fast.
same line. And Woxic gets the headshot. Now they're going to know where this offer is at. He's going to feel squeezed in this situation. So of course, as the flashes come out for him to try to go for an additional kill, all you've done if you're Aurora is put yourself behind this banana smoke. And the spam comes through. Dumao's defusing. Oh, Dumao's defusing!
وای ویکادیو دهنت
He thought the first kill was
سرویسش
probably the guy defusing and felt like he had done the job. Could have been such a great moment for him, but you gotta give credit to this retake all through con. That smoke on banana is exactly where two players were.
آکسیکو بگو همون میشه بتمرگ دیگه این بیرون که چی بشه
Wikia goes massive in a 1 versus 4, cleaning that bomb site of everyone. But Dumao just sticks it through and through. That smoke grenade to block off their vision from Banana. 4 map points for Legacy to push us to that.
Okay.
2/3 of the way through this best of 5 reverse sweep.
And
عجب ریورس سویپی میشه ولی اگه لگسی قهرمان شه
for Legacy in this game, and it might be something quick from Aurora. They're setting up this play. Oh, but the first kill goes the wrong way.
The fire.
And they get mollied back. Very awkward.
Dropped right in front of them, takes the wind out of their sails. They have to double back at a man disadvantage, and Woxic sitting on 60 health. Lux is taking a look down B, though. Woo. Makes that contact. Sticks around a second. All while Zanteres finds a walkout through the brackets.
They've been looking for this timing. They feel like Aurora have been trying to get it, and here they'll at least spot Zanteres. Oh, the molly.
He's not allowed to chase that kill. He'll opt not to use his smoke.
There's also a Halls lurker. This might be hard to read, actually, but
messing around on the smoke, trying to keep this attention hard committed to him. And that potential apartments walkout from Joda.
This is kind of perfect from Dumao. He doesn't have to do much more than this.
Joda comes out from Boiler and now gets a chance to wrap back through middle at 25 seconds on this clock. That B defense is in the form of Lotto and Lux. And Zantares is going to cut off.
He held that A for so long.
Lotto gets both headshots on the banana side of this split. Bomb gets picked back up. You
14
are working
saniye.
with 10 seconds. If you are Aurora and Lux, he's going to buy just enough time. Just enough time. Hands would be busy. No plants allowed.
برو
They
دیگه
are
بری تموم
pushing
بده.
this. Grand finals, the distance. Do not tell Legacy when to give
ای
up.
امان ای امان ای امان ای امان
Listen, I don't know what date he's watching
عجیبه
over Lux
شخص.
because
Hey,
he could
Nuke,
do
ما داریم
nothing
میایم.
wrong in that map. And also, I did say, Richard, I wanted to see
میجر
a little bit more
بوداپست
variation coming
ایشالله
out from the
زنده
T side
بمونیم
there, and they
است.
showed it, right? They were so measured. Great protocols coming out, and also helps that your IGL was basically untouchable in the first half.
آجی گوشمه میدمونم خرابه ای بابا چه پارادوکس
Look at what we're talking about.
Baddy.
Look where the highlight package starts. It's
آقا
8-1
فراد گوشتن چه
to Legacy. And now
آرشم
the
نمیتونه
highlights
چیزی بگه
begin, and it's
من
like
تو پشمگه است
people at home probably think it's just a lazy narrative, but I am there has never been anything clearer than this Aurora team are just the easiest team to break mentally in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
I don't think it's a lazy narrative, and we'll have examples to prove it in a
آبلیمو
little bit.
بخور
But
بابا ندارم چت اینجا استودیو اینجا خونه نیست من ندارم خیلی چیزا رو
Sure, they're behind the map, right? But going into Inferno,
اسنپ فود نداریم اینجا اسنپ فودمون کجا بود بابا تو این اندونی
right? And it's going to be a matter
بابا
of
جدی میگم
if they get a
اسنپ
lead.
فود نداریم کلا 3 تا چیز هستن که با اسنپ فود اینجا کار میکنن
Inferno, they didn't.
همشون
And also,
فست فوده
Richard, let's just trying to paint the picture a little bit more broad.
خب یه زن فست فود یه پیتزا
یه پیتزا بگیرم تمام
آبلیمو کم
Legacy to be able to
آقا یه پیتزا می‌خواستم با آبلیمو
It would be only the third time since CSGO's inception that's happened on a
یعنی چی آره شما پیتزا رو با چی می‌خورید نکنه سس می‌زنید روش
did that against Navi. It's like it's almost miraculous what's happening.
پیتزا رو آبلیمو می‌خورن
همین چیزی اصلا کباب سفارش بدیم اون بغلش لیمو میذارن لیمو ترشی اصلا نارنجی
آخر آبلیمو یا نارنج
It's a bit of a limited map pool in the moment and whatnot, and then you have
جز
the
نبات چی
psychological
داری؟
aspect of being 2-0
چایی؟
up, and now you're going into map 5.
دوباره چایی؟
Trying to the back of your head out. It's really come to
کتلت؟
this, you're really gonna end up getting reverse swept. And you know,
That's
on the
all
other
I
side,
have.
you have a great
کتلت رو
team,
خوردی
right? I mean,
کتلت
very
شدی
good team. Let's not
ایزن شمسون
exaggerate here, right? But the
کتلت
team that just won a tournament in a 5-match, their captain is playing lights out. Look at this. This is absolutely crazy from Lux. Like
I got to
پیتزای ترش اما فرشاد یه پیتزای ترشمون نشه
because again we haven't seen
من برای چند دقیقه دیگه است والا
but
نمیدونم
certainly commensurate to the level of
باید
talent
صبر
we've
کنیم
seen in
ببینیم
these last two tournaments. Whereabouts do you put Lux as a IGL, a fragging IGL specifically?
I think his fragging is a tad better than his IGLing, right? In that sense, but I think he's definitely out there leading the tier 2 teams in that department. I think that's the strength of Legacy, is that across the board their floor is really high in terms of individual skill and impact. Nissim had an uncharacteristically low impact. Now, he had 4 kills and they still had an easy game. Yeah. That's crazy.
But
and
she
Tadman is the one
fashion?
that has a lot of volatility in his performance. You know, but across the board, they're pretty strong.
No, absolutely, and I feel like just overall,
پیتزا و
just
دوغ
looking at them play, right? It's never
این
seems to be
پیتزا
any
با
pressure,
دوغ همون
right? Just looking at the body language, something which you brought up as well,
Yeah.
Rich, earlier, and it's like you can just clearly see how the tide just turned completely, right? Mentally in the server.
Just before we look at the rounds,
Yo,
Graham,
Dan,
I'm gonna
maybe-
tell you, this is no joke now. People must have noticed it at home. It was when they were getting battered and we went to 8-1 there was a round where they like just lost
King
the
به
round.
فرشاد بگین
There was
اصلا چرا
someone
یه
was
وسط
attempting to coach
فارسی
for Aurora
نوشتن
because of course. And Matt was
انگلیسی و
just,
فارسی
he was like
می‌نویسی
laughing. He
این
was laughing like
فینگلیش
a guy
نمی‌کنه
that needed to be put in a straitjacket. Like it was crazy. I was like,
فینگلیش
what's
میشه
happening? Like what's funny about this?
You can
یه
either laugh or
چایی
you can
با
cry in
کم
misery, and I chose
آها
laughter.
با کم
I've known him
آف
for years and years and years.
الان
and it's like
درست
I've
خوندم
never
نه؟
seen him like this.
با کم
specifically.
آف
Like this
بزنی
tournament
ردیف
has just
میشی
been so crazy. But why don't we look at some of the rounds from when they were?
بهش
Well,
گفتم
let's look at the very
5
start of the
گرم
game,
Yeah.
right?
همون
Legacy wins
فرشاد.
pistol, they even win the second round, a couple of
می‌ریزی رو
safe
میز.
pistols and whatnot for
با
Aurora. So
کردیت
in this
کارت
round
هم
number
باید
3,
لاینش
actually,
کنی
they
با
were
هیچ
6
کارت
shots
دیگه
here.
نیست کارت مترو
Showtime
اینا
going to
نمی‌کنی.
push
هولی بانک.
apartments as well off the back of that Lux equalizer.
American Express gold مثلا.
This is a 4v2, right? In an
آره.
equal round, essentially,
This
right?
is
But Jota
Elon
gets a
Musk.
bit outmaneuvered, gets shot in the back. The other two players were just
کدوم بازیکن این بازی رو خوشت میاد فرهاد؟
These are all 1v1 fights, right? For the T's in the
صدزین.
before they are able to get the bomb down and just make it look easy from a
صد
2v4. This is
چیز.
lazy from the
ریلاتیون
side of
چیپو.
Aurora. We see a bit of a lack of discipline, lack of communication. All right, first gun round.
Corruption
Fast,
is
I
not
mean,
bad.
play towards A from Legacy. It's a 4A setup from Aurora. And what
اما
we're
فقط
seeing,
فست
just
به نظر
picking
میاد
them apart
داداش
one by one by
ای
one.
بابا،
That's major, by
ولش
the way, who's the B player. There's two more
آره.
guys left in A. They're just going to clean up in the
تنفس دهان به دهان فرهاد نگه داشتیم زنده.
شاید یه نایت باد
position. You have
ردیف کنی
exactly, you know, you get the
سیمپل و اینا.
correct read in the first gunner playing 4A. They're coming A, and there's no team play. There's no nothing.
It's like even more egregious. We can see that round where he got the 4K.
مپ آخر رو مثل بمب گزارش میکنی بعدش به سوی پیتزا نه دیگه بعدش میشه به سوی قبرستون دیگه.
By the way, we didn't have extra cooks because we couldn't see it. There's one towards Cubby, there was two towards
Shit.
Art. No one swung.
تیشرت قشنگی تنه
ببین
Same thing happened over there
همیشه
as
به
well.
بدنت
It's
بگو
like
بگو
almost like
adapt
they forgot to
or
play concept.
die.
And now I need to harken back to what
Adapt
Mirage said
or
in the
die.
interviews. Like,
He said
it feels like we
die.
don't have confidence, we're not talking, we're afraid to take fights. Compare this, juxtapose this
بعد
to
از
the one we saw
سالها
yesterday when they dismantled
میگن
Game Illusion
evolution چی میشه؟
night and day.
I wonder now if Game Legion put up any resistance.
بخوای به یه
whatsoever, what could have
ویروس
happened. I mean,
چوزکی
I'm
که
sure
اصلا نمیبینیش هم
Ashenko,
تک به
I
تک و
think,
به
in
بازی که دیگه
that,
نداره
you know,
دیگه.
watching this from home.
حاجی
it's
اینم
like,
جدیده
you
که
lean on this
چسب
team a little bit,
کفشو
they will
باز
drop.
میکنن رو
Yeah, sure,
هوای
but I don't want to take anything away from Legacy. I think they had some very
یه زمان
some
یادم
very
بند
well-played
کفشو
rounds coming up from
نمیبستن
their teams. I think we
مثلا
had one
مد
particular
بود
round that impressed me.
الان
Yeah,
مثل
6 or
این که
7 right there. And this is just
چسبش هم
textbook counter. Look
نمیبندن
at the way they deny information. There's a smoke towards top mid. That's the
روز دیگه
classic
کف
Fnatic smoke. They smoke off the half wall, and then Nate just raining in. They're just 1
یه
minute 30
سری
seconds.
مودا
They're denying
جدا
all
خیلی
information
بولشته
to the Aurora
چی آخه
players. Now, the two
چسب
players in
مثلا
B, one's
گرفتی
gonna
بالا
roll
که
back
شلوار
towards,
پاره رو من
Zantares is
اصلا
kind of low on
نیستم
HP.
شلوار
Watch
زانوش
gets a nice
پاره
little
است
flick here
نمیدونم
onto the play.
از اونایی که
Look at
مثلا
the clock.
خیلی
45
پاره
seconds, full
است اونا رو
control.
من اصلا نیستم
Immediately
حاجی
pivot into the
آه،
P.
زمستون اصلا تا بیخالدون یک میزنه تو
اینقدر راحت چیز میشه تکمیل میشه کاوه خیلی وانربله آسیب یه لحظه مثلا یه جا گیر کنه یا مثلا دستت بگیره تا ته رفته
من یادمه دخترم هم یه بار همینو پوشیده بود با بزرگم به اینجا میگم این سگ بهش حمله کرد.
So many variations. They went back. They kind of decided, guys, we're going to slow things down. We're going to play it more classic, so to speak. And it worked out wonderfully for them.
Also important to praise
یه
their
اسپرسو
patience in the
میگیری
second half,
میریزی
because
تو
what you saw in all these
انرژیزا
rounds, that we picked
بعد
out
با
early
یه
on,
دست
there's no
سماوتی با یه
saves
دستی
for
میری
Aurora.
بالا
They're just
اون
going,
فرشاد
you know,
این
because the
ترکیبی
rounds
که
are to
شما
some extent
گفتی
close, or they're just being dominated by
حالا اسپرسوی چی ولی اون انرژیزا با اون گازش این بیشتر شبیه سوخت راکتور هسته‌ایه ولی بدن در این
قبل چیز بخوری این ترکیب قبل از میگن المپیک افقی بخوری
والا تو المپیک هم بزنی فکر کنم همونجا دت میدی نمیسد
نه المپیک نه المپیک افقی
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it would be crazy to think that this inexperienced team could do this twice, to come back in best of 5 finals and end up, you know, winning the
پدر
whole thing
قلب و
against
در داداش
opposition
سنگکوب
that
میکنه
people
میره
were,
اصلا به
you know, saying are the favorites.
پدر در آوردن نمیرسه اینستنت میری
خوردشونی هاجی بدنت اسکرینشات میگیره
Aurora's second place finishes last year to Navi. They were team of the year at the beginning of this year to Spirit, the reigning major champions at the time. in Riyadh to Mongols, right, who were on the rise and just had a great tournament whatsoever. What do you say about Legacy? I mean, if you end up losing...
آب که جدی آب اشکال نداره خوردنش که.
Some of these best of 5 finals, they just got
آب هم
swept 3-0.
نخوری.
Now you had it, you were
مطمئنی؟
زیاد نخورد
If they fail here, you wonder if they're ever going to get a chance.
این گربه ها اینطوری کاسه رو بیار جلو زبون تو بزن توش
همین یه قلوب خوردیم
همین این دوره ریسا
It's also you're not going to break that mental curse. It's just going to haunt you for the rest of your life. Like, and this is the absolute rock bottom if they don't close.
At this point, it would definitely be inexcusable.
اون کسی که نمیشه فقط ترکا میتونن اینجوری 2-1 و 3-2 ببازن یا برو ناوی فیوریا رو نگاه کن دوی جلو بود 3-2 باخت
چند اصلا بازی ناوی رو دیگه دنبال نکنید نمیسر
ناوی رو فقط باید به عشق واندرفول ببینید
به چه عشقی این مهم
به عشق ترکیب هنرهای دستی و تجسمی
آجید من نمیدونم چرا این واندرفول اصلا تو این تیمه. بعد دهن سرویس جالبه که رایفلره بیشتر، یعنی رایفل میگیره خیلی خوب بازی میکنه، اسنایپ میزنه. بابا اون اسنایپ رو بدید دست دیمایی کسی.
این به نظرم خیلی بهتر اسنایپ میزنه،
خیلی بهتر میزنه واقعا. یعنی اسم میکنم اگه بشینه مثلا روش کار کنه اسنایپر قوی از آب در میاد، ولی متاسفانه واندرفول کار. جدی مپ اول و دوم این بازی رو ما دیدیم گفتیم خب تموم شد دیگه. بازی رفت مپ پنجم.
داشت من حس میکنم اینا همه مچ فیکسینگ اونایی که گذاشتن مپ 5 تا مپ پلی میشه پول ببرن.
مچ فیکسینگ
I feel like the writing's on the wall. I feel like we're actually going to see the reverse move happening here.
آیدی این رفیقمون خیلی دوست دارم. زبونت گیر میره. گفتم دیما؟ نه ایما منظورم. چند الان من مریضم. من اذیت نکنم. هشتگ مظلوم نمایید.
مرنی یعنی حرف بزنه راه میره من این دازو یادن مریضی.
بله تاثیر داره آقا جان، تاثیر داره. بنده الان هیچ گونه ویتامین، پروتئین، مواد معدنی، فیبر هیچ چیزی تو بدنم نیست.
داشت یارو تو جنگلای آمازون گیر میفته حداقل 3 روز اول دووم میاره بعد شروع میکنه.
پروتئین میخوای
داداش جنگل آمازون خلاصه توش یه سبزی یه میوه‌ای
دور بخوای
از یارو انسان اینجوری حساب کنی انسان نخستین هم مرده بودن. نیاندرتالا انک میشناسدشون مگه نه؟
پروتئین میخوای فرهاد؟
پروتئین؟
آرشان پروتئین شور میتونه بده.
اون راست آرشان راستی منبع پروتئین غذاهایی که میخوره.
نه تو خیلی ذهنت پاکه یکم منحرفش کن.
نمیخوام نه مریضم من نمیتونم منحرف کنم.
الان مریضم شدی دهنت هیچ مزه‌ای رو حس نمی‌کنی.
تمام ولی گلومو چیز کرد جز داد خط افتاده انگارو چی میگم اسیده نفله کرد گلومو.
برای اون باید آب آناناس بخوری. یکی به نظر بولشت بیاد ولی آب آناناس خیلی
یکی از هیله‌های خیلی قویه آناناس.
بهترین حالتش اینه که اون کمپوتاشو بخری خودشو بخوری بعدش هم آبشو بخوری.
ایلی
آناناسو دارم میگم خیلی
چند من مریض شدم برام کمپوت بیارم.
تو گرمسار نیست مغازه‌ای که کمپوت نمیشه.
آجی با این اوضاع اگه اینجوری بمونه من آیه‌مو چیکار کنم 5 صبح.
قشنگ دیسکورد زین العابدین هاست. جدیه روم بساز
این عکسایی که بغل چنل ها هست اون بولشتا کد عوض کنیم عکس ویلچر بذاریم آجی.
داداش ما اون موقع که تیم رو زدیم دیسیبل
این روزا رو دیده
منیفستیشن کردیم آجی.
اولی شت. آدرس داده تیپاش که همسا بفرستیم و خودم میگیرم نگران نباش.
میشناسم فرهاد دیگه. آقا بیار بیکنه.
آره واقعا میشناسه. مثلا هرچی میاد تیپاکس میگم آقا میدونن خودشون دیگه، میگم نه به من صندلی دی ایکس ریسر طرح گلی جدیده چت. بولچت تاک به خاطر اینکه تو یوتیوب لایو میشیم عمو، تو یوتیوب که لایو میشیم بولچت تاک نیاز داریم از کانتنت های این بر اون بر استفاده کنیم، نمیشه یه استرایک میزنن فاتم خونده بشه. مثلا مدگل فکر کنم به خونم تشنه است.
Legacy grows step by step, facing a 2-map deficit in this best of 5 grand finals. They find themselves here in the final map of play. This is a team who back in Austin we weren't even supposed to watch play Counter-Strike, and ever since that event they have ran with it, making their own destiny seem possible. All while today beating up Aurora, who's got to have that demon on their back in the mind, thinking, have we thrown this yet again?
I mean, yeah, it's time to let the gloves off. You, at this point, you have to laugh if you're Aurora. Letting them 2 maps back in.
Good luck.
Especially in the fashion of train. It's whatever. It's you still can win the event. All you have to do is win a single map. It's got to be here on Nuke. It'll be a true test of their mettle. But because they started off winning 2, I mean, just like we criticize Aurora for starting slow in each map, you can criticize Legacy for going down 0-2 to begin. 3 chances for Aurora to mentally get back into it. It's not going to be kind of swept from them sneakily. Like they've had all day to think about this. The last map, they're probably trying to play it as if they know they had 2 chances. It all comes down to this. If they need to find energy, companionship in each other, you know, to feel like to get that extra little bit, it's going to be here on Nuke. Maybe on Inferno you feel like I'm not ready to go there yet. Well, now this is when we'll find out if they can.
Feels like we were getting a glimpse of what could be with Aurora after that very slow start on Inferno. At least they were able to recover that to a respectable scoreline, considering, again, a 7-0 start. Inferno just existed in its own capsule. We would say they had fight, and we would sing them a little praise, but it's just the fact that it's in this best of 5. It's all of those grand finals lost that stack up against them. Adds to a ruthless context.
اینا اومدن مفبری. PGL جدی توی تورنمنت اسکم شده.
Dropping down top main is Xantares. Tease smoke it off so that they can go for some kind of an outer wrap, and Dumao takes a look at it, seeing the setup.
Yeah, the bomb spotted.
Good headshot through the glass. Back through Squeaky.
They're not on the floor yet. Nissam's hiding.
Interesting. Oh! Joda jumping Glock headshot. I guess that's one way to kick this off.
First blood. Ali Madad
downstairs, and now 2 players inside of lobby, both of which were gushed. And yet Sadzin still comes out with a kill.
Yeah, this is going to be a lower plant. I mean, it's going to be hard to stop this. Joda is right here.
Back turned on the double doors, executes Lux. Joda's the guy that got this one rolling.
Okay.
And Joda's going to be the one to end it. Quad kill in the pistol. Can Aurora weaponize a strong T-star?
You see what it does. Everybody's happy about it. Finally getting a strong start after such a tumultuous series emotionally.
That's just some baloney.
Yeah, brought to you by Joda. I mean, he was aiming. He qualified that kill with the next 3. He's ready to win.
Chance to really bully
Salam
Legacy.
alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
To the 5-7s.
Sadzin
keeps it committed to the deep depths of the garage, and well, they're coming, but it looks like Magic is going to clear it all. At least he did the first few corners, but he writes off the depths of it.
Yeah, and Sadzin's hoping that they wrap around fully, but they're not going to. Will he peek? Yes, he will.
Oh, that's the bomb on Woxic as well, right there.
Oh, he's missed that.
Oh my God, Sadzin will never know until this game is over just how close he was. Not once, but twice.
The bomb's about to go into Mini. Sadzin, there is still a timing that he can find if he eventually walks out. It feels like he wants to be useful in this spot. And I mean, how late is someone going to come into Big Garage? Like, he will eventually try to peek.
He's going to drop that bomb if he can. Oh, he hits Woxic. Joda still could just depart. He's got to get the bomb on the edge of that smoke. Just picked it up. Woof, that could have been way worse for Aurora. They don't know about it. Sadson doesn't know about it. Only we are privy to that information.
He's there the whole time.
Oh, what could have been narrowly avoided. And you know what? For Aurora's sake, I'm glad they don't know about it. Just how close they were. The timing that could have been. Walking away with 4 players up on the conversion bodes real well for Aurora's start to this T side. Thing is, Legacy have made a reputation for themselves of never being put down. So watch those rounds stack up against them, so be it. The self-belief never ending. 2-0 start here for Aurora on map 5 of this BO5.
It feels like converting the second round is the real winning the pistol, right? Winning the pistol, it won't matter at all, no matter how happy you are if you just get ecoed. So they've survived that. They're getting this clean start. This should be a money builder, and they didn't have to upgrade their guns. Very clean stuff.
Fast smokes. And just a Desert Eagle that rings out for Lux.
فاز راهبه کلیسا.
Lux was a hero last map. He's a hero in more than one map, to be honest. Across the event. But that was the T side of Inferno.
بگیرم عمو فرشاد.
CTC was two-way player for sure, but now he's going to need some teammates.
این فالگیرا اکثرا میگن چی یه سری اصطلاحات دارن. چش خوردی. گرهی در کارته. های گره تو باز کنم.
Stacked up still inside of that A site, but it's not where Aurora are going to end this one. We hit 45 again. I don't blame them for taking every extra second they need to make sure that they're not walking into any kind of trap.
Oh, absolutely.
در زندگی گرهی داری. در زندگی گرهی داری. باز میشه. نگران نباش.
حتما باید بچه‌م باشه. زن خالی
not enough to stop it. Just kind of sat there inside of A and hoping.
نه اونو بگن چون میس میره نمیگن اونو. اشاره به زن نمیکنه. اول نگاه میکنم این حلقه داری یا نه. دونیت شدیم چند سلامات بفرستیم. کسب دور دیگر رو بسید دونیت طبعا خیلی بچه ها باید قصه تو کرتم. شنیدم گشت ارشاد تو لایبه. بله گشت ارشاد ما رو مریض هم کرده.
Shots down deep into the ramp.
مرسی دورت دیگر. انشالله که دستت پرمنیکت باشه. زنت سلامت باشه. واسه کلت باشه. خیلی مخلصیم. خیلی چنکریم. خیلی چنکریم.
Exactly.
سلام کارن KJ74.
I don't care what they say. It's about how they say it.
Yeah, exactly.
یه راه میبینم داری خوشبخت
You know, Legacy know that it's attitude. It's how you walk into the room, it's how you leave the room. It's heads held.
در میبینم که
باید بری توش. در میبینم که باید بری داخلش. جهت تو درست انتخاب.
There's a certain liveliness to Aurora at the moment. We've seen it since they won that
وقتت
pistol.
بسته است. میخوای وقت باز
Leave it to
کنه.
Aurora to make it as hard as possible. And
گرهی
let this
تو
series go
کارت.
to a
گرهت
fifth.
باز کنه. سریز نگاه نخه.
You can't doubt their fighting spirit once we get here. Flash above secret. Just the top of Dumao's head spotted. And that's enough to send him back down to the depths of B.
از مپ دوم امور تلس کردن. آره دیدی؟ آمیار ادیت دعا واسه اون گرفتن. چه کارشون سوید اقدام کنی میتونی باطل کنی یا نه؟ بشین پای بسات. بشین پای بسات.
He's got a lower player already, actually.
Yeah. That's that fallback from secret. Established it from the get-go, so he's just freed up to hold off on ramp. He goes for the corner. They're barreling towards him. Good kill from Nissim. Taps out from double. Dumao gets man advantage established. Ricadia's feeling the pressure from both sides. He's got that 1v1 that he simply cannot win. And Santera is a bit late to the party, but still could pull this off. Lotto's making noise as he gets into the back of the site. That's going to be the bomb scooped up, but another CT is right above Santeres, and he drops with nothing.
Oh, 3 up here for Legacy, and they kind of quietly pull that together. A quick pick off from Lux, another opener for him. And they just make sure they have no loose ends. Any map's going to be close. We want it to be this one.
چت دوباره دونیت شدیم. خدا رو شکر. دست و جیگر دارم. ایشالله سر خوب شی سلطان. گولات فشار نیار به خودت. چش عشق منی. مرسی دورت بگردم. مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار. خیلی میخوامت جسر. عشق منی. ایشالله سفرت بزرگ باشه.
Hello Aurora. چطور؟ Aurora's been playing that red box. It's what caught vision on Dumao a round ago, but it's not there this time. Setting sights on ramp instead, 4 members strong as Magic continues to just throw out utility and takes a late look towards outside.
I swear for sure you know, when Aurora tries something that works successfully, they just keep spamming it, at least for the next foreseeable future. I can understand why Legacy are doubling up here. Deep angle to punish the shoulder swing.
Sadzin awaits his first target. Nissim keeping his head tucked for the time being. Smoke goes down in front of the pack. They can still try to fight through it, but Nissim can pop up and serve up an issue.
Nassim,
he gets shredded by Woxic, and Sadzin misses his chance at getting the multi-kill. Now it's going to fall onto Lux's shoulders, but they run out with grenades in hand. Aurora lucky that they didn't just get slammed by that peek out through the single door. The challenge denied by Joda, and also Lux taking a second look at sight. Still with nothing. It is upstairs that Lotto gets this back in the hands of Legacy, but how much are they willing to risk on this?
And they're so low, but I don't know, the CTs don't know it.
Already starting to look towards an exit, I think.
They'll
send one back over towards Secret.
Got a flash here, and this is the skill through control, but I mean, they could just put pressure. I don't know if they can win this round.
Dude, all 3 players low. Oh, Wicadia drawn back in, but time's not there. No time, they just want to inflict economic damage. They're even willing to sacrifice Lux for the cause.
Oh, that'll work.
But there was a world there where Lux, if he hits as hard as he has in the past, when he peeks out through that single door, player in the background, 5 health, and the one in front of him with a grenade in his hand.
I mean, talk about a clutch shot, though, from Joda. He gets that wide
swing to
swing back to. He gets that kill. He's 8 and 2. 4K on the pistol.
نوکرت هم سید به ملاکه مشتی باشی.
That's great. And
ESL امید ایشالله نفسی اون زنده باشیم بر.
Nissim and Woxic over on the other side. And Nissim had a great chance to get a kill, and it was Woxic to take him out instantly on that ramp take.
His first and only kill in Woxic's case. Still really waiting for Woxic to kind of get the game going fully. A nice resurgence on Train is the only thing we can look at in terms of his impact throughout this best of 5. He's so good with just keeping pressure up all the time.
Yeah, he gets that kill through Squeaky countless times, man. Oh, there's a chance. Nice kill here with Wicadia.
مشاور نگرفتم که الان دارم جواب
You know, the
بسته
beauty of
میگم
Lux as well is sometimes he's taking those aggressive decisions, and when he's doing it like he was on Inferno, it's like say some 25 kills, it's one thing, but he'll try the same thing in a slow start, 1-5.
Oh, this push, it should be a free frag. Yeah.
There we go. Second kill in the round for Lux. Already starting to recover that score line. We go 55 seconds with man advantage Legacy, but they are waiting for a move here.
Oh, that's too deep.
That's a welcome invitation for Jota. Madger's Mac 10 has to make that difference, looking for the upgrade. And remember, Lux is low, but they write off the threat of Lux again. And as he presses into this, it's going to push Madger 1v3. And if he heads up to this upper site, at least it is just one defender in position.
Oh, such a weird spot for him to be in, though. In front of Hut, taking a small risk. Madger.
Will he clear it?
I don't know, 20 seconds.
Will he clear it? He's got the time, but he's announcing himself, slides down into sight, and that's going to be the end of Madger as we know it. Legacy taking a second round win.
دست رای جیگرترا دورت بگردم مرسی برای 50 تومانی دونت قربونت برم ماش کلت مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار میزان دست پربری کرد تن سلامت میزان باشی داداش میزان
Gonna be hell to pay for someone.
The fuse has already been lit. It was lit 2 maps ago.
فقط کانتری رو به اسم خود میشناسن غیر تو همه چی
Legacy are good at playing like they're winning when they're losing, and it's like the opposite for Aurora sometimes.
Yeah.
But also, wasn't an important situation. Santeras is the only gun on this round. There's a buy-up behind it, so an investment, but this could allow Legacy to tie the game up if they're not careful.
Somehow you expect the rest of Aurora to still do something.
And you know, sometimes I want to be careful about being critical of, you know, someone getting too emotional in a game like that. Sometimes things need to be said.
Sure.
We don't know what they were, but if everything had been going well, this game would already be over.
Time to learn Turkish, pal.
There was no French in there?
The passion of the French, yes.
Hello.
Little element of Apex, but consider me sitting in the waiting room for the translations post best of 5. Aurora at times have felt like they are at each other's throats more so than Legacy's. And you can get by all of that if you just pull off this win for once. Madger taking a glimpse downstairs while they just try to pack up inside of the hut. Trade denied immediately, but Santeras still breaks through with that one gun they have to work with. And then you're spotting Sadzin up on the shelf, but that turns Santeras' attention back upstairs just as an additional player comes out.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little lurk if they got the double entry, but no way to draw attention. Madger looks like he goes unspotted. They aren't worried about this. Saving a deagle?
Yeah.
I mean, they could definitely let him save this deagle and $200. Deagle and $200. There must be some sentimental value in that one.
مریض شدیم چت مریض
And his reward, 1 flashbang this round.
Woo!
This round is going to be called around Madger. He's got the most to work with.
Isn't that bleak? Him and Santeras with
Money
an eagle each.
Screwed up.
Feels like a competition between Madger and Santeras to see who can get it going. One deagle inside of lobby, the other one on top of hut. Or main, excuse me. Drops down in the face of that utility. Leaves Jota up there for now with just his Glock. And Sadzin's gonna catch it deep from the CT spawn. Frag misses Jota, that'll give him a chance at the Deeg, but maybe this round just kind of letting Aurora cool off. Easy pickings for Nissim. You do not want Legacy to start powering up into this game.
Yeah.
Again, remember the self-belief You let that start going like a wrecking ball.
They'll come for him.
It'll come crashing through you, and right now we are tied 4 rounds each.
They're ready to work, man. They're just chipping in around here and there. A little climb back. Wonder if they're even going to celebrate if they win.
I don't know, man. Xantares looks so over it. Just looks so over it.
آره وحشتناک. خستم.
خسته نباشی.
Not trying to be some kind of body language specialist in a best of 5 grand finals.
مهدی فدات بشم من. مرسی برای 1000 تومان دونیت. اما بعد عشق میگن انرژی میگم انرژیت مثبت عالی فدات بشم من. عشق منی دورت بگردم. این که از این حال ما انرژی مثبت میگیری خدا رو شکر.
Always the hardest to be friends.
فدات بشم من. خیلی مخلصیم. دمت گرم مشتی. به مولا به شما میرسه. قربونت برم حسین جان.
Looking for that move outside of the garage, but it is yet again a deeply committed Lux in the very, very back of garage. Xantares downstairs trying to carve past the site, and you're not going to find anything at the moment other than this free space.
4-4
سوال منو جواب بده.
4-4 دیگه.
جواب منو سوال بده.
استیکر شات.
Waiting for a move here. Just trying to bait it out. Through it to Acadia.
Just trying to serve up a distraction. Take all the هالووینه خب
دیروز بود.
خب هم یادت رفت یه دونه چیز اسکلتون بگیر.
چیز اسکلتون نره.
Xantares gets the kill, but at what cost? He's already down to 17 health. Him and Woxic both.
مرسی دارم بگردم برای دونیتر. درود هم فرد خسته نباشین. چاکرتم. سلامت باشی. به امید خدا جدا خوب شین. قربونت برم. همه کش اجاب کنیم میگیرن. عشقی هم دیگرت تو از این قلبم مشتی باشی. دیگه اسمسش اومد دیگه. اسمسش اومد. اسمس کشی ماشین رو خوابونده. ایلی مقیزم محمد مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار. میزان
سبز باشی و یواش.
چی باشی؟
سبز باشی و یواش. یه نفر جوری چند چی بوده تو ها؟
آقا
شایان
آقا نبوشه
چرا روشه
آقا نبوشه
فری از دست دادیم لباس مشکیاتو بپوش
فری از دست داریم زنده است که
روز آخرشه دیگه
حاج پس اون اسکینا رو حاج اون اسکینا رو باید تریت کنم
نه اسکینم زیاد گرون نیست به اسکینای من
اشکال نداره سگ خورد بده بیاد
به خاطر اسکینا هم شده من 10 سال دیگه حداقل زنده میمونم دوباره ببینم قیمتش
آج 10 سال زیاده
باید نایف من برگرده
من چی داره خودت گذاشتی؟
من الان لرز کردم با چی ندارم من میدونم فقط
کشف اجام کرده دیگه نبودی کشف اجام بگیرته
ای وای چقدر وای هاش تا صبح میتونم بهت نگاه کنم بخندم
حالا من یه اسکرین شات دارم ازش قشنگ اون رو سرش هم کشیده حجابش هم کامله
بیا بابا
از یه مال چند سال پیشه 2020 مال زمانیه که فری تخت تو بک‌گراند ویدیوهات بود دیگه ببین مال کی اون زمان که تازه شروع کرده بود یه استریمر نوپا بودی
Oh, they put trophy already, so they should be starting to go downstairs.
Hello.
Bye.
چه اینقدر دیلی داره استریم؟
آره منم از یوتیوب البته نگاه میکنم
آره یوتیوب
خیلی دیلی داره
آره توییچ
بالای 100
تو چیز تو وقتی با پی سی ام یوتیوب خیلی ایزیه به خاطر که اد بلاک همه رو بلاک میکنه با گوشی که میشم توییچ خیلی بهتر به خاطر اینکه یه برنامه دارم جمع میشه بلاک کنه
ببین شما 13 یورو ماهیانه به یوتیوب میدی، پرمیوم میگیری بدون اد نگاه میکنی.
خیلی حال چیزی یه اکستنشن میزنی
15 یورو ماهیانه به چیز میدی، به
13 یورو رو میذارم جیبم اد بلاکه دانلود.
جالبیش میگی چه شایان 9 یورو بود، 9.99 بود، یعنی 10 یورو. ماه بعد کردنش 11، ماه بعد کردنش 12، ماه بعدش کردنش 14. بعد یه ایمیل اومد که عذرخواهی میکنیم به خاطر افزایش قیمت، نمیصرفه، مجبوریم
نمیصرفه.
قشنگ تو 3 ماه هی حاجی هی گرونش کردن.
Taken down to just Woxic left standing.
Yeah, he goes down too.
شفق مرسی واسه دونیت، قربونت برم. البته دختری فکر کنم. مرسی برای دونیت، قربونت برم و ایگنور کن یه وقت درام
الان بگی فدات شم عزیزم،
میبینمت عشق میکنم، مراقبت کن، قربان شما، سلامت باش.
Did you just misgender شفق؟
شفق اسم پسره؟
تو به چه حقی جندرشو اسیوم کردی؟ کنسلت بکنیم الان؟
یکی شاید دقیقا فارسی میگفتی اون بفهم.
میگم به چه حقی جنسیت طرف را پیش بینی کردی؟
اگر شفق اگر دختری ممنونم، متشکرم، اگر پسری خاک پاتم داداش ماشی.
Just feels so hard to believe in.
We're bringing into the studio one of the
It feels so hard to believe in just because of the way that Legacy have brought back this best of 5. You know, it's not done till it's done. Between these teams tonight.
آلمانیش خوب بود. واروم زندگی.
A stop of a 3-0 would have felt like realized destiny for Aurora, finally lifting the curse.
Aurora قهرمان.
For now it just feels like that curse could still be
here. بالاخره
ACBC شما بودی دونیت کردی، ممنونم، متشکرم، لطف کردی. خواهر بگیم یا برادر بگیم؟ من جدی نمیدونم.
شفق قطبی هستی؟
من تا جایی که میدونم شفق اسم دختر بوده.
آج هر موقع حالت خوب شد جدیه، این بخش واقعا جدی دارم میگم، اصلا بدتیس حواس هری پاتر کردم.
جدیدش اومده
آج اصلا جدیدش رو ول کن، این قدیمی ها شورتاش توی یوتیوب به من ریکامند میشه اصلا. وای
داداش قدیم که میدونی چی گفتم، میگم پسری که هری پاتر میبینه باید دامن بپوشه.
من حاضرم شخصا 6 تا دامن بپوشم ولی این تجربه رو داشته باشم که هری پاتر دیده باشم.
یه بارش کافیه دیگه، نداره
هر سال قسمت جدید
واسه تو یه بارش کافیه، من خیلی حال میکنم.
آباد خدا برا کوربا
هر سال همون یارو هری پاتر
Lux is just amazing. Like he's amazing.
این نشون میده بیشتر از یه بار دیدی ها. خوب رفتی آخه.
خیلی خنده داره.
من چیزیشون رو دانلود کنم 4K های حجم سنگین، چشمشان بسوزه اینقدر همش خوبه.
من باید برم تلویزیون بخرم، یه تلویزیون 4K گنده بگیرم فقط تا هری پاتر تموم شد.
واقعا
ما خودمون هری پاتریم، ACBC نگران نباش.
حاجی من میخوام چیز کنم، میخوام فیلم اینترستلار رو برم تو آیمکس ببینم، میگن کیفیتش از نمیدونم 8K هم بالاتره تو آیمکس.
تو آیمکس دونم کلیپ دیدم یارو داشت چیز بازی میکرد، گستاو یوتی.
Everything is in this best of 5 grand finals.
با اون اندازه تصویر یا اول پس
نمیشه.
من یه دونه عکس دیدم یارو تو همین سینما کار میکرد، بعد موقعی که مثلا سانسایی که هیچکی بلیت نمیخرید یارو ایکس باکس رو بس کرده بود میشه درخوش بازی میکرد، کالاف میزد.
میون کلومت سیس راند و حاج
یه نتیجه به منم اعلام کنم، من خوش برمونم.
وایسا الان اعلام میشه.
چه ببینم
And they know one's still stuck down inside that
چیزان
vent. They can
تارس
focus on this
عجب
instead.
مارمولکی دهنت سرویس کشت
If he pulls this off,
7 شد
They gotta build up a
داره
stack.
میشه
oh, and he gets out. No way. He gets out with Kadia doubles back. Lux is still
دیشب که
alive with
هالووین
his
بود
clutch. Diffuse is coming
مقدار
through.
افراد تعداد افرادی که هری پاتر بودن اصلا یه چیز وحشتناکی بود یا حالا کار نه حالا هری پاتر منظور
من
شنل و
که
منل
از
و
فرهاد بپرس داشتم دنده عقب میگرفتم یهو برگشتم دیدم اسرائیل اومد تو صورتم پنانجی زدم فری پشماش ریخته بود
اسرائیل صورت دیفالت اومد
شفق
دو تا آینه رو چک کردم.
اجازه بده آنلاک شد نوشته اون فقط پسرم فامیلیش شفقه حل میزان باشی مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار دمت گرم مشتی
کار نداره ما
خیلی مخلصی هرمیون آخ اف سایبر فکر کنم کتابای هری پاتر رو خونده چون فقط توی یه سری از ترجمه هاش اونجا نوشته میشه هرمیون هرماینیه
هرماینی هرماینی
لویوسا not لویوسا
خوب یه بار دیدی
خوب یه بار دیدی قشنگ بود هاش باری کرده باری کرد
تام رایدر داداش کاراکتر رو اشتباه زدی مال
بعد آقا اسم
فرهاد بلیت
اسمش هم میره
آجی تام رایدر
ندیده بودی تا حالا یعنی؟
من یادمه بچه که بودم این بچهای فامیل دخترای فامیل همه جمع شدن میدیدن
خواهی اومده خیلی شاکی نوشته گزارش کن دیگه
ببخش عذر میخوام حالا آزان تارس یه تیر میزنه تو سر انمی سنسستن بالاه
سورسرز استون کیفیت گولاخش 70 دیگه نمیشه چه کوالیتی داره ولی هولی شیت چیه این بیت ریتش
میگه فکر کنم بیت ریت نیست بایت ریت هست
24 بیت ریتش نه 24 نیست 64 مگابیته نه بایت از بیت بیشتر باید
بایت از بیت بیشتره دیگه
بایت آره بایت از بیت
تام ریدل
آجی 60 من این امشب نگاه کردم یا نگاه میکنی یا نگاه نمیکنی
تام رایدر آقا تام رایدر اصلا یکی دیگه است تام ریدله بچه
آقا رایدر هم نیست ریدره رید میکنه توم
ریدر آره توم ریدر
اسم کاراکترش هم توم ریدر نیست اسم کاراکترش لارا کرافت
توم ریدن آخرین جمله یک کاسه توالت
اینم جالب بود در نوع خودش باز شد دیگه خیلی کردم چیز
آقا امشب بشینیم چیز ببینیم کانجورینگ
team play and chemistry on full display all event long.
میای
An ability to roll with
12 من میشه 2.5 شما
استریم میکنیم واسه تا ماشین ببینی
آها با مسافر
آره با مسافر ببینید
آره مسافر سرگرم میشه دیگه
Second in 2 weeks.
Not to mention that critical back-to-back trophy lift for a fully Brazilian team.
فیلم چیزو دیدین این ترسناک جدیدی که اومده اسماعیل
And we talked about the pain players and the Fairy players. They went international for Caserado just
جدید نیومده که دوش
جدید اومد دوش 2025
We're going to get Sads in with first blood here in round 14. Santeras running out of patience.
فقط جامپ اسکیله
آخه استوریش هم بولشته این کانجورینگ حداقل استوریاش ذره جذابه ولی یه دونه وایس من این دونه چیز دیدم یه پست تو اینستا دیدم سب کن 10 تا فیلم چیزو گذاشته بود ترسناک ترین فیلم های تولید شده ببین سینیستر ترسناک ترین فیلم سینمایی دنیاه با توجه به ضربان قلب مخاطب هنگام تماشای فیلم چند یه لحظه از CS بیاریم ببین تاک تو می رنگ 10 رو داره اکسورسیزم آف امیلی روز این قشنگ اصلا فیلمش 9 اسمایل یکش اسمایل 1 8 اسمایل 2 7 چی هردیتاری همچین چیزی این 6 تانجیورینگ 5 اینسیدیوس 4 اسکینا میرینیک همچین چیزی 3 هاف 2 سینیستر 1 سینیستر میزان ضربان قلب مخاطبینش 131 بوده یا ابوالفضل.
آخه ببین من فیلمو دیدم سینیستر اصلا اگه همون باشه که جریان یارو یه حالا پیرمردیه تو فیلم که موجود شیطانیه بچه ها رو مجبور میکنه که خانواده‌شون رو بکشن. معمولا هم میاد کوچکترین بچه خانواده رو مثلا شستشوی مغزی میده خانواده رو میکشن بعد از اون انرژی مثلا چیز میکنه این تغذیه میکنه.
مطمئن شستشوی مغزی میده بچه کوچیکا رو.
این پارانورمال اکتیویتی رو راست میگه
فقط شستشوی مغزی میده
دهنت سرویس.
شستشوی داخلی هم میده. حالا
این پارانورمال اکتیویتی موقعی که اومد یکش به شدت ترسان بود. چرا؟ به خاطر اینکه نوآوری آوردی که آره با مثلا دوربینای مدار بسته گرفته بودن خیلی خوف ولی بقیهش دیگه لوس شد دیگه.
حاجی اکیوان بپرس اینو برای تعریف میکنه. ما پارانورمال اکتیویتی 4 رو اومدیم ببینیم بعد من سیدیشو خریده بودم بعد پشت سیدیش نوشته بود که 15 دقیقه آخر این فیلم به زنای حامله و کسایی که مثلا مشکل قلبی دارن پیشنهاد نمیشه. خب آقا ما شب می‌خواستیم اینو ببینیم این متنو که من خوندم گفتم ولش کن که ما فردا می‌بینیم. آقا فرداش ساعت 12:00 نشستیم فیلم دیدن. من همینطوری تو VLC موس آوردم نگاه کردم دیدم مثلا 1 ساعت و 42 دقیقه است مثلا فیلم. گفتم خب 15 دقیقه آخرش مثلا میشه از 1 ساعت و 30 به بعد دیگه نمی‌بینیم. من حساب نکردم که مثلا 10 دقیقه آخر فیلم 5 دقیقه آخر فیلم اسم می‌نویسه و این چیزا میاد و میره. نشستیم فیلم تا تهش دیدیم.
من این پارانورمال رو یاد خب تمامش بگو.
بعد آره کیوان مثلا میگه من برم دستشویی حاجی من پاز میکردم
ببین این پارانورمال اکتیویتی و من بدبخت در یک روز بارانی زمستون ساعت 3 ظهر دیدم. 3 ظهر تو زمستون هوا نسبتا تاریکه اگه بارونی باشه. بعد من نمیدونستم اصلا این ترسناکه. توی دیویدی هم بود. دیویدی بود ما همینجوری برداشتیم برای خودمون گذاشتیم که یه فیلمی ببینیم. تو سن و سال دبیرستانیام بودم. حاجی وا یا ابوالفضل دهن من سرویس شده جونوس. ترسناک تعریفی او یک فرشته بود بدتنی هم هست.
جدا من یه فیلم ترسناک دیدم ببین ترسناک نبود ولی انقدر کریپی بود که تا نزدیک 1 هفته که کهیر زده بودم و نزدیک 1 ماه همش این پلیبک میشد تو ذهنم انقدر جیرو بود. فیلم جیپرز کلیپرز نمیدونم کسی دیده یا
نه شنیدم ندیدم.
تایلایی که شبیه خوف باشه.
ببین من اصلا ببین باورت نمیشه ما شب با بابام نشسته بودیم پا ماهواره بعد بابام زد این فیلمه نزدیک 10 دقیقه شو دیدیم اونجایی که با هم دوتایی دختر پسره میرن توی باری زنگ میزنن به پلیس بعد چیز میکنن بعد با پلیس میان هیولای میاد مثلا پلیسا رو میکشه. یه دستش اره بود فری مثلا این اره فرزبوریا هستن یه دستش چنگکه بعد مثلا سر پلیسا رو برید با اره بعد پلیسا رو همینطوری ورداشت مثلا زبونشو خورد. در این حد ملت رو باز میکرد با سیم بوکسل چیز میکرد میدوخت ملت رو به هم یارو مثلا از
حتی اینجور فیلم های کریپی و من چیزه نمیترسم مثلا سری فیلم های سار این سار رو مثلا من میبینم خندم میگیره کلا اکسایتد میشم هیجان زده میشم بیشتر تا ترس.
یه دیگه 2 تا دیگه بود قدیمی کینه و رینگ اگر اشتباه نکنم این 2 تا موقع
آره یکیش هم میدم
اسکری مووی اون اسکری مووی ها بود اینا رو مسخره کرده بودن.
اونا هم یادم آره
خیلی خنده دار بود اونا. مخصوصا اون اسکیل میتیا رو زنگ میزد
من بچگی چون مورتال کامبت بازی میکردم خیلی از تیکه پارشون خوشم میومد. این فیلم های سا رو که میدیدم کامل میخندیدم باشون. همه مثلا یکی حالش بد میشد و یکی این چیه میبینی و من میزدم جر میخوردم و خنده.
آجی تو اینو میگی. من اول دبیرستان فاز منو گرفت که آره من نمیترسم از هیچی و فلان یا اینا. رفتم دارک وب با اون تور، با اون مرورگر تور که آنین بود. رفتم دارک وب 2 تا ویدیو دیدم آجی سر یه نفر رو زنده زنده بریدن. هنوز که هنوزه اون تصویراش تو ذهنم آجی. درامایی که بهم وارد شد. چی؟
واقعی کاری کردن؟
واقعی آره.
آقا چند
یه سری چیز دارن.
بگذاریم خیلی دارک شد.
آره خیلی اصلا من میگم یه سری چیزا من دیدم آجی هنوز که هنوزه بعد چند سال 13 سال هنوز تصویرش جلو چشمه.
آقا 9 هفته لگسیه. لگسی ترور هم هست.
این لگسی همون تیمی نیست ما رو به فنا داد.
They slowly seeped into every position, but again, like you saw the talk from Lux, they slowly took outside control, swept away all the angles. Yeah, manager smiling in a moment like this is.
It's
got to be a matter of disbelief.
Yeah, I mean seriously. Well, the op comes back into play here
for
Lux.
این گلوی من سوخته.
Last chances to see it. CT side
op. زده سوزونده من نمیتونم کست کنم. دوست دارم کست کنم.
شایان کست کن شایان.
Full execute straight out through disrespectful start as Dumao takes sanctuary.
نبودی شایان من آشام یکی راند کست کردیم. من نوبت تو.
Don't let them recover 3v5.
میگم من هم من یه راند کست کردم هم آشام. الان نوبت تو. یه راند بعد کست.
الان که نمیتونم الان غذا جلوه ولی باش.
سه غذا می‌خوری؟ گشنته؟
I said don't let them 3v5. What about a 2v5, Launders?
Oh, he just missed it.
There we go.
Just missed it.
Puts that bomb down with the peek out from behind the vent. Looks like Aurora's got something of a CT side to talk about. Their first CT round, 6 rounds into play of the second half.
برید پی کار کنم دیگه.
دو پسره که هری پاتر می‌بینیم.
It won't matter that much to Legacy. The round is one thing, but the amount of money they have left over. Like Sadzin's even here thinking about maybe I can punish some extra players before I go down. Oh, and they're crossing up actually. Surely Sadzin gets down. Yes, he'll go down. It's officially a 2-round game. And again, because Aurora made a lot of money, this does make it way more interesting. It's not a close round. They have another buy to chew through on the other side, maybe even 2 more full buys before they get a relief round out of Legacy.
Santera is standing to the test of that main rap. And coming back through with further impact on the A floor.
A very solid hold, but you know what? I think that's Legacy's weakest round is their A rushes. I like that last round where they went out a little bit more staggered.
It's not the first time that even when things start going well for the T side, we see them just try to throw that Hail Mary all in upper A hit.
You know, variety is the spice of life and is key and making sure you keep your opponents honest, making them use utility, worry about everything.
But it is undeniably the strategy they have that gets shut down most often. Which means if they throw it out, only then to return to what has been working.
Yeah, when they have a lead to work with, yeah, it's
doesn't mean that Aurora are going to string anything together here, but at the very least, it's a one-off, and at the very least, you've survived that first kind of posturing legacy offer here in round 19. 5 standing tall despite that damage on Wicadia. A weak link for the upper floor.
We do have a gap outside. We aren't seeing Legacy try to go for crosses. They don't even have the smokes to try to do that. This might just have to be an upper pop if they're not going to take ramp right now.
Santeris is chasing that kill.
No.
Could have let the others deal with that, but by extending out through main, he just puts his head on a silver platter for Doomau. Nessa gets his one. Lotto trades out the heaven play. And man advantage established here for Legacy. Not to mention that early damage on Wikidia.
With the time left over. Oh, they can...
باورم نمیشه رفت تو اسکویکی.
got it covered.
Woxic. No!
نسیم چی زد؟ نسیم چی زد؟ وزید.
What in the world? They're
نسیم
so
وزید.
probably grateful that the
یوسف
last round they
پیامبر
had
سیزن جدیدش هم میگن اومده.
survive on a rifle because they just got wiped out right here. I don't even
میگن
know where they could
که
have found a way back in. They forfeited so much control. So many players get caught off guard.
یوسف پیامبرش وقت
It's just
تموم
such a
نمیشه. فقط
fantastic
از
performance.
شبکه‌ای به شبکه دیگه منتقل میشه.
They didn't even finish their strat, you know?
Yeah. I think the way to hold that round is Xanterra's not chasing the player that jumps out. You see from the replays, Legacy just staring at him as he runs forward out of main. You had a player over towards heaven that could have maybe dealt with that instead. It's not like there was zero protocols in place, but it opened up main for that A hit.
That's gonna hit too.
Legacy just sink their teeth deep into this upper floor again, and once more, Wikidia is gonna have to try to somehow hold back with lesser health than others. Aurora are trying to find the fight in them. They did the same thing on Inferno.
I mean, they'll be defending against with MP9s if they lose this round.
خب قناریا
11-8.
And is it finally the time that Legacy just use the smoke cross? Or are they going to try to go for the mini wrap? Oh,
here we go.
Really big kill. It's not just the frag. It's the intent.
Lotto, chases through.
Jeez.
Good on Wikidia, at least still working with less.
What?
Sadzin is that next layer where there's one, there's more.
Woxic on the back of the site, misses.
Oh, Sadzin catches the headshot onto Madger. Woxic still with a chance to recover. Jodas right there to help him. Nissim into a clutch. No Legacy, not another.
چه شانسی آورد واکسیک. وای.
Woxic, after missing his first shot back sight, stays alive long enough to clutch.
That Woxic Madger fire at the moment. You see the two of them trying to kickstart the belief in Aurora's camp that they can still fight for this.
When Wikidia peeked and turned around, thought that was it. Such a big moment here.
That's what Madger needs. That's what Madger wants. Fire in the bellies.
It's still an unbelievably expensive round.
Lux is still just going to try to chase down Woxic. Now he's missing shots again. Lux trying to jump through the window is insane.
That's insane.
Hoping that Woxic would miss another shot to leave that door open. Lotto's going to try to follow his teammate downstairs.
چند درصد دلت بخواد این بازی بره اوورتایم؟
And it's one thing for that A site to hold. It's
I
another
don't
to
care.
get this rotating place.
They only have ramp. Secret's cut off.
Lotto's trying to take the duel to Joda. Don't tell me Nissim's going to try to take this fight.
They're here to try to establish. They have the lower site to themselves. They don't even really need control side. It's the CTs who have to respond.
It's bomb dropped first. Lotto picks that up. Nissim's position, just the one. Madger throws himself at this. Him and Woxic trying to tether off of one another while Wikidia gets that last position. Oh no! Oh no! 2 kills right there for Doomau! And it's a fast chase from Wikidia or a 12th out of Legacy. Wikadia's gonna swing out in an act of desperation, but missed shots here from Doomau and Wikidia.
آجی باورم نمیشه این راندو نتونست دوما بگیره. وای.
سیر موومنت شد عملاً.
اوجا شولدر زد آجی اصلا شولدر چیزم زد کاملا غیر عمد بود.
عملاً اسیره چی؟ موومنت و ساپتیک.
Oh, they are starting to believe again.
It was such a
good
move from
میشد راندو گرفته بود.
کیت داشت من نیدم.
آره کیت داشت.
One round game.
Frag in front of Sadzin. Smoke to follow suit again. It
به
is
هم
Legacy
ریخته دارم
doing
بازی
what
میکنم
they
برزیلی
do.
حاجی.
Aggression out of the gate and pressure down on the
الان
Jota.
شانس آرورا خوبه.
One kill's good, but he turns. And in that moment, it is another chance to take over this B site.
Dumo got spotted, right?
You'd think. Oh, you'd think the way that they approach this, Santeras with blood in the water connects to the headshot, and Aurora are about to tie this with Kadia's right on. Oh! There is no bomb playing here for Santen, and there is no chance.
11.
No, I come to P4.
No way.
Cover voice, cover voice.
One moment.
Santeras to believe again.
With Kadia on his feet, everybody's yelling. They're fragging like we haven't seen before. The money has been evaporated after all of that bank made.
I'll call a spade, energy anchor in Santeras as his teammates on their feet all around him.
Wow, Legacy tried to come forward with that very fast attack. They put tons of pressure on ramp. That first kill coming down so quickly with no vent rotations in place at that moment could have spelled disaster, but they were on it. They were on it like Legacy are on those retakes. This is beautiful. They're getting active. And now they can actually do it.
Look at the buy Legacy have. Look at the golden opportunity that Aurora across the board have created.
راند قبلی باید تکتیکال میگرفتن برزیلیا. دیر گرفتن تکتیکال رو رسو کنن.
But a willingness to fight to the end instead on full display
راند
here.
قبلی اصلا خیلی به هم ریخته رفتن تو. کاملا سنتی پای استایل. اسموک و کوبید تو مولی رفتن تو.
When Legacy can always do more with less.
Yeah, they believe. Just don't make the mistake now. But at the same time, play properly, play to win. That's the fine balance that you have to strike at all times under the most pressure.
Jump spotting Dumo. Did Kadia not see that?
Oh, he did. And even...
Okay. But they don't notice that.
Wait, they've left gaps. They're so confused now. I think they're trying to call this rotation correctly, but they don't want to overcorrect at the same time.
There is always time to make mistakes with Aurora.
Wait, they're coming around outside with these guns. This is insane. It sets up a huge potential to throw a fake from downstairs. This is where the CT communication can get the most stressed. If you say nothing, you could lose. If you say something, you could get your teammate killed if you're not sure. And right now, they don't have a damn visual. They're not catching a lurk. No vision outside.
It is unbelievable that Legacy have taken this much map control with this little.
And they have the ability to walk this entire route with 25 seconds. Yes, they have to get the kills right when they get downstairs, but Wakadia is the only one fully committed to this spot.
ویکادیو الان رو دوردایه یا اول فاز.
And here it comes. Their attention. Utility confirms that this is the lower hit. Jota finds himself a double kill, and now he gets dinked back by Dumo. Pistol starting to prevail.
No way!
Nissim gets his inside of Decon. Woxic's gonna have to retake with this off. Just when you start to believe the wide swing offered over, did Nissim just try to do too much?
They're both wrapping around. Control side. How are they gonna read this?
Dumo actually decides to go back to double. Sadzin Tech-9 to the back of Woxic. They close the door in front of him. He's going to announce it, tapping that bomb. Covers right there. Dumo, half health, tries to get out.
وای حاجی یارو رفت بیرون در و بست. باورم نمیشه. عجب 400 کیوی زد.
Showing fight.
وای
در بستر نگاتشون داد.
What an attempt, but what a retake.
All that space, banking on Jota's heroics.
Oh, you had to reload. Oh my God.
Wow. Insta headshot to shut it down. Look how badly they're trying to fire up the Terminator. Felt like a circuit board malfunction for some of these rounds. And now, in classic fashion, Santeras believes in his ability to take over this last round. Watch Aurora go.
And this is the call of the final round, the lobby crunch. The first kill is theirs. They sucked up the space.
Another found from Woxic.
Here they go.
Aurora's starting to boil over. As it felt like this was never going to be achieved. In all of the attempts that this team has had, all of the shortcomings, all the second places, and they take the road of most resistance versus the team that goes down undying. Legacy with just Sadzen left over. All of the clutch in the world that they have shown us throughout this event needs to be materialized one more time.
تک به سر یعنی میگیره به نظرتون؟
تک به 4 بود البته.
Has bomb and an open floor.
بگیره ایشالله بگیره بره اوورتایم.
Tissue is Aurora. One last frag. They started this round in full belief the nature of that lobby aggression. And they've let that clock play into their favor as well because Legacy are banking now on 20 seconds for this Sadzen clutch. And with no reload on that op either, he cannot afford to miss a single shot. It feels like time decides because Turkish CS chased a dream that burned inside their hearts like an eternal fire. Something we never thought
علنا سر بستن در قهرمان شدن جی.
On November 1st, 2025.
جدن ببین دره یه تیر بیشتر میخواد خیلی میشکست. سلاخ وسط
اصلا یه جوری در و بست حس میکنم اون پلیری که پشت در بود کلن اصلا مغزش خاموش شد چی کار کنه. میتونست اصلا در رو باز کنه دره فایت نکنه. در رو باز کرد همونجا وایساد سریع زدنش.
As a team who have just won a championship, as much as it hurts, it would have never been the stab that Aurora would have had to deal with. Legacy have created such a special moment for them with this win. A grind all the way to the
Legacy الان میره هتل. چرا باخت؟ در رو بست.
And now here they are, hands on the trophy together, your PGL Bucharest major champions. It's glory for Aurora.
جی خیف این همه جایزه میذارین یه حداقل 10 تا تماشاچی بذارین بیان تو.
PGL Bucharest major ندید
نمیشه میجر
کسره گفت PGL Bucharest major چمپیون
مسترز
مستر
Aurora down here celebrating off the back of the victory. An incredible run. Major will start off for you, bro.
جایزه توتال پرایزش کنم $1,250,000.
We literally saw everything going through your minds as a team. You brought it back. You stuck together.
فردا همه اینا با یه ون مشکی میان تو خیابون استانبول.
How did you cope with that one?
I think we had a good start on this BO5 like 2-0.
چت جیگرای منید ببین که من اصلا دارم کله پا میشم دیگه لعنت به
I upped their level and it was very difficult.
حالی که امروز داشتیم آقا مواظب خودتون باشید خیلی دوستتون دارم میبینمتون چرا پس فردا ساعت 5:30 صبح اگه زنده موندیم میبینمتون خیلی چکر فعلا بای بای چت
That's all I can say.
You kept it together. Obviously, the team relishing in the moment, of course.